All right, everybody. This is Tom. It is Thursday night, 8:35 p.m. Eastern. We are doing a Summer Sprint 1979 draft show, draft review show, draft recap show. You can't hear me. Is that what you said, Jay? Well, yes, because you muted yourself. Okay. Jay's working on his sign language. It looks like.
Just mute it for now. My son's in the room also, so I'll just talk when I want to talk.
I got you. Okay. When Mike Lennon's name comes up, so you can give the thumbs up there. I can see your face on the side there. So and we have Dr. Brian Fulham with us. I guess I'll be saying full names, I guess, but I don't know if Brian will be talking at all. But I see he's joined the broadcast. We just started. We're doing a 1979 Summer Sprint draft recap show. And I'm still rusty with the show. I'm not sure where to start. Dan Morin's supposed to be joining us at some point. Dennis might pop in and out. Maybe some other people will see. I'll get a private chat message from Brian. My microphone does not work. Okay. So Brian will not be speaking. You can, Brian, if anyone else is listening, but right now it's just you guys. You can Slack me any feedback. Okay. Slack me any questions. Slack me anything, anything you want to ask, anything you want to say, you can Slack it to me. We have Joe Golden with us. I see he joined as well. Hello, Joe. I don't know if he's just going to listen or not, but anyway, I'm just saying hello to people. So I'm a little out of sorts because, the draft ended, I don't know, this morning or yesterday. Draft ended yesterday, so it's like usually I'll do the draft show like the same day the draft ends or whatever. So it's weird for me to do it one day later. And then Dennis got the files out within about 18 hours. So as of 3 or 4 o'clock today, I suppose Eastern, you could start playing. And I was like, well, damn, I don't want to do a show. I want to play a game, So I have all the templates good with the preliminary spreadsheets for most opponents, except for those who are neither good nor average. If you have an excellent unit or worse, looking at you, Keith Mowbray. Keith Mowbray, now we know the pronunciation since he's been on it was on an SSFA show, I think, a couple months back. I think it was SSFA. But anyway, was I broadcasting a game? I think I was broadcasting his game against Dennis, maybe, SSFA. And he came on at the end. From the Shenandoah Valley. But he's poor against the run. I guess we'll get to that. Keith, what are you doing? But I always say I'm going to be nicer and kinder and gentler. Kinder and gentler, Tom. I don't seem to quite get there. I always seem to revert to same old Tom. So I don't know. Maybe it's just time to give it up and just go with it. It makes people happier when they beat me. What I mean and unpleasant, I suppose. So that's always a plus for them. So I was hoping to get a bit of a round table going. Hoping to have people who could participate and join in. Dan Warren is currently playing a game with NFL Ed that kicked off at 7:30. He'll be probably with us in about 20 minutes. Dennis will pop in and out. Rick Byrons couldn't make it tonight. We're doing a show anyway, Rick. So sorry, but let's talk about. I guess I wanted to talk about the draft group, the draft class in general, for starters. I'm going to bring up my player ratings. Now, I do, guys who have been around for a few years since we've been doing these shows, they know that I do I do formulas for quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, and tight ends. And a lot, so it's to help give me a preliminary ranking. So what you're going to see is my preliminary rankings by formula for the most part, which are not quite the rankings that I go by. Okay. Because there's a lot of subjectivity in quarterbacks and in running backs. Actually, the halfback groups and the fullback groups, I should bold everybody. I did rank the halfback groups and the fullback groups subjectively. Well, actually, this is my formula. These fullback groups here. But that's really fullbacks only. But fullback tight end, I did do a subjective grouping, but now that's been messed up too, because my tight end fullback rankings, what I do is I have a formula for that as well, but I rank them as if the fullback is going to be my number one running back. Like if I get Clark Gaines or Mike Pruitt, they're going to be my lead back probably. I'm not gonna have a halfback who's better than those guys. So there's one ranking for if the fullback is to be my number one running back. There's a different ranking if they're going to be my number two running back. If I've got Walter Payton, my fullback's not going to be better than Walter Payton. Excuse me. Let me clear my throat. Hold on a second. Let me mute the mic and clear my throat. Show's off to a good start. So my fullback groups, I've got rankings if the guy's going to be number two fullback, and that's what they're sorted by now. Because I ended up with Chuck Muncie as my halfback, and some of the better fullback groups are already gone. And what that does is the number two ranking for the fullback as the number two back for your team lessens the impact of his rushing ability, which gives the tight end greater weight. Also increases the impact of the fullback's receiving ability, because those things will come in more frequently if you're not handing the ball 15, 20 times a game. My wide receiver rankings were also mathematical. But again, I looked at these groups. I looked at enough. I looked at the quarter. This is what I did. I looked at enough of the quarterbacks past Jim Zorn to get an idea that I really didn't want any of these guys down below Jim Zorn. And if I had gotten stuck to a spot where I wasn't going to get someone like that, then I would have differentiated personally between these guys. So you shouldn't look at this and think that Ron Jaworski's a whole lot better than Steve Grogan for whatever, or Ken Stabler for whatever, because this is all mathematical. I didn't subjectively rank all these guys, although I looked at a fair number of their cards. I would say I think I've looked at all these cards a little bit, probably Sipin Ferguson the least, probably. Part of that is because I took Joe Theismann number 9 overall, so that I didn't need a quarterback anymore, so I didn't have to bother differentiating between the rest of the guys, even though I was familiar enough with them to decide I didn't want really anybody after Zorn if I could help it. Sometimes you can't help it, right? Halfback groups, I did my formulas, but then I subjectively ranked them. But even this is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, or not tongue-in-cheek, but a little bit. These things aren't hard and fast, it's because I'm not submitting a draft list, right? I'm actually drafting. So if I was at a spot where I could have taken St. Louis or Houston or Earl Campbell, I would have looked at those two cards and those two groups more closely and made up my mind. So don't sit there and say, oh my God, Tom won O.J. Anderson or Earl Campbell. No, this was a numerical thing here. And if I was actually on the clock and facing that choice, I'd have broken down those units. I'm a big Earl Campbell fan. There's a good chance I would have taken Earl Campbell. But so I'm just giving you the skinnies that if you see something on one of these charts where it looks like I've ranked somebody much higher than you think I should have, don't think that these are hard and fast rankings. Same thing even when I do my rookie draft recap shows for Sumifa and SSFA. I'm the one making the decision, so I don't need my list to be hard and fast. I can have guys kind of grouped. I can have an order, but I kind of know, which guys I really like the best. Sometimes I'm making a list pretty quickly or whatever sometimes. So, but I've got comments and I know what I like. Receiver group. I had ranked guy. I had a formula, but like I knew, I really wanted one of the top 4, which to me were New England, Dallas, Pittsburgh, or Miami. Buffalo's not a bad 5th. Dennis, I think, did very well to get them where he did. I was not that thrilled with anything after that, really. Although Denver would have been kind of an okay fallback. I don't like a group where one receiver is much heavier than the other. Like the Jets, Wesley Walker's got a tremendous card, but the flankers are really bad. It makes the double teaming so much easier. But overall, like one of the things I like to do, excuse me, it sounds like I'll be coughing a lot tonight. Bear with me. I'm fine, so don't worry about that. Just coughing. One of the things I like to do is I like to analyze the entire set, to some degree. You know, there are some things that I do in my analysis that I think a lot of people think are probably crazy, and I go and then I go too far with them, and like, man, he really gets into it. I guess I do get into it. So it's probably somewhere in between. Boy, he really gets into it, and maybe I don't do as much as you guys think. But I do a lot, so it depends on how much you guys think. But it's not the case that I've scrutinized every single last iota of every single piece of information to the nth degree, you know? But I do a lot of analysis. But basically, when I'm looking at a set for one of these retro drafts, now, you know, a modern set, like in a Battle Royale draft, it's different to me because you know, the modern sets, you kind of feel like outside of like how many good running back cards are there, it's like, you know, I see a lot of good quarterbacks who are at least pretty good in the flat pass and don't throw picks, and there'll be a lot of receiver groups that are helpful, and you know, the pass blocking is not a nightmare waiting to happen like you have in some of these retro leagues, right? For the most part, okay? I feel like there has been more sacks in the NFL the last year or two, so that can be maybe more of an issue as we go forward in Battle Royale. We'll see about that. So, like anyone though, I guess the first thing I do is I look at the combos that Dennis provides. I used to provide them at times. I'm bolding some things for greater clarity on any rebroadcast, reviewing, or I guess first viewing. If someone is going to watch this on YouTube, and if you're listening wondering what this is and you're not in Summer Sprint or don't know who I am, my name is Tom and I play Strat football. And this is a draft review show of an online league that we play every summer called Summer Sprint, where we do a draft where you draft units, like you draft the linebacker unit of the Cowboys or the secondary of the Giants or the halfback group of the Chicago Bears. And that's how you assemble your team. There's about 15 or 16 of us. And we do this, we have different coaches come in and out. We do it every summer. And we're reviewing the draft that we just completed yesterday afternoon. So the first thing I do, I look at the combos, you know, and see what are the chances of getting to excellent, what are the chances of getting to good and stuff like that. And of course, at all costs, how do I make sure I don't end up with poor? Okay. Which is really, really, really important, which I think everyone in the league would agree. Well, mix up one guy, Mr. Mowbray. Keith, what are you doing? But anyway, didn't have to go poor, but he went poor. Think of it like real life. Think of it like money in real life. You don't want to be poor. I mean, if you end up poor, you end up poor. But you don't want to be poor. Keith chose to be poor. You could have been average, Keith. Don't choose to be poor, please. It's not worth it. You're a young man. Anyway, so I look at these because now to me, like I did some numerical analysis maybe 5-6 years ago, somewhere around there, when Dennis was doing these leagues. I don't always play Battle Royale, although I have played at least the last two now. And I made the Super Bowl in both. Yay. So we'll see what happens tomorrow night. I play Brian, who's listening. 7:30-ish on the East Coast. But one of the things I saw is that really a good pass defense is usually going to be the most impactful thing you can have on your team. From a straight numerical standpoint. Now, I'm not talking strategically, where you might say, well, I need look, Tom, the running game is really important. Let's talk about the rule set briefly, as I always talk in a circuitous fashion, but hopefully get back to things. And again, if anyone has any questions or comments, please Slack me the questions, and that's how I will see them. If you put them in the private chat on the side, I rarely check that, if ever. And I will be unlikely to see them, so Slack me, okay? So when you're playing with no dump off and no white die 6, it is, in my view, and most experienced coaches' view, and most successful coaches' view, it is very difficult and foolish, really, to try to have a pass-first offense, particularly short pass, long pass. So even if you get a really good quarterback with one of those top picks, the lack of the dump off, the lack of the flat pass bump from the white die 6, it's hard to sit there and throw a short pass, long pass all day and say, this is how I'm going to move the chains when there's no dump off and no white die 6. It is really hard when you're playing an older season and the pass rush dominates the offensive line. I mean, you've got the 49ers line here has got 3 7s on it. You got Tampa Bay's line here has got 3 7s on it. Neither one of these lines are great run blocking lines, by the way. Yeah, and then you got the Saints line that's got 2 7s on it, which is not enough. When you get in this era, when you look at these defenses, you get 2 7s and then like 2 5s and a 3, and you see the ratings coming on defense. It's not enough. And even if it was enough, those of us who have been playing Stratomatic for a long time, even if you only played with the current version of the game, which they changed to in 1982, there was the old big card version, which I do go back to, from the late 60s and the 70s. As a kid, I played that version. The 1982 season, they changed the game, particularly they changed the pass rush, the way you do pass rush, so it's individual instead of team-oriented. They moved all the blocking off of the offensive running backs cards, put on the defenses cards. They took away the automatic sack and the pass rush reading off the quarterback and defensive cards, and created the black die with the D. Those are the main things they did. I'm sure that people could think of other things, but those are some of the main things. But anyway, so then they had the current version of the game, let's say, for about 8 or 9 years, and they said, boy, the passing is not working. The NFL was getting higher and higher completion percentages, and Strat couldn't keep up. If you had a guy completing, if you had like 84 Marino, and he completed 55% for you, you were very happy. It's like 52% was a good completion percentage, even if your guy completed 60% in the NFL, So, and as NFL completion percentages have just continued to go up from the 80s to the 90s to now, and the game has become more and more pass-oriented, the NFL I'm talking about, and Strat has tried to do things to keep up. First thing it did was issue the flat pass bump, I think in 1994 maybe, somewhere around there, where they added yardage to all the flat pass. I think they added like 3 or 4 yards across the board to flat pass. And they eventually applied it to the computer game, so you won't notice its absence in a season like 1979, which they had to redo anyway. But even in a season like 84, 85, which were based off the original cards, they added that to, I think, to the quarterback's cards, and did some adjustment to the receiver cards too on flat pass. Then when they computerized the game in 2000, they could do more. Somewhere along there, they added the dump off. Right, and they've added the white die 6 rule, and they've added these things because without them, the game does not pass nearly as well as the NFL passes. Now, Dennis likes this old rule set. So this is the rule set Strat had from like 1982 to like 1993, and Strat said we got to do something. This is broken, and they started making dramatic changes from 94 on. Dennis says, I don't like those changes, Strat. I'm going to play the old way. I'm teasing you, Dennis. I love you. Okay. And I've teased him about this before, but the rule set still plays pretty well up and through maybe 1986 or so, whatever, sometime late 80s, early 90s, the rule set really starts to not work as well when there's just way more passing. You can disagree about when the increased flat passing and its prevalence makes the rule set not work as well, but I think it still works very well for 60s and the 70s, certainly, and probably the early 80s, maybe through the mid 80s. Okay. But if you're going to play with this rule set, you got to know you cannot just, even if you cannot really just throw a short pass, long pass your way down the field. Yes, you can have drives where it works. You can have games where it works. But in general, it's just not a really good offensive strategy. In general, when you're playing back then in this set, you have to run the ball. You have to run the ball to set up the pass. You have to generate run calls. It's always helpful. I finally come around, Jay, after many years to realizing it's also really, really helpful in the modern game. It only took me about 8 or 9 years, you know, to go away from being pass first. But you can get away with pass first in the modern game, despite me saying that. But if you can run the ball in the modern game, it's much more helpful. Okay, but at least in the modern game, you know, this plethora of sacks and interceptions and miserable things waiting to happen to your offense because you want to throw the ball 40 times with damn fouls short and long. You know, so to me, I look at a rule set, and I'm already familiar with these. I already know football a little bit, of course. We all should know football. So we know, hey, 50s, 60s, 70s, there's a hell of a lot of sacks and a fair number of interceptions. Even like 79, there's a fair number of interceptions. And we use the draft league defensive cards. Interceptions aren't as high, but a lot of these quarterbacks still have a fair number of picks on their card. You really can't be pass first to me. So to me, you need a running game, which means you need run blocking, and you need pretty decent backs. They don't have to be great. And you need carries. You know, I like to have 40 good carries if I can get them. But that's what you need. But despite all of that, I still say that the most valuable thing that I want to get is to be good against the pass. And you'll always see me being good against the pass, or trying to be good against the pass. It doesn't always work out, but you'll always see me trying to make it happen. I mean, not at all costs. I'm not going to draft an average unit with a corner 5 in the second round to get to good, to get to excellent, sure, but not to get to good. So, you know, to me, when I looked at this set, I said, there's an awful lot of pass rush. There's no pass blocking. There's a lot of depth at running back. There's some pretty good receiver cards for big yardage. All right. And there's a lot of pretty good-looking defensive units, even if you're average. Okay. And I said, well, look, I don't want to get – look, the sack is like king. The sack is like the big, huge thing, like looming over a season like 1979 when you're analyzing it from a Strat standpoint, in my view. So you got to run the ball to avoid the sack, and you want to be able to throw some flat because that'll help out, okay? Help your offense as well, and you know, keep the linebackers home and this and that. And I also think you need to be able to challenge on the bomb. You know, because, you know, this is an era where there's turnovers. A lot of the running backs fumble. You know, there's turnovers. So big plays tend to be more important back in this era of football. So I kind of looked at 3 things, and really, I'm not saying this is universal, but in these battle royale leagues and these summer sprint leagues, I realized, because someone asked what I was looking for this year. Maybe it was Brian Lewis. I don't remember. We were talking a week or 2 ago. And I was like, well, maybe just a couple of days ago, because the draft flew by so quickly. And I said, basically, there's 3 things I look for, you know, that I wanted. And I said, you know, I want a good pass defense. I want a quarterback who is fairly low turnover, pretty good flat, and can challenge on the bomb. And they need a running game. Okay? I want those 3 things. I don't know what order I need them in. I don't care what order I need them in, because I want all 3 of them. Okay? And I think in this rule set, that probably carries, whether it's 2018 or 1979. Like, those things probably carry. You know, with no dump off, the pass rush isn't as important. You know, there's no white die 6. It's harder to say I'm going to just flat pass my way down the field with no white die 6. So to me, I want a running game. I want a quarterback who's pretty good flat and can challenge on the bomb, and I would need to be good against the pass. Give me those things, and I'll deal with the rest of it. There's other stuff I'd love to have, but I'm saying, like, those are like my 3 key ingredients, you know. And I think, you know, in this battle royale season that we're winding up tomorrow night, I think the final 4 were all good against the pass. If anyone had the interest, I'd love to see someone look and see how many battle royale and summer sprint Super Bowl participants were good or better against the pass. Now, I say good is the best thing to have. Obviously, excellent is the best thing to have. All right, and excellent is just sick. Okay, I mean, excellent against the pass should almost be outlawed. I mean, the cards are really, really good, and you play them with 5s and 6s to get to them, and they really make it very, very challenging. And, you know, I would like, if you ask me, all right, Tom, you want excellent against the pass or 84 Marino? I got to really think. And I think I'm probably taking excellent against the pass. You know, it's that good. It's that good, and I've seen it. If you play in a double counting league, you play in autumn wind, or you see the guys who get it in this league. Boy, is it tough. It is really tough, and you're playing it, of course, with no dump off and no white dice 6. It's already not a passing environment. It's really, really good, in my view. So anyway, so that's what I came in wanting, right? And then and then looking at each group real quick, I would say quarterbacks. I was picking number 9, so a lot of this also gets filtered through through where I'm drafting, right? So I didn't have to worry about Roger Staubach because he wasn't going to last at number 9, probably, right? The draft started before I was even close to ready, so it got to my pick and I wasn't totally ready. So there were things that happened in the top 8 that I didn't have to spend too much time thinking about. But anyway, I decided to look at the cards that I wanted one of these top 5 quarterbacks, and it's probably generous. I wanted one of these top 5 quarterbacks. Okay, subjectively, I probably had Fouts second, ahead of Kenny Anderson. I know Fouts throws a lot of picks. I think the snap fumble and the team receiver fumbles are also problems for Fouts. You got a snap fumble of 7.8. Kenny's only got a 1. You got a team quarterback fumble of 3. Kenny's only got a 1. A team quarterback fumble of 3. It might be an automatic fumble or 1 to 5 fumble on the sack, and you're going to get sacked. But I just feel like let me bring up some cards here. I should bring up the 79 set because I don't know who's on exactly what team. I'm not familiar with the entire roster of the Independence Blue Devils just yet. I'm sorry, Independence. I don't know who that is. I guess I'll find out. Maybe it's Greg. I think I know like most of the cities that other guys would be affiliated with. We're talking about Dan Fouts, Hall of Famer. Unlike Dave Krieg. I posted that list. I don't know if you guys saw it in Slack. I posted a list of like the five Hall of Fame quarterbacks who do not have championships. So when people start telling you about this guy should be in the Hall of Fame, this guy should be in the Hall of Fame, the 5 quarterbacks with no rings who are in the full Hall of Fame, it's like Dan Marino, Dan Fouts, Sonny Jurgensen, Warren Moon, and someone else good. I don't remember the 5th guy right now, but that first 4. I mean, that's like no doubt about it. Those guys got to be in the Hall of Fame, right? So the point is, the bar is high for quarterbacks who don't win any titles. So I love Kenny Anderson too, did Jay. Nothing against Kenny. I'm just saying it's he's not Fouts or Marino or Jorgensen, who's overlooked, I think. Set the NFL single season yardage record. And I don't know if he broke Tittle's record with the touchdowns with, I think Sonny had 36 one year. I'm not sure. But Fouts has got the short pass, 5'11", 15. He's got 15 and 23. Like, that looks really palatable to me. I know Kenny gets a big bump because his must run is sick. So you got to think about that when you compare the short pass columns. Fouts in the bomb gives me 8, but the long pass wrong. He gives me 8, 15. I know the picks are super high, Jay. I'm not knocking you for taking Kenny. I know you're a Kenny fan, so that adds more to it. And you can make a case to take Kenny on the turnovers, certainly. But I probably would have Fouts taking the 8-15 long pass. And you say, well, it's Dan Fouts. It's not going to get any long pass wrongs. It's the very deep running back set. And whether you give me Dan Fouts or whether you give me 84 Marino or whether you give me Patrick Mahomes, if there's no dump off and no white die 6, I'm building a goddamn running game. Okay? And I will run it. And if you don't want to call run, I believe I will successfully run the ball down the field against you. Okay? And if I make you respect the run and look at the receivers that are there in this set, then this 15 unit of long pass wrong is going to come into play. Okay? And he's good flat. Okay? But the picks are a problem and the sack fumbles are a problem. If you take Dan Fouts and you say, I'm going to sit there and, I got Dan Fouts. I was a Charger fan back in the day. I'm going to watch him throw the ball around the field, blah, 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 blah. You need to run the ball. You're going to lose. You're going to get sacked, and you're going to get picked off. And this 8 units of long pass right is nice, but it also goes along with 3 units of interception. And you get 3 more in the defense. You get 6 units of interception long pass. That's 1 every 12. That's on single coverage. So, even with so anyway, I still would have taken Fouts probably over Kenny. Let's take a look at Kenny real quick. My brother Jay, my brother Art, who never played, who I played with growing up, he played online in the early days, and is a very good coach. Dennis can tell you, he's won a lot of championships. Now, this must-run card that's the key, because when you look at the pass, you say, "Oh, that doesn't look so great." Well, that 5 must-run is 2 to 9, 14 yards or more, 2 to 10, 11 yards or more. That's a completion. 7 is plus 16. 33 out of 36 units, 11 yards or more. That's 0.833 times 5. That's 4 units of completion. So 4, 9, 16 units to short pass right actually eclipses Fouts. And it's interesting, the long pass, because if you want to consider those completions, it would be 10 units of a long pass right. But of course, it's a 16-yard play, which you're happy to get. That's not the same as a long pass completion, which is going to be 30 yards or whatever, right? So maybe you're right, Jay. Now my formulas have Kenny number 2 by quite a bit over Dan Fouts. I get Kenny at 77 points. I'd Staubach fine by mathematically, numerically, by my formulas. Staubach was far and away the best quarterback by 10 points over Kenny. It's a big spread in my quarterback rankings. Like 3 or 4 points is significant. And my formulas got Kenny second, Theismann third, and Fouts fourth. I certainly would have taken Fouts over Theismann. I wouldn't have thought about it twice. But you can make a strong case, I think, the more I'm looking at it, for taking Kenny over Fouts. Let's look at the short pass wrong. 4, 9, 13, 16, 18 units of short pass wrong. 5, 6, only 10 units of long pass wrong. But the turnovers are so much better, and Jay's going to run the ball, and the flat pass is good. And one thing I like about a set like this and a lot of these older sets, the receivers have such big averages that you don't have to always throw the bomb to get a big play. You can do a lot of short pass wrong, and and hope for receivers on big plays there. Again, you have to run the ball to get those short pass wrongs, right? So interesting. You made the case for Kenny, and as I'm looking at it more, I can see it more. So, but really, these 4: Staubach, Kenny Anderson, Staubach, Kenny Anderson, Fouts were the top 3.
Hey, Tom.
I'm not. Yes.
Just for what it's worth, if all things being equal, I probably like Fouts a smidge better as well. But as you can see, I'm a bit of a Kenny Anderson fan. I have him in IFL. So we're in 77 in IFL. So we'll be getting a 79 soon enough. So I'm like, heck with it. And there's certainly it's a coin flip, or certainly close enough to a coin flip that all things being equal, I'm going to take my guy. So that was the thinking.
I finally figured out how to focus on you there, Jay. As I'm learning, getting a little better with SteamYard. Is that an autograph? I see an autograph. Is that an autographed Kenny Anderson jersey?
Yeah, it's got a couple pictures there, a couple football cards there. That was I had that stuff around for a while, and that was our first project of the pandemic. Was we had picked up an inexpensive frame at Michael's, and my wife and I, we put that together. So just haven't been able to hang it yet.
The most impressive thing about that is, Jay?
No.
That you got the wife to help you with a football project there. Very nice. That's a good job.
She's a good sport.
There you go. America's impressed. So, but okay. I see what you're saying. But as I said, as I'm looking at it more, I can see I don't have a problem with it. So, you agree, Jay, that in this era, you really need to run the ball. That you really cannot be a pass first offense in this rule set in this era.
Absolutely. That's one thing of playing IFL has shown me, that you got to run. You got to run to set up the pass. You cannot just sit back and set up in the pocket and expect it to hold up. You got to be able to take some underneath throws, and then when the time is right, you heave it deep. But yeah, you've got to be run first and hope to hit the big play with the pass. You're talking about getting those receiver units with with there's some of these short pass wrongs and long pass wrongs. I mean, there are some sexy receiver units. I was lucky enough to get the Miami receiver unit, which is your number 4 of your top 4. And, they had the 2 of them there with Nat Moore and Duriel Harris. Both, you can't just sit on Nat Moore because Duriel Harris is just about as sexy as Nat Moore is. And so, they're just some very, very strong. And then I was fortunate enough to get Rick Upchurch as a 3rd wide receiver through a return unit. So,
yeah, which helps because because in this era, it was not the era of the 3 wide, of course. The 3rd wide receivers are often pretty lousy. So it's nice that you were able to not only get a strong return unit, but you get an excellent number 3 receiver. I think he's maxed out short at 1926 on the bomb. There was a path where if I didn't get one of the top 4 receiver units, now also like there's always tiers, right, Jay? I've always certainly got tiers. So for me, like I really wanted one of these top 4 receiver units. I really wanted New England, Dallas, Pittsburgh, or Miami because those are the ones that had the real danger I wanted. If I ended up settling for Buffalo, I was okay with it, and it was a crime really for guys to be taking some of these other units that I saw. I'm only insulting people now. I don't mean to, but I saw some units go before Buffalo, and I said I don't understand it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're looking for low average guys and more. Their guys are Jerry Butler. I think is maxed out short, or they're both 1926, but with so much better averages that I don't know why you would take like Jason. Nothing personal took the Saints over them, And this Chargers pick we're going to get to, which Butch I think dropped the ball on that. He went for the name and not the card. Kellen Winslow rookie card is not very good.
Yeah. The Saints had Wes Chandler, who would have been single-handedly better than the 2 Buffalo receivers, but the 2 for 1. I mean, there's not a huge difference. He was it's Jerry Butler and who's the other Buffalo?
Frank Lewis.
Yeah, Frank Lewis.
Frank Lewis.
Yeah, Frank Lewis is just. I mean, he's not Wes Chandler, but he's just not too far behind him. So
with the Saints you're talking about, yeah. Right. And this is what I look at is John Jefferson, great. He's right there with the other guys we talked about, Nat Moore and stuff like that. Maxed out short, maxed out bomb.
Mm-hmm.
I say only 17.9 average. Okay. One thing I was looking at, Jay, break it down a little more. This particular draft was some of the long gain or better units on these long pass guys card. So John Jefferson's got 5.8. He's got 12 units of long gain or better, because 65 yards is certainly better than a long gain, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got 12 units of 65 or better. The New England guys are each at 17, and there were guys at 13. Okay, and then and then short pass wrong. He's got 7, which is good. There's guys at 8. Okay, because those long gains are just so important. It's harder to go down 80 yards down the field in 15 plays. Well, unless you're pounding the ball on the ground, but sometimes the longer drives can be harder. But Charlie Joyner, look, we all love these players. Charlie Joyner's a Hall of Famer. I know that.
He's a possession.
But this is the problem: is he's maxed out short, great, okay, but only 9-15 deep, with nothing on his card longer than 39 yards. 9-15 deep in this set. There's so many 12-18s or better, or 15-21s rolling around, and even the short pass, he's only got 3 units of big play on short pass wrong. To me, this is like, to me. So we saw John Jefferson's card, right? And I just showed you Charlie Joyner's card. Now I had San Diego as the 6th best receiver unit. Okay, and he took them first overall. I don't see how you take them. All right, I'll make it worse. How do you take that set over New England? I had New England as a number 1 receiver set. Stanley Morgan. I mean, come on.
Yep.
Stanley Morgan's card is maxed out. He's the same as Jefferson in short pass, long pass units. Maxed out short pass, long pass. But look at the long gains. 1, 3, 6. He's got 17 units of long gain on long pass, Jay, including 6 and 7 on right.
Yep. Well,
And then he's got 5.
Harold Jackson too.
Exactly. I'll get
it way better than Charlie Joyner.
Oh, it's not even close. And I miscounted. I said that Jefferson had 7 long gain units on wrong, and some guys have 8. These guys have got 9. He's got 5, so he's got 9 units of long gain on short pass wrong. That's 1 in 4 on his card. And Jay, correct me if I'm wrong. Are there a lot of receiver readings on these team defensive cards?
Yeah, that does come up. But even against the excellent pass, there's still some on there.
Exactly. And hopefully I can introduce Dennis to that idea when I play him and his excellent pass defense. Remind him of it during the game, hopefully. Yeah, and here's Harold Jackson. He's also maxed out deep 15-21. He's got 6'11". He's got 17 units of long pass or long gain or better on long pass wrong. So it means if you get a receiver reading on Stanley Morgan or Harold Jackson, it's basically 50% for a long gain. It's slightly under 17 out of 36 instead of 18. It's basically 50% or better for a long gain. Because I've thrown too many bombs probably in the modern game, Jay, and I've changed my approach dramatically at SSFA, as you have witnessed firsthand, actually. But I was throwing at guys in the modern game where I'm counting on pass completions and I'm not realizing these plus 29s. Who cares? Those aren't like a huge deal on a long pass. You know what I'm saying? You want the big bomb, you know what I'm saying? And then Harold Jackson too, short pass wrong, 9 units of long gain. And if you complete a pass from the 18-yard line to these guys, it's a touchdown. If you get a short pass receiver, okay? So I don't know how. I hear fast. How do you take San Diego over these guys, Jake? What's your view? I mean, I'm harsher, but
you also got Kellen Winslow there, who's not quite Kellen Winslow yet, but he's still a nice, he's a nice get for second tight end. He's like I said, he's not yet, but
you said for a second tight end, correct?
Yeah. I don't know what his first tight end is, but you can find probably better than that for your top tight end, probably.
Well, I'm saying this is not really a start. I know he's a 6 against run blocking, and I like the run blocking a lot. I'm liking that way more than I did even 6 months ago, Jay. Okay, it's a new Tom Cook, Jay. Watch out. You'll be seeing me make moves. You'll be seeing me make moves
without any trouble.
Say what?
I said you handled me with an SSFA without any trouble.
Yeah, well, you're rebuilding, Jay, so it doesn't really count. So, but I'm saying you'll see a much different emphasis on my Samifa and SSFA squads going forward, and hopefully the results will improve in the postseason as well, as those two teams have not got the job in the postseason, primarily, Jay, because of coaching deficiencies.
And sometimes luck plays a factor too, right, brother?
Sometimes, but in that case, it was mostly coaching deficiencies. And as the head coach, I willingly cop to that. The thing worked in the regular season, but I think against the good teams, you can't be throwing it the way I was throwing it. But this Winslow card, I mean, Jay, it's 19. It's come on, it's 259. It's 16-22 short pass and 2-6 long pass. That is a backup tight end card any day of the week and twice on Sunday. The 5 pass isn't too bad, and it's tight end 6. But this card cannot justify skipping New England or Miami or Dallas or Pittsburgh. I mean, Dallas, I think both these guys are maxed out short. Tony Hill is maxed out short. He's got 4, 5, 6. He's got 4, 5, 6 long gain. He's got 13 years of long pass, long gain. He's maxed out on the bomb. I think Drew Pearson is maxed out short, but not on the bomb.
Sounds right. But he's awful.
But look at the average. I mean, see, this is the thing is like Tony Hill and John Jefferson are fairly similar. Jefferson's average was 17.9, but look at Drew Pearson, 18.7 average. Look at this card compared to the Charlie Joyner card I showed you. He's also maxed out short, but he's got 8 units of long gain and short pass wrong. He's got an 18-yard average. Charlie, God bless him, a Hall of Famer, at 14-yard average, only 3 units of big play in that short pass wrong. And Charlie's 9-15 deep with no long gains. 39 yards is his longest. I think he has a dot, but you know what I'm saying? On his card, at least Pearson 12-18, at least he's got 12 units of long gain or better on wrong and another 7 on right. So and his flat pass is fine too. So
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so we're going out of order. You know how we do these shows, Jay. I bounce around and eventually get some information out to guys. But Butch, I love you, Butch. Butch, unfortunately, Dan Morin's there. Got to add him to the stream. Hello, Dan. How you doing?
How's it going?
Let me just finish harassing Butch's selection, and then we'll probably welcome you to the show. But yeah, I love Butch, and I do tend to beat him up during these shows. So Butch, forgive me. He's probably not listening. He's too busy. Maybe he'll never listen to the show. But yeah, that San Diego receiver unit, even though you get Kellen Winslow, to me in this late second round, that was really I cannot understand that to save my life, and I strongly disapprove of that group. And let's look at Buffalo, who that Dennis got in maybe the 5th round or maybe the 4th round. I mean, with Buffalo, you got Jerry Butler's the split end, 17.4 average. He's only 1926, not maxed out, but he's maxed out in the bomb, 1521, with 13 long gain or better units. And then Frank Lewis averaged 20 yards a catch. And he's also 1926. I mean, I would in this era especially, and probably, you know what, in any era, I would much rather have 1926 with this kind of yardage as compared to that Charlie Joyner card. Jay, do you agree with that or no?
Oh yeah. You know, that's
Dan?
It's a nice fall. Yeah, it's a nice.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Those guess wrong short pass columns, especially in an era where people are going to be guessing run more, can be brutal.
Absolutely, and we opened the show talking about the importance of running the ball and stuff like that. So, Frank's got 12, 18 deep, but I mean, I would much rather have this combo than the San Diego combo. You can make the case, well, I get Kellen Winslow, and he's kind of okay as a second tight end, and he's the 6. So maybe I'll take San Diego over Buffalo. And I would say, okay, you know what? I can kind of buy that. The only problem is that San Diego went, near the end of round 2, and Buffalo went. Oh, it was criminal when Buffalo went. Did he get them in the 6th round?
Yeah, that was a really late.
He got Buffalo in the 6th round. So you tell me, like, I'm splitting hairs. Maybe San Diego, maybe Buffalo, and he gets him in the 6th round. So I thought I know that receivers only have a certain importance, but if you are going to rank the group, you're going to tell me I'll take Buffalo in the 6th or San Diego in the 2nd. Oh my God, I'll take Buffalo in the 6th any day of the week. I mean, I thought I was fortunate to get New England in the 4th, and that started the run. Where then, of course, you saw it, Dallas, Pittsburgh, and Miami all went in short order, and for most of us, those were the big 4 receiver groups that we wanted, and with Buffalo not being a bad fallback at all. Someone wanted to say something?
Well, Tom, I mean, take a look. Even you're saying when did Buffalo go? I mean, take a look at Minnesota and compare them to San Diego. I mean, Ahmad Rashad is maxed out, flat and short, and Sammy White is much more dangerous, longer than Charlie Joyner is. I mean, are they better than San Diego? I don't know. They're probably not higher on your spreadsheet, but 6 rounds later, that's a value pick. Buffalo and Minnesota that late are value picks. I was looking at those units up until then too, but the problem is when the 6th round hit, the defensive backfields were looking pretty paltry at that time, and I decided to grab. I grabbed Buffalo just because of that 6 cornerback.
I saw that because they were an 18-unit group, and you took the 6 at corner, so now like you can cut off that guy play on an island, and then do your doubling elsewhere if needed or whatever.
I wanted Minnesota, Buffalo around that area, but the philosophy I took is that at that point I wanted a package of plays, and there was still a lot of maxed out long pass receivers, so that's when I started saying I'll just take Buffalo and come around and get Isaac Curtis with the punter. But the Minnesota, I loved that Minnesota unit. I really did.
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, they didn't I opened before you joined us, Dan, talking about that I do these mathematical formulas, but that I'm not slavishly beholden to them by any stretch of the imagination, and that I often do a lot of subjective moving around. So anything you see on my screen here is not necessarily what the final ranking would have been. for myself, I really wanted one of those top 4 if I could get them, or the 5th if I had to. And if that didn't work out, I was going to take the Denver return unit probably around round 5. If was what I was thinking I might do. When did Jay get them? 6th round, he got them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had kind of your idea, Dan, that if I got the Denver return unit, I was going to take the Cincinnati receivers much later on and pair up Church with Isaac Curtis to start. I feel like now your team, you got Earl Campbell, you got Archie Manning, so maybe the Minnesota group would have been good. I feel like in general, like the flat pass for these receivers isn't going to do it for me. I want the big play yardage. And like Ahmad, I know he's maxed out. I'm flat and short, but he's only 9-15 deep. He's only got 4 units of long gain plus on short pass and only 8 on the bomb. And then Sammy White I would definitely take Sammy White over Joyner. But I know what you're saying. I guess it's not that far off of San Diego, I suppose. And I did have San Diego 6th. And I think Minnesota maybe around 9 or 10. So I know what you're saying. And also, a lot of times it is like where they'll fit into your team. Like for your team, you would get a lot more out of Ahmad Rashad, a lot of other guys, I think. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I look for the yards guessed wrong on short pass, but for flats, I look for catches. Because
Sure.
nothing's more depressing than getting a guessed wrong flat incompletion. So when you look at Galbraith, that's why I was eyeing Rashad. And I even, if it wasn't for kicking and punting, I mean, to be quite honest, I would have grabbed Harold Carmichael, 7th or 8th round. I wouldn't give a crap who was on the other side with Childs, Galbraith, and a number 1 receiver. I really like Carmichael because I would have Galbraith and Carmichael as 2 maxed out flat pass receivers.
Yeah, and of course also Earl generating all kinds of run calls.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was thinking. I just wanted 1 or 2 deep threats and some flats because you can't count on long pass guess wrong all the time, obviously. So if people are going to be guessing run on Earl Campbell, I mean that's the whole reason why I took Galbraith and Childs over that New England, because I was eyeing that New England group in the 4th round after I grabbed Pittsburgh.
No. The New Orleans group is head and shoulders above the New England group to me, particularly if you already have a good halfback, because you get, Henry Childs tight end. Henry Childs card is sick. He also gives you legitimate deep threat out of tight end as a 12-18, which you don't see that often, hardly ever. And Galbraith gives you the blocking and the tremendous receiving. You can go blocking back, halfback, and have that 6 blocking back pounding on your left side. So, no, to me, I love the New Orleans tight end fullback group for any team that had a good halfback already, such as you did,
Yeah, and, the 6 at blocking back, fullback, the 6 at left tackle, a 6 at center. So if you look at all 3 of those columns, that's pretty much the best rating you want in a run game is, obviously center for line buck, tackle for off tackle, and, that blocking back for around the end. So that was my thinking there. And, Jay and I talked about it, and I said, it gets me, the 7 roll on every run column, because, the philosophy that I was looking at in this is a defensive set, as you've said it a million times. But if you look over the whole set of defensive cards, whether it's average, good, or excellent, the only thing that the defense can't control, regardless of what level defense they have running, is the run blocking. So, even an excellent run D or a good run D, if you have 6 run blockers and you hit those rolls, you're going to gain those yards no matter what they do, even if they key. So that's what I was thinking. By the time Campbell got down there, yeah, because in these drafts I kind of let him fall to me, and when I saw Campbell there, I said, Jesus Christ! I mean, I had to go with him. It's not like it was a reach, but I had to go with him there. I loved him when I was young, and then I said, the only thing in all the defensive cards that the defense can't control is the run blocking, no matter what they do.
Yeah, no, I've come around in a big way, Dan, in the last few months, towards really getting an appreciation for, and then kind of starting to study a little bit the running game, and the power of run blocking. And, a lot of that is seeing what Zeb did with his Somifa team, and having played Zeb for the last several years in Somifa with his massive offensive lines and generally getting my head kicked in. But, if you even if you only have average backs, now this is a units league, so you're not going to get a line that's got all 6s and 1/5s on it. Likely, that happens occasionally, but not often. But in the draft leagues, Somifa, SSFA, whatever league you're in, Autumn Wind, if you have 3 6s and 2 5s in your offensive line, even the Latavius Murrays of the world, suddenly you have a really good running game. You could if you have mid-level or slightly preferably a little above that backs, guys say, I'm just gonna concede the run because Latavius Murray is not that great. They will pound you into the ground. And
Yep.
really against those lines, you have to not only call run, you have to bring guys up, and now that's opening up all kinds of things for the offense, and so like for you, and it's interesting to me because one of the things I said early in the show, Dan, was that it's harder to kind of run in flat pass. It's harder to be. But you can't really be a pass-first offense in this era if you're looking SPLP because of no dump off, no white die 6, and of course all the pass rush. Yep. And any rule set with no dump off and no white die 6, I don't think you can be pass first down the field. And in this era, you can't really be flat pass first either because the personnel is not usually there. But you are one guy I thought of from the 1985 team that I played in the championship game, where you built a West Coast team in this type of era, and you made it work, and you really drafted for that style with that team. I do think one of the benefits on that team for that approach was you did have a big play running back where Craig James could get the occasional long gain or 45-yard run on the ground for you, but you consciously went out of your way to get really good flat pass receivers. So and then with this team, that also would make sense if you had gone that route with your outside receivers. But of course, you have with Charles and Galbraith because you have Earl Campbell and this offensive line.
Yeah, it's funny on that 85 team. I had a crappy run block line, but what I had was I think I had a left guard 6 or something like that and a fullback that could block. And so what I did with Craig James is just pound on the left side off tackle. Pretty much all year.
Did you have Tom Rathman?
Nah, I think who the hell did I have?
I don't remember who he had. Okay.
I don't know.
But anyway,
I had good run blocking back, and I had Craig James, and you're right, he had a monster year. And similar to the idea on this team, I had a crappy flanker, but I had Tony Hill as the split end. So what I did is, run, flat, deep, flat, run, deep, that type of stuff, and hit enough on Tony Hill to make people respect him. But yeah, did the flat pass thing. So on this one, I had Earl Campbell, and normally I would come around and grab a linebacking unit or a D-back unit, and I was ready to do that. But then I said, Jesus, I don't want to be one-dimensional and end up with freaking Bob Greasy as my quarterback. So I decided to just go with the best quarterback that was left, which was Archie Manning. I loved Stabler, and I wanted Stabler because his guess wrong pass is great. But then I started looking at fumbles. And although Archie's got a little bit more interceptions than Stabler's got a lot more fumbles than he does. And I had the idea of keeping, turnovers low with Campbell and fumbles if I'm going to be a run first offense. So that's kind of the philosophy I went with. And that's what allowed a lot of people to get some good defensive units too. Sure.
But I think Snake's interception is on a 10 and Archie's on an 11. I didn't count the units, but I think Snake's pick might be a little worse if you do the math, but I'm not certain. I didn't look at that math because I didn't get down to those guys. So,
Well, the spreadsheet says, Archie's a little bit worse. So that's what I was going by.
Okay. But of course, Holman plays a role. Yeah, Snake to me is just too many picks. I wouldn't have wanted that. But anyway, I spoke about those things earlier. But in the run blocking, it is so important. and I was disappointed because Chuck Muncie's not my type of back, and I took him. I knew I needed to run an off tackle and run game and try to get some blocking. I had my eye on that New Orleans unit certainly for Galbraith with the blocking and receiving. Perfect fullback if you have a decent halfback, and can run inside a little bit in short yardage and stuff like that. But I said I wanted to get good outside run blocking, and I was eyeing the Jets' offensive line with 6s at offensive tackle. And I was even looking at the Philadelphia offensive line, which was like way down lower, which had 6s at offensive tackle, but, has got some problems like a 0 pass blocking guard and a 2 center and a 3 the other guard. No one could pass block hardly in this set. And I was surprised when there was suddenly a run on offensive lines. So I was like, come on, none of these lines can pass block. Why is there being a run right now? But guys, someone's got it going, and so I wasn't able to get either of those, and it hurts my offense. But it did end up with a 5 blocking back, and I got Seattle. I could run to the left pretty well, and I got a tight end 6. If I go blocking back, I can run a little bit to the right, particularly around end. If I go blocking back halfback, so we'll see what happens. So let's go down the draft here. Go ahead, Dan.
No, you only need, quote unquote, you only need, like I'm an expert, but in my opinion, you only need one strong side because of those run blocking. Like I said, you really can't do anything about those run ratings. Even if you bring a linebacker up, you can't do anything about them unless you sell out and fill the zone.
Yeah, but there's the rest. There's the rest of the column. You're not going to get the blown block every time, and with a linebacker there, it's oftentimes only 3 or 4 yards. So to me, if I'd obviously you want everything, and one strong side can work, particularly if you have a good flat pass game and a big time running back like you do. But you want to be able to run both sides if you can. But I know what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Yep. You play someone who's got 6s over there, and they plug. It can be difficult. But it's my card, your card, that type of thing. I know I love the run blocking, but ideally I can run both sides. I know what you're saying. I like what you did there with the offense. So let's go down the draft deck. We talked about units in general. We talked about the set in general. All right, so first round, Keith took Roger Staubach, number 1. Brian took New England secondary, number 2. I had a lot of conversations back and forth with Brian Lewis during the draft when it got down to around the 3rd round. Actually, we started talking late 1st round, early 2nd round. After Greg is Brian's friend, was advising him. And unfortunately, he asked me for my advice after the selection. But no, I'm just teasing to a degree. But Brian was feeling like he's going to get to excellent. He's like, I got a 22 secondary. I think I'm going to get to excellent. And I was like, I would not be so sure about that because a lot of these 8-point linebacker groups were good groups. So it's one thing to be like optimistic. Oh, I think I can, and hopeful. But it's another thing to be maybe a little unrealistic, and you have to get lucky. Even though it's only one spot different, there's only a certain number of groups. Like Dennis at number 3 getting that same 22 unit, I felt like, Dennis he's going to get the 8-point unit, but I didn't know if both of them were going to get back there.
Yeah, I gave him a gift there too, Tom.
I blame Jay.
I gave him a gift too. I was looking over those linebacker units. I'm not that used to these spreadsheets. It's only the 2nd time I've done this draft. And I'm looking like, all the 8-pointers are gone. But I was looking only up at the 3-4 part, not seeing that there was an 8-pointer left in the 4-3 linebacker. So you're welcome.
Yeah, Tom.
All right,
Tom. So did I just hear Jay say, "Oh shucks, this is only the 2nd time I've done this"? What happened the first year he played in summer sprint?
Yeah, Jay. What happened last year? You were a rookie, so I'm sure. Did you have a time over there?
6 roll is what happened.
He's just a newbie, man.
Yeah, he won the championship last year, first time out. So there's hope for Greg, who's with us the first time this year. Of course, Jay is a very experienced Strat coach. But yes, won the first time last time. So Jay, we know who to blame. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's my fault. You're welcome, Dennis.
If Dennis wins, it's Jay's fault.
Although, what bring it up. I don't know. It's hard to draft to try to take something away, something else from, for you want to draft for your team instead of trying to hurt someone else's team. It's not like we're in divisions. It's not like that. So I don't know.
Jay, what I would say is, as someone who does not have to coach with your team, I think you definitely should have hurt Dennis.
Fair enough.
but no, I agree with you 100%. Now, I mean, it's interesting because I don't know what I would have done at that spot. If I was right before Dennis, and if I knew there was only, actually, I know what I would have done. I would have taken the linebackers.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, as I'm sitting here saying, boy, it depends what I'm passing on. If I had to pass on Earl Campbell or Walter Payton, no, I'm not going to do it. And I love that Baltimore defensive line, but I probably said, you know what, I can still build a defense. Dennis gets to excellent. It's like it's such they're so good, and he's already so good.
Mm-hmm.
And that I feel like, what, I just don't want to. I don't want to sit through that for the next 2 months.
Yeah, I like that Baltimore line a lot. It's a good, strong
excellent
line with good pass rush. But yeah, I think I probably would have taken that linebacker group too.
If you had realized there was one more available.
Yeah, I probably would have.
Okay. All right. So you heard it first, Dennis. And it's not because it's Dennis, it's because it's anybody. But Dennis, in fairness, it may be a little more because it's you, because you're such an excellent coach. Right? So, I was upset in Samifa when Ed traded for Baker Mayfield. I was, oh, great. Now, all we need is Ed with like a real franchise quarterback, not, Carson Palmer and Kyle Orton. Older Carson Palmer. So now Mayfield had the horrible sophomore year, but I think he'll turn it around. But if he does turn around and become real good, obviously that's going to be a problem for the rest of us in Samifa. Because Ed already does great, even with pedestrian quarterbacks. But anyway, so Dennis got the excellent. Dennis, however, is 0-1. He lost to Jason 14-10 earlier today.
No shit.
Today, about 2 hours ago.
Wow.
Dennis had 4th and goal from the 5. Last play of the game. Short pass wrong to Jerry Butler. Incomplete pass on interception split on the defense. Dennis, if you're listening, I have a couple. I watched that game from like mid-third quarter on. I have a couple of real problems with a couple of things you did there, Dennis, but we should talk
Buffalo
about that.
Receivers suck then, huh?
That wasn't on the receiver's card. No. It was on the defense on a nine interception split. So now I did feel like, and I think a couple of guys have said this was really not a good draft to be in the very top, to be in those top 2 or 3 spots. I would much rather have been like 6th, like around number 6 or so, I think is where I would like to be. Jay, what did you think about it? Jay, you drafted 4th. Dan was 14th. I was in the middle at 9, so we have a nice spread here. Jay, what do you think about that? Were you glad to be drafting 4? Would you have rather been a little further back, or would you rather, or what?
I don't know. I'll have fun regardless. It was a long time in between picks, not as long as it would have been for Dan, obviously. But, when I saw it was 4th, I was like, I got a shot at Kenny Anderson here. So, I was happy for that, so it's all good.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think we all kind of draft wherever we end up. It's not a matter of complaining, but like usually you're getting better impact in the top 2 or 3 picks, except for Dennis ended up with the excellent. That usually getting a little bit of impact in the top 2 or 3 picks. Like even Staubach, he's really good, but again, you can't like short pass, long pass your way down the field as the primary offense, So I like Staubach, but it's not 84 Marino. And I probably would have taken him number 1 also, because I didn't want one of those guys below the top 5, let's say. But I just felt like, boy, not as much bang for your buck. Top 2 or 3, I'd rather be a little lower. Dan, what is your view in hindsight now? Well, I know you like how your team turned out, but just in looking at the set, do you feel the same way? Top 2 or 3, not that much bang for your buck. Better to be a little lower down or all the way at the end?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in both ends in this draft. I mean, if you can get, I think one of the years I was 3rd or 2nd, I grabbed Seattle's linebacking crew. And, you got a great linebacking crew. You can just sit back for a couple rounds and still get good, or good at least on one side. But I like the bottom. There's a lot. This goes back to even Strat 28 to me. There's just such a long wait. You can get a really quality player up top there. There's such a long wait to come back that a lot of the good stuff is gone. You can still make a good team, obviously, but I'm starting to think that in these, I like, middle to bottom rather than top of the first round, and then go that way. Once you get in the third round, even though you got to wait a long time in the third round, you already know kind of what route you're going after the first 2 rounds in a sort of a way. So, and then you can start picking units, in the middle rounds. And that's where the Pittsburgh O-line came in for me. I mean, I didn't give a shit who picked. If you look at archive drafts, O-lines never go early. So after I got Archie and Earl, that was my next goal. And I didn't even care what anybody else picked.
Yeah, no, yeah. Well, I think that was a good pick. I don't have a problem with that. And it doesn't matter, I think, what happens historically, because every set is different, every team is different, and the run blocking was paramount, even more so because you got Earl to build the type of team you have. So I thought that was a fine pick. I had no problem with it, and I loved it following up with New Orleans tight end fullback. I think I generally would agree with you, Dan. I think I prefer to be middle down. If I am top 2 or 3, I want it to be a really dominant unit. But I feel like in middle down, that second round pick is going to be real solid. Sometimes, though, if you're drafting top 2 or 3, you get lucky and something unexpected slips down to you, and that can be really nice when that happens. But in general, I would prefer to be middle down, especially because I want to get good pass defense. If you're drafting middle down, it's pretty easy generally to get a good pass defense. If you take a secondary or a linebacker group with one of your first 2 picks.
I think I would have grabbed, if I were number 1, I would have grabbed New England's DBs if I was number 1.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I can see that.
You can get a good quarterback coming back, or, a linebacking unit like he was thinking about getting excellent. But even if you get a good pass D, I mean, holy crap, aren't there 3 6s on that New England D-back? I mean, Jesus.
I think there are. Let me take a look and see.
I mean, holy crap.
Yeah, 3 6s and a strong safety 4, which is probably the best place to have it. So
yeah, once you go, third and long or a prevent or whatever, I mean, Jesus, you got 4 men in zone with 3 6s back there. I mean, holy shit, there's nothing better in my opinion.
Yeah, and the extra defensive back 4. I like going secondary a lot. I probably got him Starback, but I don't have a problem with that pick. He was feeling, Brian made the pick at number 2 overall. He was feeling like he's going to get to excellent, and I was trying to tell him it's not. I didn't talk to him until much later in the draft. I think around my first round pick. But I told him that I didn't think he was likely to get to it, and he didn't. Now you could, like I said, you could say, well, he missed it by 1 pick, but early in the draft, it's like you can't complain about missing by 1 pick because there's there's only so many picks they're going to go. You know what I'm saying? There's like later in the draft, you're like, 1 pick, it's like the 6th round or something. But like in this case, Dennis wouldn't have gotten it if Jay said he had been aware, but which is okay. That happens.
Friggin' Jay.
That's a Jay. You just have to beat him now in the playoffs, okay?
Jay doesn't give a crap, man. As long as he got Kenny Anderson, he could have drafted all zeros.
That's right. So, all right. So but then that's a fine group. The Ram group Dennis took, looking to get that excellent, which you did end up with. Jay took Kenny Anderson. We talked about Fouts versus Anderson already. Won't go back to that. Butch took Fouts. I have no problem with Fouts. I don't like the way Butch's team ended up after that. We'll talk about that when we get to that. Rick took the San Diego deal. Now, this was interesting here. Once you get past like Fouts, Kenny, and the 220, Fouts, Kenny, and Staubach, and the 222-point secondaries, then it became, which way are we going to go? Now, we'll talk about the running backs when we get down to it, Dan, since you're live with us. If you would ask me before the draft, hey, Tom, where are Walter Payton and Earl Campbell going to go? I certainly would have said top 12. I would have said top 10 probably because the name value does add something for people. So it was kind of astonishing for them to go 13-14. I probably would have told you before I analyzed the whole set that there was no way in hell I would take stupid Joe Theismann, one of those two guys. Okay, not even in love with Theismann's card, but we just spoke about that. I'll spoke about that. We'll spoke about that when we get to that. But there was so many different ways somebody could have gone here. Like the New York Giants linebackers a lot. That was a unit I would have taken over Kenny. Like you mentioned, Dan, when you take one of those good linebacker units, like so you can get to good so easily and do a lot of different things in like rounds 2 to 5. And I like the Giants for that. Denver got you there also, and they slipped into the 18th pick overall. And I thought about taking them at number 9, but I just didn't like what my quarterback options were going to look like. So I took Theismann. I spoke about that earlier, but I'm jumping ahead to my pick. But I spoke about earlier, Dan, that I want 3 things pretty much in these summer sprint and battle royale leagues. I want to be good or better against the pass. I want a quarterback who's fairly low turnover, pretty good flat, and can challenge in the bomb. And I want a good running game. So I kind of want those 3 things. And if I didn't get Theismann, I was not going to get a quarterback who was both low turnover, fairly low turnover, and pretty good on that flat and could challenge you deep, even though his long pass wrong is weird. He's got like a 9-10. It's good on right and like hardly any better on long. But there's a weird set, very weird quarterback cards, this set. So Rick, who loves to get his excellent against the pass. So, well, that's not going to happen, but I'll go for against the run. And there are some of these 4-3 units that are really hellacious. Some of these defensive lines that give you the run defense and they give you the pass rush. San Diego was like that. The Baltimore is like that. San Diego's got 22 units. It was easy to get to excellent. You would imagine if you're drafting 6th and no one's taken a linebacker unit yet, Rick could feel pretty confident he's going to get a linebacker group on the way back and get to excellent. They go 5-5, 6-6 on the defensive line, 7-12, 5-10 with the pass rush. Rick doesn't mind blitzing. He's going to get excellent. He's a very good coach. He's a 2-time Summer Sprint champion. So I think that was a very solid pick. And sometimes it depends on whose hands the pick is in. And I know Rick knows what he's doing. What do you guys think of that San Diego DL, number 6 overall?
Yeah, it worked out well.
I would have taken it's a good pick, but I definitely would have taken the Giants linebackers first. But I mean, that's a matter of choice because I think Jay and I were talking in this set, having a good run D or an excellent run D is really, really, I mean, you can always counter a good passing attack, but those excellent to good run D cards are important. Well, the excellent, I should say.
The excellent. The excellent throws you for like -2 when you're not looking. You know what I'm saying? It's like first and 10, no linebackers in the zone, -2. That can happen. Those cards are tough, but I don't think that they're as strong as I would have liked, which is one of the reasons I didn't go for Houston's defensive line. I looked at those cards. I said, if you have a good running back and good run blocking, you can run at these excellent cards. And it's not as dominant nearly as the excellent pass defense, for example. I'd much rather run at excellent run cards than throw at excellent pass cards in this era, in this rule set. But even so, he wasn't going to get excellent against the pass. So, and he's getting pass rush with it to boot. So, I know part of the pick.
If he would have taken the Giants linebackers, could he have come back and get an excellent pass rush? I mean, not pass with a DB unit.
No, I don't think so. I think you had to get one of the
Giants,
22s. I'll double check that right now. 3-4 pass combos we got here. Giants are 825, so you had to get 22.
They would have needed the Rams or New England D-backs.
Yeah, they were gone.
And where did they go?
Picks. Top 3 overall.
The Rams. What about the Rams D-backs?
2 and 3. New England went 2, and the Rams went 3rd.
Okay, so that's my answer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Usually, you need a 22 DB to get to excellence. Very, very difficult. Otherwise, because even if you had all 6s, if you had a 6-6-6 linebacker core and a 4-3, that would be 9 units. Then you could get to excellent with a 21. But anything short of 6-6-6.
Yeah, but okay, look at this. Hold on. Sorry to interrupt, but look at this. Rick ended up, he got his excellent run rating, but he ended up with an average pass rating. So if he goes with the Giants, I mean, do you want excellent average or do you want good?
I would rather be good because I said earlier, I've said many times,
Exactly.
I want the good Pats defense as much as I could. But I know that the way Rick plays, I know how he uses his pass rush. I know he's really good on defense. I know he can do a lot. I know that he particularly would do really well with that unit, so I don't have a problem. I don't think it's a no-brainer going for Giants. But like you said, I would go for the Giants probably, but I don't have a problem with the other one. What I like with the Giants, I mean, I love when you get one of those linebacker units, which just makes it so easy to get to good. In the first round, you'll see me do that sometimes. I mean, you got 9 units you pair with the Giants in a 3-4 that gets you to a good. If you play them in a 4-3, you got 9 units to get you to a good. And then for the run with the Giants linebackers, you automatically, you draft the Giants linebacker group, you automatically are good against the run. You could take
Yeah, well,
defensive line.
when did he take Tampa Bay? When did he take the Tampa Bay line? Was it the friggin' 8th round or something like that? I mean, I think it was one of his last picks.
Guy who took Tampa Bay?
No, when Brian Fulham takes the Giants, and then he can draft the rest of his team and sit back, like you just said, and take Tampa Bay's line at 8th or 9th round, if I remember right.
Yeah, that's always great when you can do something like that. And sometimes it's the 10th round, and Dr. Brian got them. No, he took him the 6th round actually.
Oh, whatever.
Okay, but I thought it was later. But he could have if he wanted to. There was stuff he liked about that unit. But if he wanted to, he literally could have waited until the 10th round and still been good against the run. All right, so then Ron took Pittsburgh's DL. Ron's a real good coach. He's had a bit of renaissance the last couple of years. Well, it's funny because Dan, before you had come on and joined our online group here, Ron was very successful for a very long time, and then he had a few years where he wasn't doing as well, and he also was having some health issues, I think. So I think those two things may have correlated. And I meant to email him asking about his health is, but his Strat fortune has certainly come back up a lot in the last 18 months. It's kind of like the old Ron has returned. Which I want to email him and talk about that, because we do email about some things sometimes, some personal stuff. They took the Pittsburgh DL. This was the first pick of the first round that really had me. I don't want to be too critical, but had me scratching my head a little bit. I just felt like, it's 6'6" Now Ron is the Pittsburgh Steelers in Somifa, and I think he's a big Steelers fan. So getting his hands on something of the Steel Curtain may have been what did it for him. But I just felt like this unit, you're not going to get to excellent against the run because it's only 21 points. And, they don't bring a lot of pass rush to the table comparatively. They're okay with it, but I mean, kind of, but comparatively. I know that, the 6'6" is nice because guys want to run to the right side behind the tight end a lot of times. But if they go blocking back and have a good blocking back, they can run the other way. But I just felt like this unit really was just... It didn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, in a lot of ways, even though it's 1 point fewer, a lot of ways I'd rather have Baltimore, because look, in Baltimore or Pittsburgh, I mean, look at this. When you look across and you're going all the way down here and seeing good. In Baltimore or Pittsburgh, unless Jay totally fell asleep at the wheel, there were 14 linebacker groups. It's 15 teams, 14 linebacker groups that get him to good. So unless he totally fell asleep at the wheel, Baltimore is going to get him to good. And Baltimore gives you that pass rush, 11, 8, 5, 7. Okay, I thought a little better, but still. But there's not much of a difference in those two groups, really. Pittsburgh does guarantee you they're good against the run. But the Denver linebackers guarantee you good against the run in a 3-4. And you probably play 3-4 with them. Okay. They would have guaranteed you good against the run in a 3-4 and giving you a very good chance, top 9 units of getting good against the pass. So I take Denver linebacker. I take Denver linebacker. I ignore my run DL. I probably get one of these 19 units, which weren't that great, in the second or third round, and I'm good. And I just don't see what Pittsburgh really brought to the table. I don't know. What do you guys think of that pick?
Okay.
Go ahead, Dan.
No, I mean,
no one wants to be as mean as Tom today.
I see what you're saying, Tom, but maybe it's a homer pick, like you said, but it's not
Could be a homer pick.
Awful pick. I mean, that 6'6" on that side is huge. I mean, I actually had that team in Brammer's consolation tournament this past fall, 79 Steelers. And
Okay.
it worked out pretty well. I mean, if you bring a linebacker up on that right side, you're pretty much covered.
Okay.
But
Interesting.
still, the pass rush, I would have probably gone with a better pass rush. But who knows?
Yeah, no,
Maybe
I don't have a problem with them being the second defensive line. Well, also, what about the Houston? What about the Houston DL over that? Because the Houston DL,
yeah.
this is the one. Now, the Houston DL, number one, they give you a window to excellent, right? Because
You got six nose tackle. I mean, Jesus Christ.
At that point, the Giants linebacker group had gone. It's the eighth pick of the draft. We all like the Giants linebacker group a lot, by the way, Brian. We didn't mean to gloss over your selection there. It's an excellent selection and one that I was going to take if they were there for me. But the Houston run D, Giants are gone. If you get Denver or the Houston linebackers, you get to excellent against the run. And the Houston linebacker group is not so dominant that they are otherwise going to go. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you look at that Houston linebacker group, they're not the Giants. They're not Denver. They're a hair below that, even though they still have 13-8, probably the same impact kind of if you're going for ratings. They don't have a lot of sexy blitzing and stuff like that. It's a fine, solid group, but they're not guaranteed to go. Giants and Denver, you knew were going to go. They're not going to get back to, but they're not guaranteed to go. And that Houston defensive line, the pass rush on there is 12-6-7 with a 12-10 asterisk off the bench, Dan. I don't think he was spending much time on the bench if you were coaching.
No, and that six at right linebacker is huge, which is one of the reasons why I was okay taking St. Louis. And, not to go back on my team, but it makes a point. I was okay with taking St. Louis because they have a 5 at right outside linebacker because a lot of these halfbacks can go deep. So if you do that and you go Houston, I mean, God, you get that 6 nose tackle. You get a 6 at right outside linebacker covering those halfbacks.
Yeah. And you got the 4-12-10 asterisk. So, which would mean you'd be 12-6, 12 with a 10 asterisk, and Walter Payton's the only blocking back worth a damn. So, and especially since that's at right end, I mean, you could pretty much start Jesse Baker, except maybe against certain teams or situations. So, like, if you're going to ask me the Pittsburgh defensive line of Houston, I know Ron probably likes the 4-3 better. Houston is the way to go there. No path to excellent with Pittsburgh. And indeed, when did that Houston linebacker group go? You never know what's going to happen. But they actually did go before it got back to him, so it would not have gotten to excellent. But that pass rush makes a difference for me. Jesse Baker, you got a 12 at left end, you get a 6-6 nose tackle or something like that, or 6-7. And then you get a 4-12-10 at right end. If you want to play the 6, you can play him. I mean, that's a lot of pass rush from a 3-4. You got 12-12-10. And that 10 asterisk on the down line in this set, well, Walter Payton's the only blocking back who can block against the pass. Most of these guys are 2s and 3s and 4s. I mean, that's pretty vicious.
Well, even if you look at the blocking backs, I took a look at this, and that's also a Galbraith pick, is that if you look at the top pass blockers in the backfield, I mean, I think half of the pass blockers that had 4 or better pass blocking ratings weren't even drafted in units. So besides Walter Payton and a couple 5s, 2 or 3 5s, there's really nobody above a 3 outside of, a few teams in the whole league. So, and I think that's why Dennis took the Detroit line, is because the left tackles are also pretty weak pass blocking. So that further, confirms what you were saying about dropping that 12-10 at right defensive end when the left tackles, I think there were 2 7s in the whole set.
Yeah, there's not a lot of 7s, period, in the whole set. I mean, forget the position. There's like
no, but left tackle for some weird reason is one of the worst in the set. I think there's 3 7s, and one of them wasn't even taken in Minnesota.
I count Minnesota 4th. I count on Dennis's thing.
Left tackle. Sorry, looking at the other side. Yeah,
I count two 7s at left tackle. One,
and I got one of them. So that's why I was thinking of the same thing.
4 at left guard, that's 6. 2 at center, that's 8. 1, 2, 3. 3 at right guard is 11. 3 right there. There's 14 7s on the offensive line in the entire set. 14 7s the offensive line in the entire set. And after the top 4 teams, nobody has got more than 2. And there's a lot of 8s and 9s and 10s and 12s. And look, there's a lot of these lines have got nothing like, look, we're good and Philly's good. They got 3s and 4s and 5s and 2s and things like that. Yeah, but a lot of us wanted them because, look, once you get past like Pittsburgh, nobody can pass block anyway. I might as well take the good run blocking. Like I got Seattle's. Then I was like, oh, that's a good value pick. I'm like, they're kind of like neither fish nor fowl. Like they can't pass block real well. And the run blocking isn't dominant. It's nice they got a 6'5" over there if I go blocking back, but I wanted something like a little like I could do something. I can't do anything with it. They can't pass block really well nor run block really well. So outside of the top 4 teams, no one can pass block real well. And even those top 4 teams are hardly invulnerable, because there's just so much pass rush out there. It's just not a modern type of thing. I mean, there's a lot of teams with 3 or 4 guys running around there, 8, 9s, 10s, and higher. When you bring blitzes and passing situations and stuff like that.
Yeah, you throw that 12-10 over there, and you get a 33% chance at a D roll and a 33% chance at getting one of those 2 ratings. I mean, that's
absolutely.
You're going to get some sacks over a year with that without blitzing.
Yeah. You have a left tackle 4 or 5 against his 12. You have a blocking back 2 or 3 against his 10, and you can free safety blitz whenever you like. To bring it up more often. So, and odds are you're gonna have at least one good blitzing linebacker, and a lot of these guards are pretty putrid. So anyway, then we move on to me. This pick I think would probably be questionable. I think a lot of people would probably not like the pick. I know that a lot of people say, "Well, Tom does pretty well," so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. For myself, I would say number 1, Joe Theismann's card is not a number 9 overall value card in my book. It's just not the impact card you want to get at number 9. You're not guaranteeing good against anything like I could have with the Denver linebackers. You're not getting some type of dominant unit like the Houston defensive line could be. You're not getting the very exciting and sexy and nostalgic picks of Walter Payton or Earl Campbell. Instead you're getting Joe Theismann and his broken leg. I don't even like Joe Theismann. Okay. But I just felt like, Dan, my own view, I know you liked Archie Manning's card. My own view is that I had 5 quarterbacks and I did not want to play with someone below those 5 because I would like to be fairly low turnover with my quarterbacks. Jim Zorn was my 5th guy, even though it's like that was mostly Jim Zorn my 5th guy, and he's not really that great. It's good what Dennis got him, okay, but he's not really that great, and certainly not a pass first type of guy. But I was already saying I wasn't going to be pass first. So I think a lot of people said, "Boy, how do you take Joe Theismann over?" One of these like Houston defensive line, Walter Payton or Earl Campbell. And I have no problem with people saying that. I did it for the relative weakness of the position. And I felt like, if I have Theismann and 2/3 of these guys have got like, Tommy Kramer and Brian Sipe and Joe Ferguson and Ken Stabler and the interceptions they throw, and I'm probably still going to hopefully be good against the pass. And there's a lot of running back depth. That's one of the reasons why I passed on Campbell and Payton, and I love those guys, of course. I said, there's a lot of running back depth. I'm still going to get good enough running cards, especially if I make sure to get some good run blocking and a decent run blocking tight end, that I think I can run the ball and play that way. And if I run the ball, fairly low turnover quarterback, pretty good flat, can challenge it deep, and be good against the pass, I always like that. I want to check those 3 boxes, barring some unusual circumstances. So I'm open to receiving criticism. So by all means, let me have it. What do you guys think of this Joe Theismann pick?
Jay.
That was rock solid. There he was. You got your quarterback. It's fixed. It's solved. You don't have to worry about it. He's not going to be a high stress quarterback. These quarterback cards, they're soft, right? I mean, they're just not that good.
Absolutely.
But but that's although he doesn't have a hit on 7 there on a short pad.
Oh man. God damn it. I should have talked to you, Jay, before I made the selection. I learned it. This team's going nowhere now.
Yeah, no, but yeah, they're just soft. They're just weak quarterback cards. Yeah. You got it fixed. Problem solved.
I'm very comfortable with the
time.
Go ahead, Dan.
At the time I went, that's strange because, I would consider you, if you had to put a gun to my head, I would think you would go, defense, linebacker, D-backs, because I know how much you value, pass defense and D-backs. But when you picked Theismann, I kind of looked at it because I had really looked at the quarterbacks because that was going to be one of my thought processes. And, I had Theismann ranked really high, maybe not 9 high, but then it's kind of, I'll use an analogy of looking at drafts in the NFL. You can't really make a determination after the first or second year. You have to look, 4 or 5 years down the road. And when you look at your team, having, that you picked up a good pass defense, you got Chuck Muncie, the New England receivers, New England tight ends with a good pass D. It worked out really, really, really well.
Yeah, it was one of those deals where, and I was planning on targeting one of those top 4 receiver groups. I think I was lucky to get New England. If I hadn't gotten them, I feel confident I would have gotten, Dallas or Miami or Pittsburgh. And even Buffalo's a pretty nice fallback. And I felt confident about getting a good rushing attack. And you say Chuck Muncie, the backup on the Saints is very good. The halfback.
Oh, yeah.
Straight. Mike Strat.
Yeah.
Good, Jay.
Yeah, no,
he's got a.
How do you pronounce the name there, Tom? I never saw him play. Is it Strachan?
I remember him from my football cards, but I don't remember how to pronounce his name.
Yeah, I'm not 100% solid on this one. I think it's Strachan. I think it's
Football Reference sometimes gives phonetic spellings, so let me look. I already had them up because of Henry Childs, which, believe it or not, I've been waiting to use this, but Henry Childs, I did not know this, and this actually makes this draft even better for me, is that Henry Childs went to K-State.
That's what I was going to guess. Okay, because there you go.
I mean, come on.
Henry Childs was one of the kings of late 70s tight end cards. He always got really good cards back in the day. Always had the high average.
K-State, man.
There you go. I think it might be Mike Strachan. I'm not certain. I'm not positive, but we'll go. We'll whatever. I know it's not Strahan, but we should use that since that's the one that we all know.
Just one letter.
But for a backup halfback with 12 on fatigue carries, I was like, that's what that really elevates the value of that pick. Because Muncie's not really like this. It's funny. Dennis and I were talking. It is Strachan, okay.
Strachan. Sorry,
Strachan. Okay. Yep. Like I'm stratting with Strachan. Okay.
There you go.
But Dennis and I were talking late in the draft or in the middle of the draft, whatever, probably late in the second half of the draft. Dennis mentioned that it was funny that he and I had kind of like the opposite teams, that I had like his kind of team and he had like my kind of team in terms of the teams that we usually end up playing with.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm going to cough a minute. Hold on, guys. And it made sense. And I didn't make any conscious effort to end up going offense first, for example. And Dennis, I don't think, we said, I'm not going to have as many big plays as usual, whatever. It just like, I was like, well, this is the best value here, and there are things I wanted, and this is how to get it. And also, like, I had taken a look, Dan, like, you talked about the running game. You talked about the good and the excellent cards, that if you have a good run defense, if you have good run blocking, rather, that you're still very difficult to stop, even when against the good and excellent run defense cards. And I talked about spending a lot of time, not as much as I will, but I talked about spending some time, let's say, in the last couple of months, looking at the running game on the draft league team defensive cards a lot more closely after my Samifa disaster of 8-8, and after I started 1-3 with SSFA, and after Zeb winning the championship the way he did with that Samifa team, his second title, and again, getting my ass kicked by Zeb in the regular season pretty much every year in Samifa, with a team that no one, with a team where no one would choose his personnel of mine in any of those seasons. Okay. And I said, well, I'm doing something wrong here, and I had an inkling in the last couple of years because my spreadsheets go average play. I talked about this in the show we did where I showed the spreadsheets. My spreadsheets go average play, but they don't, that doesn't account for the consistency of moving the chains like running the ball does, and nor all the benefits that you get from all the wrong passing calls once you start running the ball a lot. But I kind of looked at it, I said, I want the good pass defense. In the pass down, like you said, I focus defense, and I've made sure to be good, and I've gotten good against the run when I can. And I said, looking at these average and look at these good run defense cards. If a guy's got a good running game, with good run blocking and a decent back, you're not like shutting them down with the good run defense cards. They're not as good as the good pass defense card. Like a good defensive line with the 5s and 6s just doesn't shut down the run on those good cards the way that a secondary with 5s and 6s can in the bigger spots, of course, too, because you're giving them short gains and long gains against the pass as opposed to 6-yard runs and 7-yard runs. And I was like, I could live with average good and be good offensively, especially if I have a pass rush. And I think that's a better way to go. And that is what I ended up with. So, it doesn't mean I'm conceding the run. Doesn't mean I'm going to let guys run all over me without trying to stop them. But I just felt like there wasn't that much of a benefit for the good against the run. So it's one of the reasons I was willing to go a little more offensively. And I really wanted to be able to run the ball. I thought I was going to get that jet unit the way it was slipping. I was surprised it was slipping, the fullback unit. I was really surprised that slipped. That was a great unit where Rick got them. But when I didn't, it was like I was going to Ricky Bell. But then I looked at things, and I looked at things, Ricky Bell. Yep, and we talked about the blocking. And I was like, Chuck Munchie's more of an off-tackle and run guy. If I get an offensive line with, like, good offensive tackles and I get a fullback who can block and I get a good tight end who can block, off-tackle and run is just as hard to stop as linebacker off-tackle if you have good run blocking, And thankfully, Muncie doesn't have a bunch of minuses on the end and right. I mean, it's not a very good card. But you don't have the -7 on 5. You don't have the sack number sitting there, and stuff like that. So, and there's other short game right and wrong there at least. But so I felt like, if I get the blocking for that, if you look at those M-Run 0 linebacker cards, and you have good tight ends and blocking backs and offensive tackles, that's a pretty nice column for an offense to attack. The drawback, of course, is you can't do a draw play out there because we know guys love to get past and bring up linebackers. And there's a lot of good blitzing linebackers. The guys like to bring the blitz outside. But if you can do off tackle and run, you can kind of play games with that. And the good thing, of course, is that they have to cover somebody. So if they want to blitz that guy and you throw him flat to one of your backs who can catch, that helps. So I kind of fell into this. I was still one of the Jets offensive or Philly offensive lines because I'd much rather play off tackle. But that's what I ended up with, the team I ended up with. All right, so moving on down the road.
Can I rewind you? You were talking before about the Jets fullback unit. The top of round 3, that's when I was looking at running back. And I was looking at Cleveland or the Jets or Kansas City. And I was back and forth between those Jets and Cleveland. And I loved the Barkham card off of out of the tight end unit. It's very similar. I guess I wound up going with Cleveland, but boy, it was not an easy choice at all. And I'll let you talk about it. I'll explain why I went the way I did with Cleveland. But look at those guest right flat card hits. 14.
Yeah, Russ Francis has that.
What did you say, Tom?
I said, Russ Francis has it like that too. Now, Dan, these guys, we know they're not Henry Charles, Dan, but we're still happy with we're still admiring these comps. Yes.
I have a +19 guess right flat pass.
Yeah. On 9, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jesus
that was awesome. I love that.
Oh.
And I'll
probably hit it too.
Although, I mean, hey, 19 is awesome. But 10, 11, 12, they're all first downs too.
That's right.
That's just a sweet. That Barkham card surprised the heck out of me.
Yeah, it's a good card.
Yeah. Newsom's got a good card too.
Well, and Pruitt, I mean, you
Pruitt's
and I talked about this, Jay, is that in a set, this is just my opinion, in a set like this, you talked about it, Tom, in the 85, a lot of these running backs have good yards guessed wrong, but it's just so nice to have those friggin', I mean, it's not like he has barbell card, and look at those friggin' 2 and 12 rolls. I mean, Jesus, it's so nice to bust a 65-yarder or a 77-yarder or a 50-yarder every once in a while. And it's just demoralizing.
Is it better? card. Look at the Gaines card though too now.
Well, a couple of things. I would have gone the way you did, Jay. I was talking about maybe I'm going to get the Jet card. I assumed the Cleveland unit would be gone already. I had at that point in the draft. I had you see my tight end fullback thing is messed up because I sorted it by number 2 running back now. But I had if I needed a lead back, I had Cleveland number 1, I had the Jets number 2, and I probably had Tampa Bay number 3, but which is kind of like an okay, kind of more of a fallback. Cleveland and the Jets bring much more to the table than Tampa Bay. I feel like Cleveland number 1. Pruitt's got way more. Look. When you're talking about 2 really good units, obviously I'm not putting down the Jet unit. Both of those units are very strong. I love the Jet unit because on just the card quality, right? The Clark Gaines card. I love that Clark Gaines card.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people still like to guess pass, and you got that linebacker off tackle, and even around end. The right, you don't want to do it too much because it guess right. I mean, that's really, really nice. That is a really good card. And as Rick pointed out after he made the selection, Kevin Long is a fine backup. You can definitely use him and run him and get some carries with him. All right. He can receive a little bit. But on the Cleveland unit, Pruitt's got so many more carries than Gaines. And don't go to sleep.
Yep. Look at Cleo Miller compare even to Kevin Miller. Yeah.
Cleo Miller is kind of the key to what separates this unit from the Jet unit, I think, because he's that linebacker is nice in the wrong column, and he gets a good yardage guess right. His end run is good guess wrong, and his receiving is really is pretty good. The yardage is not bad. There's that 7-yarder there that kind of ruins it, but the short pass is pretty good. He can receive, so I like the combo for the carries I'm getting from Pruitt and Miller. And you could even, go blocking back with Cleo Miller if you want. And it was a 0 pass block, but none of these guys can pass block, and keep him in the game for his receiving if you want to, or when it's Cleo's time to carry the ball, you can block him back with Mike Pruitt if you want to run around end or whatever. So I had liked, and I think Ozzy's probably maxed out on short pass. I think I got Ozzy, who's not maxed out on short pass. Okay. I like Barkham's 5 at tight end. I'm getting big on the run blocking again. But again, we're almost splitting hairs, right? Because both of those units are very, very fine units. And I probably, at the time, I think I had Cleveland ahead. Mm-hmm. Now looking at it, I probably still keep Cleveland ahead because of the carries. With their Cleveland unit, how many carries is Pruitt? If it's 249, what is that? Is that like that's?
He had 264.
So I think that's 27 on fatigued.
I don't remember, but yeah, it's quite a few. And then what's Cleo gets?
12. It gets you, I think 12. I think so.
Okay.
So we only 39 carries. So that's like 30. That's like 39 carries right there. Gaines at under 200 carries. So I think Gaines is down maybe around 21 on fatigued. So your quality on the high end isn't there quite as much. And I like Miller's receiving a lot. Let me see how Pruitt can receive. But yeah, but they're both really good units. I think either one of us. I think any one of us would be happy with either of those units. Would you agree?
Yeah. It was a tough call, but I did like. I went because Pruitt had so many totes, and that's why I went there.
Yeah,
and I think he's better guessed right. I think he's stronger guessed right.
I love that Pruitt card. I mean, if I had Peyton, Campbell, Ricky Bell, and Pruitt as my top 4, and if Campbell was gone, I can see myself. I could have seen. This is what's funny. I could have seen myself taking Ricky Bell at 14. He ended up going in the 4th round, and I got to tell you, I almost went instead of taking New Orleans and Galbraith and Childs. I almost went Ricky Bell in the 4th round with the Pittsburgh line, and I was just gonna friggin' Earl Campbell and Ricky Bell up the gut 40 times a game and see what happens. I swear I was gonna try that.
Zeb Strong's dream.
Well, they're both good enough guessed right So, there wouldn't be a lot of keys, and you could just, I mean, god damn, you could just pound. And if you had, and then I was going to just sit there and wait and take a 12 guessed wrong long pass and, mix in one of those every once in a while. But I love these leagues because you can experiment. But
Yeah.
Ricky Bell lasting to the fourth round was obscene to me.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, Ricky Bell, because I had him as, I think, the number 3 fullback originally, and originally that's what I was going to take, right? When the Jets went, now I like the Cleveland and the Jets units a lot, okay, and I would have taken one of those two. When those went, if you needed a lead back, right? Because again, these units are different if you need a lead back than if you don't need a lead back. If you need a lead back, you want Cleveland and the Jets. If you don't need a lead back, well, you still want those. The Jets unit is still a good complementary unit because the Gaines card is so good. I guess wrong, but if you don't need a complimentary back, then you're more interested in the New Orleans group that Dan got because they didn't need guys to run the ball well, or the New England group that I got because they don't need those guys to run the ball well. I'm not saying you would not be interested. Of course, you would take Cleveland and the Jets over those groups, but there's a bit of a different dynamic when you still need that number 1 running back to when you don't. So Ricky Bell, like when it got to my selection, I needed a number 1 running back, and the whole time I was like, well, I'm going to take Ricky Bell, and get good interior run blocking and pound with him. But I was feeling like I don't know if the offensive lines were there that I was going to get in the 4th round. Like the only center 6s with Pittsburgh, which I thought might not get to me in the 4th round, Dan. I was drafting ahead of you in the 3rd round. So I thought that you might take that unit. I just had a feeling that you were going to do that. The LA Rams, but then I got to invest and take the Rams. I got a left guard 4 is a 0 pass block. I'm looking at the 5s like St. Louis. They got a 0 left tackle. I'm like, I have to. I take Ricky Bell. I have to get a good center, and now I'm going to have to spend a pick I don't really want to spend on one of these BS units. And then I looked at New Orleans harder because Chuck Muncy's got a much higher fumble that I'd like. Doesn't really catch that well. But Straken, his carries are good. And I started looking at the offensive lines in a different light, looking for off tackle because Chuck Muncy's probably his best column was off tackle and run. And I said, well, look, I got the Jet offensive tackles. You got the Philly offensive tackles. I said, you know what? So not only that, no one's going to take these groups high because they can't pass block. So what a great idea that is for me to take Chuck Muncy. And then, of course, those units started going before it got back to me in the 5th round. And I think, or was it after that? I don't know. But anyway, I didn't get them. Maybe I waited too long.
Even though I had Ricky Bell higher than Pruitt, then again, this is how a draft falls to you. If I have Kenny Anderson, I'm going Pruitt because people are going to be I'm going to be scared shit when I play Jay because of Kenny Anderson's card, which is going to cause me to call a little bit more pass. And Pruitt, I think, is just a little bit more dangerous, guess wrong, than Ricky Bell is.
Yeah, there is that problem with Ricky Bell as your lead back. Problem is subjective. I'll say 2 things. Number 1, I have no problem with this card, particularly with a good defensive team. If I have a good defensive team, I'm going to play conservative in offense. Look at these yards I'm getting, guess right. Plus he's got the short gain, guess right. Now, if I'm playing a little more of if I have a more of a conventional approach, I'm saying that Ricky Bell is not going to generate a whole lot of run calls because people are going to look at his card and say, what's the big difference between right and wrong? Dennis, yeah. I think Dennis used this card. We had a mini 1979 league several years ago after Summer Sprint, Dan. We did an 8-team, 8 guys drafting only out of 12 teams or whatever. And we did 1979. I think Dennis had this Ricky Bell because he did not like it because he was complaining that no one would call run against it. Talked about that. So there is an issue with that Ricky Bell card that's a problem. I'm not talking about pairing with Earl Campbell, but we're talking about certainly going to get plenty of run calls, but we're talking about sort of him as the lead back,
Well, I almost refuse to take a running back that has, zeros or +1 on 2 guess wrong because that's just, as bad as a 77-yard run is a soul crusher for the defense. Getting a 2 guess wrong 0, you just might as well walk away from the computer. Jesus.
Yeah, Give me 1 minute, guys.
You okay, Tom?
I think his voice cut out on just a smidge.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know the
Go ahead.
All right, guys. I had to clear my throat there, and
Yeah.
I magnanimously decided to mute the mic because it was a pretty loud hacking there.
Tom, you need some bourbon, buddy.
I had a Scotch and soda a little earlier, Dan. So
All right. So all right. I respect you for that. Good.
but I don't drink during the show. Well, for number one, I'm not a big drinker, but I can go there.
I drink when I play
You know what I'm saying?
and during shows.
Well, I would never drink when I was playing. No way, I could never do that.
I beat
But
Dennis
but
last night. I beat Dennis last night and Ed tonight drinking bourbon. So how's that?
There you go.
Keep at it. But Dan, what I was saying was I don't drink much, but I can go there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
I've got a pretty strong game. We got pretty good genes in this side of the family for that sort of thing.
Ask Jay how much I drink at Brammer.
Well, I know. I got Jay.
He's still up at 3 o'clock in the morning after having, knocking it back, and he's still jabbering away at 3 in the morning. I'm like, I gotta sleep.
We're gonna get Tom out there at least 1 year, man.
Yeah, well, that's because he's a Republican, Jay. He's got that hard-working work ethic. Even when he's drinking, he's like, "I'm not going to give up. I'm gonna keep going for it." So it said we used to be able to joke to each other about being Democrats and Republicans, and now it's like we can't anymore because people are so sensitive.
Oh,
I know.
Yep.
Like that type of joke was fine with Dan. I know Dan, but it's gotten so bad. It's like it's just horrible. I hate the way politics are right now.
Yep, me too. All right.
Yeah.
I hear you.
That's why Strat's better. So,
Yep.
yeah, we were talking. So let's get back to Ricky
I'm
Bell's
in the
card.
pass rush party.
So you beat Ed. What was the score of that game?
Oh, Jesus. So listen to this. So he's got me 14-3 in the first half. Brandon Williams gets injured beginning of the second half, which gives him a 0 at nose tackle. And I got Gurley and Mixon. So I'm mixing in passes and line bucks, and he's got me. I'm up. What was it? It was 19-13. I scored a touchdown midway through the fourth to go up 20-19. He comes down, scores a touchdown to go up on me, and then with 30 seconds left at his 25-yard line, down 5, I hit a 2-roll nose tackle, 33-yard gain for a touchdown on his 0 to 1 game.
Oh, wow. Did he stick around long and talk to you about it afterwards, Stan?
Good game, user dropped. So
that never happened.
And I don't blame him, man, because I would have done the same thing. So Jesus.
Ed is not known for his post game conversations sometimes. Yeah, how many timeouts did you have left?
I had none.
Oh wow!
I was going to run up the middle and try and gain, 8, 9, 10 yards.
Whatever.
Get 2 shots at a pass at the end zone. Trying to get out.
It was Gurley or Mixon?
It was Gurley.
Nice.
Because I wanted to have the threat. I wanted to have the threat. He had 4 outside linebackers, so I wanted the threat of going deep or going flat.
Yeah, you pop a short game with Gurley, and then you got 2 shots at a short pass. Sure.
Yeah.
But,
so
I lost a game that way. I don't know if it was the first. Did you beat? No, you don't have Isaiah Crowell in SSFA, do you?
No, no. What did I have him in? Samifa? I had him in SSFA a couple of years ago.
Somebody beat me this card set, either first quarter SSFA or in Samifa, with Isaiah Crowell, almost the exact situation you identified, with like, I want to say 15 seconds left. He did a run with Crowell got the long gain on 4 on linebuck. And he did a run. He did a line buck, and I don't think he rolled the 4. I think he rolled something else, like a 12. That was like a plus 27 or whatever. I don't remember the card, but he rolled something like that to beat me. It was pretty hard. It was pretty soul crushing.
I think it might be Arizona and SSFA because he beat me on the last play of the game at the 8-yard line with an off tackle guess wrong on Crowell.
There you go.
So it might be that guy because he's got a pretty good record. I don't know who that is. Arizona.
That's Kurt. That's Kurt Retzlaff. He's got a couple of titles on his resume, SFA and Samifa. Yeah, he's a very good coach. A little under the radar at times. He not always the best GM, which Kurt wouldn't mind me saying, by his own admission. But when he gets a pretty good team, he does tend to do pretty well. So you can check the. I haven't looked at his year by year. You can check the SSFI year by year coaching grid that I finally put together, which is up on the website.
I'm gonna look at that right now. How's that?
Ed always makes me rename it because my name is like. My name is like SSFA year by year coaching grid after the 2018 season, and it's like my website won't let me load it, so I always have to rename it YBY year by year for Ed. So
where we at? Kurt won the Super Bowl in 2008, and 9-7, 6-10, 4-12, 8-8, 9-7, 11-5, 14, 4-12, 8-8, 7-9. So.
He won a soft, but he's had lousy teams most of the time. Like I said, he's not a very good GM, but I'm sure that he won a SOMSA title recently. I think he beat Ed in a big playoff game. I can't say I'm sure. I think he won a SOMSA title recently, at least one. He might have two of those over the course of that league. I'm not sure. He's a good coach under the radar.
Oh yeah, I've been in a bunch of leagues.
The most out of his talent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is better than getting the least out of your talent.
Let me see. SOMSFA, he has 1-1 in championships. So yeah, he's got one in SSFA and one in SOMSFA.
Yeah, and then another Super Bowl appearance there. So okay. So we were still going down the first round when we last checked.
Hey guys, I got to take off. Thanks for doing Tom. But I actually have to work in the morning. So, but thank you. We'll see you guys soon. And it was a lot of fun. And Dennis, thanks for doing all this. It's a neat league. So
absolutely. Go Kenny.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks guys. See ya.
Just not against me. All right, Jay, see you later. There you go. All right, I'll go back to how do I do this? I want to share my screen. Do that. Okay. There we go. All right. Just you and me, Dan. Okay. So let's see. Let's see. And we've talked about a lot already. So actually, the show probably won't go too much longer. Maybe half an hour. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe 20 minutes. We'll see. I always say that, Dan, and then I go longer. It's different with the rookies, as you know, because I like going deep in the weeds in the rookies.
Yeah, like you said, you got to go for it in this league.
Yes. Yeah, which is great. And that's what's so great like about this league, this format. And I do like it better with the older seasons. Like you said, you've already used you've already seen these cards a million times when you're doing the current season. By the time you're deep into a battle royale season, but here it's like when's the last time you busted out one of these older seasons if you're not in one of the leagues that's playing one of these years? So it's nice, and the names are great. So and the different style of play, and so I like these leagues. Like you could be 8-3, and the other guys 3-6, and it's not like oh I should win. Because he's got a pretty good team. Everyone's going for the year, so it's the games are always competitive, or can be, or likely to be competitive. Anybody can beat you at any time, and you got to kind of, you can't just expect to beat somebody. You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely, totally agree. This league is really tough. I love it. Summer Sprint's one of my favorites, actually.
Yeah, it probably is the league that I have the most fun in. Regarding like the playing of the games and this type of draft because it happens so quickly. In the modern leagues, I love the drafting. The games aren't as much of an enjoyment for me as the drafting in the modern keeper leagues, and I much prefer this to the battle royale because of the era, like we said, and like the coaching quality. When you talk about Dennis, Jay, Rick, I'm there. Ron Martin's got some for titles in his background. You made that. Yeah, you made that. You made the Super Bowl over there, and you do well. Joe Golden's made lots of Super Bowls in these leagues now.
Joe's got the worst championship game luck in the world, man. Jesus Christ.
Brian Fulham, I've only known since last year, but he's been really good in the couple of seasons I've been in with him, and he including in the Super Bowl now. I play him tomorrow night, Battle Royale Super Bowl. So there's a lot. And Paul used to play in this league. And we didn't have all these guys before. We didn't have Brian before. Joe and you were only been around a few years, but Paul at times has played in this league. If you had come on, it's crazy, So anyone who's listening, if I did not mention your name, it doesn't mean that I think you're a bad coach. Some of these guys I've never played before. This guy Greg, I don't know who he is. I played one game against Aiden, Brian Lewis has only played a couple of times, so I'm not saying you guys aren't good coaches. I'm just saying I have played many years with all these other guys, and I can speak to their quality. So and stuff like that.
Well, Nathan used to play in this quite a bit too.
He plays Battle Royale. He had an uncharacteristically poor season. It's funny with Nathan because he likes to do some unusual things, and he's very creative. And sometimes it can be a little boom or bust for him. He can do things like he had an autumn win team where it's double counting, and he had pre-starting Case Keenum, who was flat pass only, who you remember from that playoff game you had him with the injury to Aaron Rodgers. But I think it was a card after that was better than that card, but it wasn't the one good Minnesota year. He had Case Keenum. He had all fours on defense in that league, double counting, and was like average, and he made the Super Bowl. Okay, and he was doing some funky things on offense and on defense. And he's got some championships in recent years, but then he can have a year where he does some crazy experiment. It doesn't work out, So and that's what happened to him in Battle Royale this year, and probably some bad luck as well because he's obviously a very good coach and GM. But he's always interesting because he's always doing interesting things, or capable of doing some things a lot differently. But he told me he doesn't like to play summer sprint because I guess he's a little younger. He doesn't really know the players, doesn't have the attachment to them. But he plays Battle Royale pretty much every year. I believe. All right, so continuing the first round, Mike Nemo, Finding Nemo, there he is, picking 10th. Took the Pittsburgh second. That's a nice, solid selection where I'm going to make sure I'm good against the pass. What do they got? What's it going to look like? They got Mel Blunt. They go 4-6 at corner, 6-5 at safety. It's a 21 unit. I think in a 4-3, I think they guarantee you good. Yeah. With a 4-3, they guarantee you good against the pass. And with a 3-4, so that unit guaranteed you good against the pass. Now you could say if you had taken the Denver linebackers, he would have guaranteed good against the run. And if you then invested a second round, and then took a DB in the second round, he would have been good against the pass. So
you got good anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm saying hindsight, but I'm just saying ahead of time. Another way to do that with the 2 units in the first 2 rounds is if you get the secondary like he did that guarantees you good, then you can maybe take a defensive line in the second round that guarantees you good. What do you end up taking in the second round? He took the Minnesota LB, which was a solid unit, gave him his good against the pass automatically, and then he ended up waiting on a defensive line. This is my own grid that I do because I hate that thing Dennis does. He lines them all up, top to bottom. Dennis, if you're listening, do a nice grid like this. This is what's tricky with it, and he has this. I've given him this before, but he likes his way of doing it. What's tricky about this, Dan, is that when I'm doing the draft show, you lose track of what direction the draft is going in. I know logically, even rounds is going bottom up, but I'll be talking in the middle of the show, and it'll be like the 6th round. Like, oh, he took this unit over that unit. And I'm like, oh no, and I must do that like 7 times if I'm doing a show. So that's what's tricky.
You see my head, it's going like this because I'm looking, I'm visualizing where it's going up and down because I don't even know which direction it is anyway.
Oh, this thing? Well, the rounds are here.
Like when you put this up, I like this a lot. I like it better, but I also go down 1, up 2, down 3, up 4.
Yeah. It's a little tricky. Yeah, it's a little confusing that way. But what's nice is you can very easily see what the guy did first, second, third, fourth, fifth round.
I like Mike's. I like Mike's team a lot. I mean, to sit there and get, to get the good, which is always a priority, and then, those Wilbert Montgomery, and I think Sipe is good enough, guessed wrong to be dangerous. I mean, he's got. I think that New Orleans line is good run blocking, so I mean, he can play D and run Wilbert.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled. Wilbert's got a pretty high fumble, I think. I got Chuck Muncie, so I should talk. I mean, Sipe. I mean, the flat pass a little shaky. The picks are there. I mean, you're gonna have a problem.
I like the short. I like short wrong though. I mean,
5'11" looks nice. It is only 19 units, and he's not bad, but I think I think that, and Wilbert I think is a little chunky, isn't he? Let me check it out. Wilbert's got the very nice receiving, I know. This is an interesting year, Dan, because you talked about the downfield, like short pass threat and long pass threat of a lot of these halfbacks. But even like that, there are guys like that who are like good short and long who aren't that good flat. It's kind of unusual, you know. Like Wilbert's got like a decent. Lewitt's got like a decent card, but with the fumble number he has, which is 53. When I list the fumble number here, it is basically half right, half wrong.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be exact because I've tried to get it exact, but it's unless the guy is like minimum. A lot of times it's off by 1 or 2 numbers, but it gets in the ballpark. So 53.5. That makes him like you divide by a quarter. It makes or multiply and then divide. Multiply by 106. That's not right. Anyway, it makes him like a 35-70. You know, so like that 70 or 72. Guess right. That's a problem. And his card, I mean, he was on my list. Don't get me wrong. You know, his card's not bad, and the short pass, long pass. So it's interesting. Like a guy normally, like nowadays, if you start back with this short pass, long pass, he would have 7 only on flat, right? At worst. Yeah. But in this set, it's not what we have. You know, so it's interesting. You know, so I think his offense, even though I like the offensive line with the Saints, which is can run and pass block, I think his offense might struggle a little bit. I've looked at the whole team. So we'll see what happens. The turnover is always an issue. I've got to deal with that with Chuck Muncie, so we'll see what happens. But I like the Pittsburgh pick. The Minnesota pick was nice to get following it up because that, I think, guaranteed him good against the run or made him very likely to be against the run. He had to make sure he got one of the top 7 units to get it. And some of these are going to be almost certainly 4-3s like Dallas or Detroit. So there were 3-4s that were going to go in there that aren't listed here that don't have the asterisk. So he made sure that he did that. And he got Dallas in the 6th round to make sure he got that good. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, the Pittsburgh pick is solid. I might have gone Denver. Yeah, I might have gone Denver, and then I might have gone knowing I'll take a secondary in the 2nd round. But then if like the 20-point secondaries go and you have to take like a cheap 19, you hate to do that. I've been in that position before where I took a linebacker group in the 1st, and then somewhere in the 2nd I had to take a secondary group that got me to good, but they really weren't that great, and I really didn't they really weren't worth the pick on their own, you know?
Yeah.
All right, then we got Jason, who's undefeated. Want to know, beat Dennis 14-10 earlier tonight. Yeah. Took the Philly DL, which I think is a very solid. Well, this is what was confusing. That they're a good unit, but he took them over Houston, which doesn't make any sense at all. Actually, now you look at it because you got Houston goes 5-6-6 with the backup to end 4-12-10, and even their starters go 12-6-7 on pass rush. Philly goes 5-6-5. You have that starting 12-6 there, so you don't have to worry about losing the run rating. But Houston also gives you an avenue, especially drafting. He was drafting 11th. He had a very nice he had a very reasonable chance. It looks like it wouldn't have happened otherwise, possibly a reasonable chance of getting to excellent against the run. So I look, the Philly unit is real strong. That's a great unit to have. But I think you have to take Houston first, especially because you have the chance at getting to excellent. What do you think, Dan?
Yeah, if you look at it, I mean, again, it's all personal taste, but like you talked about that 5 on that right end with that 12 asterisk with the weak left tackle blocking could have been a consideration, and you still have the 6 nose tackle. And maybe, yeah, I mean, but you get that 12 on the other side, though. I don't really like, as a pass rushing guy, if I have the option to get a plain 12 without an asterisk, I'd more likely take that plain 12 just to eliminate that stupid free safety 50-50 thing. So I would have been a guy to take the Houston line, but I can see the Philadelphia line, especially with the horrid pass blocking in backfields with the asterisk.
Yeah. I like the Philadelphia line themselves and stuff. I'm not as worried about the right end 5 having a good defensive right end in this era, particularly because the blocking back isn't sort of a natural offense in this era. It's always good to have good defenders where you want, and guys will go blocking back. I think quite a couple of guys at least will a lot. I think you and I will a lot. I would have gone Houston because they got the avenue to excellent. I agree with you about the asterisk, but usually it's a 1, 2, or 3 guy. In this hit, the 6 is nice. I'll take in Houston because Dennis gives you credit for the 6, and then you can play Jesse Baker as much as you want. So that would have swayed it, I think, for me. And that 10 asterisk, just sitting there is going to get you a lot of sacks. So,
well,
and
the zero, a lot of people are going to try end runs because they're juicy guess wrong columns, and with that defensive end, I mean, what has he got? 3-4? Is it 4-3 good? Yeah, 4-3 good. Let me see.
No, Philly's playing a 3-4.
Oh, he's playing a 3-4 good. So 3-4 good. I mean, that defensive end is 1 yard on a 6. It's 3 yards on a 12. 2 yards on a 3. I mean,
yeah, the big 11 or plus 47, I think.
Yeah, you can never get that 43-yard gain. So, there's somebody said for having that 6. Yeah, I'm talking about Houston. So I probably would have taken Houston. I probably would have taken Houston first, just because, like I said, the combination of the asterisk thing, it gives me 2 6s on the line, and I can free safety blitz my ass off and not worry about getting screwed with the asterisks.
Yeah, I hear you. Absolutely, yeah. But even having said that, the Philadelphia unit is certainly a very strong unit, certainly worthy of a first-round pick. Yep. I like the unit. Anytime in these older seasons, you get a down lineman with a nice asterisk, like 6 or higher or something, preferably like 7 or higher. It's really nice. And some of these guys like Dennis with Baker as an 8, and then here with the other Baker, Jesse Baker, as a backup 10 for Greg. Those are really, really strong to have. Then we got Greg's picked number 12.
Well, now, this is interesting. One more thing on Jason. I mean, if you look at that, I mean, I'm pretty psyched if I'm Jason coming out with a good defense and Bradshaw and Ricky Bell. I mean, he can definitely move the ball with that. There's no doubt. And the Houston, I like it. I like that team. I mean, that Bradshaw card, even though it's got high interceptions, is very, very dangerous.
And New England usually got some good pass rush in that linebacking group, and he's playing a 3-4. They go 4-6-4-5. That guy right outside that 11, left outside the 12 with that 2 asterisks, which I know we don't like because of that rule, which is a stupid rule. I wish you could suspend this, just at least suspend it for draft leagues or something. Yeah. But that gives him some help there. Always nice to have a 6 against the running inside linebacker to help you down near the goal line and short yardage. So that's a nice linebacker. Good to pair with that. And then what's interesting, he took the Washington secondary over, I think, the Denver one, choosing the free safety 0. And he's got the corner 6'5" and safety 6. So if he gets his pass and doubles with the free safety or blitzes in with the rushers he's got or moves him somewhere, you'll probably see a lot of that. So he's going to hit with the defensive back in zone. I'm not sure that there's probably not much difference between free safety 0 men between Lopez 0 men against 5s and 6s and Lopez 1 man with the 0 free safety. Although some of the completions are 27-29 instead of a long gain. There is usually a long gain on 2 or 12 or something like that. I don't know if I'm thinking of average or good, but either way. So that can kind of work.
Good is 211 long gain and a defender 29 at 12. So, I mean, you're looking at 4 chances out of 36, and one of them is only 29 yards.
Sure. No. You're talking about no men? You're talking about
no men with long pass. And actually with 1 man, you got, defensive back in zone 29, 4 chances, 5. So there's 6 chances. One of them's a long gain at 2, but the other ones are less than 30 yards.
Yeah, the difference you have there, big difference is the clean long gains and the increased receiver readings with no men. There's probably 4 or 5 units of clean long gain probably on a good 0. Maybe it's only 3 units. I don't think so. I'm not sure. And some more receiver readings. That's nice. The danger comes in, of course, with the long pass wrong no men, because then those receivers cards are even especially in a set like this, are pretty dangerous. So, but long pass right in the men with this secondary, I think you're in pretty good shape. And his right outside, I think, is a 5 from what I looked at. And the left outside is, I think, a 5 also. So, yeah, his defense might play real well. Okay. So yeah, that was Jason. Now here we got an interesting spot. Greg was up at number 12. The Houston DL, we just waxed prolific about them. It's a great unit, okay. But a lot of people got to start wondering here what's going on with Earl Campbell and Walter Payton. Dan was probably one of those people happily wondering what's going on with who. I'll take it, but what's going on there? And I felt like even with some of these other defensive line picks, I'm cool with San Diego. Wasn't throw with the Pittsburgh pick. I can see the Philly pick. I would have taken Houston over them. We just talked about that. But with some of the other defensive line picks, it's real to me. I really want to be good against the pass, because it's not just a good card versus the average cards. It's to get to good. You got to have some 5s and 6s running around. So you've got the better cards and the better defenders. On your average, you got some 4s running around, and a lot of guys can run the ball, and things can get a little dangerous down the field in a situation like that. So I could see like saying, you know what, I'm going to risk the good against the pass because I can get some pass rush somewhere. I'm going to take Earl Campbell or Walter Payton because you need to run the ball, and these guys are great. And not only are they great, they're so great to play with. These legendary players that we were probably all big fans of. So Greg apparently is not a very experienced coach in Strat football either, is what Brian told me. So I would say it's harder to manage pass rush if you're not that much of an experienced coach. So giving a guy Earl Campbell, Walter Payton, and saying, okay, you're new to the game, whatever you do, give this guy the ball 30 times, okay? And play off of that. Like you can kind of manage that a little better, not to mention the fun factor of using one of those two guys. So Brian told me after the fact that, Brian, I hope you don't mind me saying these things publicly. We talk, it's no great secret, I would say, but there's Joe again. Oh, I removed Joe from the stream. Brian.
Joe, buddy.
He got his mic muted, so you're not going to. Oh, there's Butch also. Okay.
Butch.
Hello, Butch.
Hey,
so,
Butch, they need more. Butch, they need more PPE at your hospital, buddy.
Butch, we need more cowbell. Oh, yeah. No, I get it. Butch and I spoke briefly early in the crisis when he was overwhelmed with his work. The medical supply stuff, right? That's what he does, something like that?
Yeah, he does. He's a supply chain guy for a hospital, and I represent docs and communications and government affairs, so we talked a little bit about that.
Something like that, yeah.
There's Butch. How's it going, Butch? Okay, he beat his mic. That was all he had to say. Okay.
Yep.
A man of few words. That's all right. So we got down to here, and after the fact,
gentlemen, how are you?
Hey, how's it going, Butch?
All right, we'll stop saying hello because he keeps.
Yeah, there we go.
I think he wants to be left alone. He sounds like he's either sleepy or he's been interesting products. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who knows.
As a Pitt alum, he wants me to compliment his Tony Dorsett pick. So.
There you go.
Oh, wife is watching TV. I know how that goes. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. So we got down here.
All good, guys. Just didn't want you to get the background noise. That's all.
Okay.
I thought you were telling you to shut up.
So we get down late first round. Greg's on the clock at 12. Brian and I spoke after the selection. Brian said he told him not to worry about the halfback group because one of the three, Chicago, Houston, or St. Louis, would be there for him on the way back. And I was like, Brian, I don't think one of those three is going to make it on the way back. Definitely not Chicago or Houston, because number one, Chicago and Houston weren't going to make it back just on their own quality. No chance. And on the fact that no one drafting 13 or 14 in this set is going to okay. If you're drafting this at 1979, the first thing that comes to your mind is like, oh, Earl Campbell, Walter Payton had a really good year too. O.J. Anderson, Rookie of the Year. Oh yeah, I played with this set growing up. That's like the first thing that comes to your mind if you think of 1979. So someone who's drafting 13th or 14th, there is no way that they're going to pass on Earl Campbell or Walter Payton when they didn't even think they were going to be there for them in the first place. Like before any of us opened the set, we would have assumed Walter Payton and Earl Campbell would be top 10 picks. Before we did any analysis, we would assume, you know? So when you're sitting there at 12 and they're there, it's like, wow, I just got a gift. And I'm picking my second round pick only like, 7 or 8 picks later. I can get a good defense still or whatever if that's what I want, So I would, on their own, the Campbell and Payton picks are definitely worth more on their own than Pittsburgh DL, Joe Theismann, Philly DL, and Houston DL. As great as Houston DL unit is, just on their own as card quality. So anyway, but to say that I think it's going to get back to them in the second round, you're asking all three of these guys to pass on those guys twice. It's not like they each go once and then Greg goes. They got to pass on them twice. No one's going to say no to Payton and Campbell twice. And then O.J. Anderson's card, I kind of like it. I was probably going to wait and go for a lesser running back because there's depth. We talked about Cleveland and the Jets, and even Ricky Bell we talked about. But that O.J. card,
some big fumbles.
The big fumbles are a problem. 35.5, better than some other guys. Even Peyton was 23.9 and Earl's 21.5. But I know what you're saying. But, it got some similarities to Ricky Bell. I could see that you wish there was more going on wrong. 6-11. He does have some big runs if you're doing the off tackle wrong. So there was a chance that OJ would get back. I think I even told him there was a chance for OJ, but also a good chance not, because if you're drafting 15th and Campbell and Payton go ahead of you, and you pass on OJ, you're not quite sure what you're getting on the way back. Maybe I could see guys just not being through with Ricky Bell, although outside of the big runs, how much difference is there between that card and OJ Anderson's card? And Ricky Bell did go a little later than I thought he would have, like you said. But anyway, so not pretty beating up Brian. We're just talking about stuff that happened during the draft, okay? And Houston DL is an excellent unit, absolutely excellent unit. So I think if Greg wasn't inexperienced, I would have felt differently. But it was unlikely that any of those three were going to get back to him. And there was no way Payton and Campbell were going to get back to him. Do you agree with that, Dan, or no?
I had Payton and Campbell grayed out before my pick. It wasn't even a thought when I got 14.
Yeah, you didn't even look at them.
No, not at all.
Yeah, they'll be gone. Like I didn't look at Roger Staubach. It's not going to happen. But it did happen. We'll get to that in a minute. So he takes Houston DL, which is a really good unit, and he gets the linebackers in the second round, so he's excellent against the run. Those excellent run cards are very strong, absolutely. Houston gives you the pass rush. But again, I really think good against the pass. I did some mathematical analysis on this 5, 6, 7 years ago. Good against the pass is where it's at. Of course, excellent is even better. But I kind of told this to Brian after Greg's first two picks. I said, ideally, not even ideally, as a philosophy, I really want to come out of these older seasons. When I say older, we're doing late 70s and 80s. It's different if you go to the 50s and 60s. But the summer sprint years we've done, I want to be good against the pass. I want to have a fairly low turnover quarterback who is pretty good flat and can challenge deep, and I want to be able to run the ball. And after Greg's first two picks, he had none of those things. He had a possibility at good, which he ended up with, okay? But it wasn't a guarantee with that Houston LB group. He didn't have a quarterback who was going to be able to meet the description I laid out. And he didn't have anything for the running game, either running back or a great offensive line. No one would take an offensive line there. But I'm just saying. So I think from that standpoint, I think if you don't have an inroad on one of those three things at the end of your first two picks, you're putting yourself in a difficult spot. I don't know. What do you think, Dan?
The excellent run is good. I like that. And the good pass, he got that. But DeBerg's card is okay. Tyler fumbles a lot, but it's a killer card guess wrong, and Riggins will
Yep.
pick you up a lot of good yards. So I don't know what San Diego's O line is. Is it a good run block line or no?
They're strong on the right side. They've got 6'5" at right guard and right tackle, and like nobody else can kind of block. So you do have a strong side.
Defense with those. If you can play defense, man, with that excellent good, you can cobble together some points with that offense. So it'll be interesting to see what he does.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because before the show started, I was thinking about some things. Sometimes I think about not being so harsh or trying not to be so harsh with my criticisms during these shows. And one of the things I was thinking of was, I do look draft pick by draft pick, but at the end of the day, I think two things. Number one, you got to look at the final product. If the final team looks good, then it worked out. But sometimes, how much of that is luck? Like I know Wendell Tyler has a lot of fumbles on his card, but a 6th round is pretty nice for that card. He went the fumbles on it. Considering what else is gone, and then even Washington with John Riggins, nobody took Atlanta. I know the tight end sucks, but I had thought like under certain circumstances, if I had gone defense first or whatever, if I ended up having to live with like William Andrews as my lead back, okay, I guess I have to live with it. Like I could get by with that if I was very defense oriented, So I think Riggins late in round 5 was pretty good. I probably would have pegged him slightly earlier too. I kind of felt like some of the lead running backs, maybe like after Ricky Bell, like I thought Ricky Bell would have gone earlier. Like Butch, if you're listening to this Detroit pick, I don't get that pick. I know David Hill's got a great card, but at the time, Butch had no lead running back. And the Washington group has got no kind of receiving tight end at all, but. I don't know, like the Washington group, if you need a lead back, the Rams group, I guess, despite the fumbles, if you had some kind of deep passing threat or something, might be interesting to try to play with.
He fell into Minnesota with pretty good. They don't have any maxed out long receivers, but Sammy White and Ahmad Rashad, they're pretty good.
Talking about Greg, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, and the San Diego offensive line is not bad if you want to run the ball first and you couldn't get something better. You know what I'm saying? Yep. They got the 6 on the right side. If they're a good blocking tight end and he has a 5, you can run power right. And you were saying earlier that you feel like, hey, one side is enough, which it can be. And he got the Berg, so that can work. So I think the final product worked out pretty well for him. But even though I do think there's an argument to be made to, hey, just look at the final product, I do also think you can look draft pick by draft pick and say, well, I don't know if this is what should have happened here, So, but who knows?
Completely.
So, something like how much of it is you felt you maybe didn't make the best decision and ended up with a good situation, which can happen at times to all of us, right? So, and not that these are bad picks. I'm just saying maybe some of it also is that I don't know Greg, and Brian said he's inexperienced. So I kind of feel like he can't take advantage of the Houston pass rush as much as I'd like, and it did end up good against the pass, but those jet corners are pretty bad. I think they're 4-0. They're 4-0.
It's tough to do that pass rush. I mean, you and I have talked about this, and there's a lot of hesitation, I think, among a lot of players to leave those flat zones open, and you got to have it's 11:09 at night, so the FCC won't be mad. But you gotta have that, bucket mentality and, send everybody once in a while. And I think a lot of people are really, especially in this set with no dump off. I mean, you run that risk. You don't want to leave that zone open. And if he can use that pass rush, that's one thing. But you gotta have balls to use a good pass rush, and you gotta. It's like being that closer, man. You're going to give up that 3-run home run in the bottom of the 9th every once in a while, and you got to come out the next night and, throw your fastball and count on it. So,
well, this era, this era is certainly the pre-West Coast offense era is certainly an era where you want to be aggressive with your pass rush. Even me, Dan, and I've gotten better with it in the modern game in the last year and a half or so, but I'm not where I want to be with it. But even me in these older seasons, I will blitz a lot. That '85 team, I think I had over 70 sacks. I might have had over 80 sacks with that team.
Absolutely.
So even I will use it because the offensive lines are they're just overwhelmed. I mean, just forget about it. So, but I do think it's one of the more difficult. I think it's one of the most difficult things for an inexperienced football coach to learn how to do. Is to utilize the safety blitz and the pass rushing. And some people are just conservative by nature, like Michael Reeves. Michael Reeves' coaching has improved a lot. He can coach pretty well in this format, the no dump off white tie 6 format. He likes to get good and stand around. He likes to build a ball control offense, and it works for him. He has some success with that. He made the playoffs last summer in summer sprint. Is not playing this year. Okay. But like in summer sprint last year, I think like his first pick was like this hellacious defensive line. And I was like, but Michael, your nature is not to blitz. Your nature is not to blitz blitz anybody, much less the safety. It's like every now and then they'll send one guy. It's like so it's like I had an SSFA team a couple of years ago with ridiculous pass rush all over the place, and I didn't know how to use it right, and I didn't use it well, and I didn't come anywhere near close to maximize the advantage of it. Where like if you or Dennis or even Paul like had that defense, you would have done a much better job with it. Okay, I've improved a lot in that area, but it's just some people just aren't a natural fit. You know what I'm saying? It's just not a natural fit.
I'd love. I can't wait to play him and see what he does with it.
Yeah, so because we all know if you have a great pass rush, you got a safety blitz sometimes. More than sometimes. All right, I should do this. You want a safety blitz. I mean, if he's playing against, come on now. Here we go. We got Seahawks 10. Oh, Seahawks in the show.
Hey, Dennis, buddy.
Let me finish this one thought, Dennis, and I'll put you. Then I'll add you to the stream so we can get all your input. But if he's playing, if he's playing, 2/3 of these offensive lines. I mean, Seattle has got 23 pass points. That's like the fourth best one. They go 4-7-5-3-4. They have no chance against the Houston defensive line with the safety blitz and a couple of blitzes. No chance. And this is like the fourth. This is the fourth best pass blocking unit in the season. So I mean, you bring the safety blitz and play off of it, And now, unfortunately, that Jet secondary safety 6 is corner 4 and 0. So it's a little harder. And let me get I'm so glad Dennis is with us. Let me add him to the stream. Island's in the stream.
If you just look at the math, I mean, Dennis will confirm this hopefully, but just look at the math. I mean, even when you get a shitty pass blocking line, if you have a knockdown pass rush on D, there's still, you got to wait for that D roll. So 2 out of 3 rolls, you don't even have a chance to get a sack, even if you call pass and send anybody. So you have to pre-safety blitz, and you have to have the balls to do that, because then you end up getting 5 out of 6 chances. And if you blitz everybody, even if you blitz everybody and it hits the quarterback's card, it's just right. Big deal. Take your 7-yard gain. Good luck. I don't care. I'll, live to blitz the next play. You might hit the receiver wrong, which is 10, 15 yards. I mean, big deal. That's a short pass. Good luck. 1st and 10. Let's try again. So,
yeah,
I'm not a big guy. I don't care about the sniper scope. I mean, I'm rarely burned by the sniper scope. I think about a week ago in one of my leagues, the sniper scope got hit 3 times. I mean, I've gone games where I blitz 70% of the time, and the sniper scope never even comes up. So, I mean, Dennis agrees. I mean, you got to bring the safety and you got to bring the heat, and that scares the shit out of some coaches too. So,
especially back then, it should scare the shit out of you in this season.
Yeah.
Right, Dennis?
Yeah. I mean, the blitz is I hate to say this, but everybody should be blitzing at some point. You can't. It's a weapon that some coaches just leave in their bag and never use. I mean, there was I think somebody in Autumn Wind who had like one of these like 6'6", 12 outside linebackers, and the guy would never bring him. Maybe Doug Riley or somebody like that. It's like, man, what are you doing? Give me that guy. Let me use him. So, no, totally agree. Yeah, I can live with the quarterback gets right or the receiver gets wrong on a halfback. And remember, if they throw to the halfback and it's an asterisk, and that's the only guy in the backfield, that's an auto sack. So it's tough. It's tough to defense against the safety blitz. And then this set, it's going to be, I mean, Jay told me when he's like, hey, did you guys like leave that rule in where you can't blitz on first down? I said, no, we took it out a couple of years ago because the pass blocking seemed to be okay. But we didn't really look at the set ahead of time. We should have done that because I think this is one of those sets where you could justify leaving that kind of restriction in on first downs, but it's kind of artificial. I hate to
Dan,
do that.
Dan, can I see a big thumbs down?
Yeah, thumbs down. We already had this discussion. I mean, in this set, it's nothing. But if you have a Dan Marino or a Fouts in some of these years, and you tell me that I can't free safety blitz on first down, I'm throwing short every single play.
Right.
Because it's 66% of the time you're not going to get to me, and if I've got Fouts and a good receiver group, then there's no fear of you ever getting to me 2/3 of the time.
Right, but with no jump off, you can mitigate that by double teaming. So I mean, there's strategies against each one of these moves, and there is strategies against the blitz: run draws, throw flat, go deep, and hope for a 1X. So I see what you're saying, but it's gonna be like I ran a couple sims. My team in particular, I remember it's like 60 sacks, 60 sacks, 60 sacks, one time 46. So it's going to be tough for some of these teams.
Dennis, you said your team is giving up 60 sacks in the sim?
in one of them, I remember for like 60 sacks.
Why so few?
I just got lucky that one, I guess. So.
Okay. But it's funny, Dan, because I've come full circle. Dennis may remember this or he may not. I bet he does remember because it's a bad memory. Dennis, do you remember when I first came into like Battle Royale and I was arguing with you about like all the rules for a very I was arguing
multiple seasons, multiple iterations.
Yes, I was arguing about all the rules for a long time, But I've come full circle on the free safety blitz because I do feel like look, you got it is not insurmountable. You have, look, you got to be able to run the ball. You can throw flat passes. If the guy is not going to, if you can run the ball well, the guy cannot simply free safety blitz you and call pass every single play and be successful. So he's going to have to do some other things. And that's where the cat and mouse comes in, and there's the points like in some of these seasons, like 84 Marino, or like when you played, Dennis, when you played Jay Villing in that IFL championship game, that Kenny Anderson card was sick. Was it 74, 75? There was a really sick card on Kenny Anderson. So it's like, why does this guy pick first in the draft? He gets Kenny Anderson, and I'm picking like 8th, but I put together a really good pass rush, and I can't use it on first down. What the hell is that? He gets to use Kenny. He gets to use Kenny on found. So I've come full circle on that, and also these leagues, Battle Round, Summit Sprint, are Dennis used to advertise them as what is it? Anything goes. What was the phrase you used to use? The
Wild West. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah, and I used to give him a hard time with that because I'm like, it's a Wild West, but you've got I can only go nickel in the last 5 minutes of each half, and
quarterback in runs are limited.
There's quarterback in limited, and there's running back fatigue. I said when I was growing up, I played with these cards. I was growing up, we didn't have running back fatigue. If you wanted to call pass all game, I was going to give Eric Dickerson the ball 45 times. So there's like a natural counter to no running back fatigue. You know what I'm saying? So, I used I think is the '89 Cowboys. They went 1-15. I used them in Strat. Troy Aikman he was a rookie. He had a great end run quarterback card, and a big part of my offense was giving Troy his healthy 10 to 12 end runs per game. So
Wait a
if
minute,
you're
Dennis. How come you're not using that Troy Aikman end run card in Tecmo, man?
Well, I don't think you can bring him in, and then you have to keep him in. So I'm giving up Rippon's bombs. I have Rippon and Aikman in his rookie year in that league. So as much as I'd like to, and he's been injured a couple times, so I've used him. And then when he comes back in the second half, I was able to go back to the other offense. But it's not a bad idea. I was telling Dan I should have traded him instead of, because my team looks like it's not going to make the playoffs now. So anyway, another story.
Should trade Rippon or Aikman?
Rippon, because I drafted Aikman as a rookie, and I had Rippon has like a really good 89 card, and so I was trying to use it, make the playoffs this year, and then trade him next year. But
yeah, so Tom, listen to this IFL. So Dennis and I finish. I mean, Dennis made the playoffs, I think, last year, and I just missed it. We're in the same division, and Jay's brother gets number 1. Obviously going to take Barry Sanders because he has Steve Young. So if this isn't par for the course for our styles, Dennis trades up to number 2 to get Troy Aikman, and I trade up to number 3 to get Derek Thomas.
Oh, very nice.
So I'm in heaven with Derek Thomas, and
Yeah, beat me last night with him.
Were both you guys in the inaugural draft? That was 1988. Was the inaugural, right?
Yes,
we were both there. They put Butch, me, and Dennis. Dennis, and I are in the same division. I mean, you want to talk a friggin'. And then some other guy, I think, won the division last year, Windsor. So we had a really tough division. We have a really tough division of coaches, but it's a fun league. But
Windsor is like, he's a nice guy, really nice guy, but he drafted just based on the 89 season. So his second round pick was Icky Woods, who had like one great season, and that's it. So it was kind of funny.
Yeah. Dennis, you said that Windsor's a very nice guy?
He's a nice guy. He's a really good guy.
And where do they finish?
He finished first in the division
last year.
Yeah,
so
nice guys finish.
He's gonna be. He might be last this year, but I was 9-3 going into the last quarter last year, and I lost 4 games and missed the playoffs.
Oh, ouch! That is rough.
So, but on the blitz thing, I mean, Jay and I have had this discussion a lot because I bitch to him all the time about this Tecmo league, about not allowing blitzes on first down, much like I did on this summer sprint a few years ago, and use the same arguments. And he says, we have so many sacks, and even after third quarters, we had the third quarter, I think teams had 60 sacks. 3 teams had over 60 sacks. And, my response to that is, you're playing an era where people ran the ball more often, but I think we have owners that still play this current style of strat, this current style of football. And I think there are too many sacks because you're not running the ball enough. I mean, I don't necessarily.
Look at my game. Look at my game today. I don't know if you watched it, but I played Georgia, and I didn't, with that terrible line, I didn't get sacked at all. I ran like crazy. I was trying to outweigh him by playing just a low-scoring defensive game, but he got late touchdown and I couldn't score at the end. But he didn't sack me once. And that's because I ran so much. So you're right. You can mitigate it.
I mean, I want to do some analysis. And I told Jay this. I don't know. Maybe it's anecdotal, but I want to look back and see if, the run pass balance in Tecmo is similar to what it was in the NFL in 88, 89, and see if we're passing a lot more. And if we're passing a lot more, then sure, sack ratings are going to be up. Just like I'm absolutely positive that everybody bitching on the forum about how sack numbers aren't where they are in the real NFL is indicative of people not blitzing enough with current sets. I think it's the reverse. I think it's absolutely,
But some of those,
no, go ahead. I was going to say those threads on the forum, just make me laugh so much. Like, hey, does anybody have success with the Patriots? I just can't seem to do it. Man, you guys are just bad coaches. I'm sorry, but some of these guys who just do their solo replays, if they would just spend a year or 2 playing online, their coaching would go through the roof, and then they'd be able to go back to their solo replays and learn how to win with the 2018 Patriots. It's not that hard.
I think although I did look over that team, Dennis, they're poor against the pass, and Sony Michel's not that great, and the Brady Club's not that great, so I could see some issues. But some of those sack complaints, some of them, not all of them, Dan, are from guys who do like Sims. and I run the sims like, the sacks are down for this season, So there's a little of that, but I know what you're saying. You're both right. I'm sure there's more passing than the NFL in '89, your league. You guys play dump off White Day 6 or no?
Yep.
Okay, and then I'm sure that most coaches don't blitz nearly as much as they should, So, but I'm coming around to that, guys. I'm starting to blitz some more. Don't worry.
I've been sacked 29 in 14 games. I've been sacked 29 times, and if you go across my line, I think I have 4-4, 3-2-5. So, I mean, I got Bernie Kosar, so I'm running and flat passing, and I've been sacked 29 times in 14 games.
There you go. In 1989, that's not bad at all. So, now, Dennis, I watched from the middle of the third quarter on, I believe, in your game, your Georgia Storm game.
Yeah.
Now, is this the wrong venue for asking you a couple of questions about a couple of moves you made there?
No, I should have taken the field goal. I know that.
Did he go for it on fourth down? Did he go for it on fourth down from his own 4?
No, he didn't.
Not today.
But yeah,
I'm kidding. You kick my ass all the time.
And I should have been King Bell. I should have been King Bell a lot more, calling out more run. It takes me a while to get used to a team, but
it does, yeah. Well, I the two things that number one, of course, Dennis is far more successful than me and wins more championships than anybody, so I should not be questioning anything you do. But you said you said you were waiting him out. You said you wanted to wait him out, and you had this great defense, but you were leading 10-7, and in this era, you went for him 4th and 11 from his 34. Now, modern era, you can't punt there because it's going to be a touchback.
right.
But these punches are like 6 is like 40 yards, 41 yards.
I didn't think about that. I'm used to my normal style of play.
In this era, with that defense, good and excellent, you punt in no man's land. I mean, 4th and 2, maybe you go for it, sure. 4th and 11 in no man's land, you punt, and there's a good chance you're pitting him inside the 5, and you let that defense go to work for you. Not only that, his punter sucks also, and you got Leonard Thompson. He might be looking at a 20-yard net punt in a couple of plays, and then you were leading 10-7. That field goes 2 to 8, 11, and 12. I know your kicker, you don't like him, but 4th and 5, 2 to 8, 11, 12. You go up if you kick it and make it. You're 13-7. He needs a touchdown against your defense to go the length of the field, which he got anyway. But I was just like, boy, Dennis.
But you ever get those feelings though when you think you're going to miss a field goal? I knew I was going to miss that field goal.
Absolutely.
I knew I was going to miss it, and the play that I got was a 9 or an 8. It was one of the numbers that I would have missed the field goal on. So that's just one of those things. But you're right. I should have really been aware of the punters, the difference in the errors there. Should have at least tried for the field goal. I just had a bad feeling. And
no, if you have a bad feeling on the field goal, I totally understand that because I swear that every time I have a bad feeling and try it anyway, I miss every time. So if you have the bad feeling, by all means, go for it. So
Well, I'm telling you, it's not field goals. I mean, you know how I feel about kickers, but I'm telling you, man, I can't tell you how many times a punt is in the air, and I'm like, let it fucking roll, and I hit return, and I get a fumble. So that feeling, you gotta trust that gut feeling.
Did you guys real quick? Did you guys cover Dan's victory over Ed today? Nice big plus 20-something run on his last drive by Todd Gurley. I was in my head. I'm like, man, use Mixon for plus 31 to win the game. And I said, no, he's going to do it his own way. And sure enough, Gurley was perfect. That was a great call.
I wanted him. I needed him to think that I could possibly go deep to Gurley. Right. That's because he has the 4 outside linebackers, but he has good secondary. So if I put Mixon in there, and then Herndon can't go deep, Jonnu Smith can't go deep, D.D. Westbrook is on a 6. So I didn't know, but my thinking was like, Ed's going to say, if he beats me long pass, gets wrong, then that's a bad call. If he beats me.
And he stuck with that 0 nose tackle when he saw you running. You ran earlier in the drive too. He should have brought in his 5. Oh, gotcha. I thought, why is he not playing? He's really going for the pass rush in this situation. I didn't know that he lost the nose tackle.
No, he lost the nose tackle, but his 5 middle linebacker is a 0 against the run too. So it really put him in a bad position. So as soon as he lost Brandon Williams, I went 3 wide.
Nice.
And just pounding them up the middle. And, I got lucky. I mean, but,
Yeah,
but
testament
let's
to
be
Ed that
serious.
he's 10-2 with that team that has two linebackers that are 0 against the run. So
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it was a lucky win. And it was an injury related win for sure.
take it.
But Dan was saying also earlier that that at the 25, 30 seconds left, if he gets just gets a short game there or a double box there, and I think Gurley has got like a plus 21 or a plus 24 on like a 3 or 11 on linebuck. If he get a 15-yard short gain, now he's probably got 2 shots at a short pass for a touchdown. So
Right.
and with Gurley's short gains and the double box and the nose tackle 0, there were a lot of good numbers to hit in that situation.
Well,
short pass.
And Tom, what you don't know is, or maybe you do, but if I'm inside the 10 or near the 10, I have Deshaun Watson as my quarterback. So, I mean, short pass. Must run can kill you if you don't make it without a timeout, but still gives you some opportunities.
Absolutely. So I doubt it. He doesn't strike me as that type. So, but who knows? Well, who knows? He's a family man, but who knows? You could be a family man and drink bourbon, but you know what I'm saying. He's the wholesome family man. I don't know what I'm saying. I just see Dennis drinking on the air. That's all I'm saying. So, all right.
Actually,
where the hell are we?
My kids. So my kids, I lobby, as you know, and one of the state senators in the state owns a craft brewery here in Portland, Maine. So I think it was about a month ago. My 2 girls are walking. And I turned into my street and they said, "Where did you go, man? We're in quarantine." And I said, "I had to go get some beer because I'm trying to help her business and, get beer." And they said, "You left to go get beer?" And I said, "Yeah." And my middle schooler looks at my high schooler and said, "This is how we're going to die." So you talk wholesome Dennis family man. And then you talk about, Dan going out of quarantine to grab a case of Hefeweizen, craft brewery.
Well, you should have told him when she said, "Hey, this is how we're going to die." Just say, "Hey, it's not Budweiser, it's not Coors Light. This is the good stuff."
Easy now.
Oh, hey, there's Keith. Hey, Keith, how's it going?
Hey, doing good. Don't be talking about Coors now.
I don't know. I don't like any alcohol. That's the thing.
Hey, since Keith is on, I'm going to get bourbon. I'll be right back.
Sure thing.
My dad used to drink Coors, so.
Now, Dennis, Keith is wondering why you are so unpatriotic picking on these American beers when Dan is mentioning the German beer.
Well, I'm just saying, like, everybody talks about craft beer and, the good stuff, whatever, but they always criticize, the big beer corporations that it just tastes like water or whatever. So I don't know. They all taste bad to me. I don't have a good opinion on beer. What's funny, I don't know if you remember this on the forum though, but there was a guy, Chris Carl, that used to talk about whiskey.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love that thread. It was entertaining to me just to read about how him describing the different flavors and stuff. I couldn't discern any of those subtleties. It just all tastes like crap to me. But I just liked reading about it. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. So.
I hear. Hold on one moment, Dennis.
What's that? Oh, hold on. Okay, so. I think this might be something that we should think about doing on a more regular basis. Not necessarily like a league show, but maybe we should think about doing like a Friday night Strat chat or something crazy like that, where we just get together, talk about whatever happened that days, even if it's just for an hour or something. I think that might be entertaining programming to certain people who are interested in our leagues or just interested in Strat.
Yes, certainly maybe once every 4 or 5, 6 weeks, or for starters, or at various intervals, just talk, just general Strat chat, opening up to everybody, and Samifa and SSFA and Summer Sprint and Battle Royale, and then maybe not, and maybe that one other league has to be by invitation only, because there is some.
No.
Now, Dan, are you eating pizza?
Yeah, absolutely. Drinking a beer and eating pizza.
Nice.
And another idea I have is something like this. But you know how when there's a big playoff game and we have somebody broadcasting it, why not every once in a while go away from that format? Like if we were all just sitting around here watching Dan play Ed.
That's right.
Just not doing the play-by-play, but just talking about the game. That'd be kind of fun too.
Like the guys on MLB Network.
It's like the national championship game for college football does that all the time. They throw like 4 or 5 coaches on there, and they just watch. Actually, the Chiefs Super Bowl. I watched that Super Bowl so many times. About 3 weeks ago, I watched one that had Joe Montana, Brett Favre, and I think some like one of those announcers. They were just sitting there shooting the shit, watching the Super Bowl. They weren't even showing the Super Bowl. They were just talking about the game. I think that would be great. And I also want to do a draft. I also want to do this during a draft, like Samifa draft.
I see the appeal of that. I like that.
Yeah, I like Dennis's idea of MLB Network has done that for a while. Like if you ever watch them during the games, there'll be Howard Reynolds, a couple of the guys kind of talking casually while the baseball game is on. It's funny, Dan. I've thought about doing a live draft. There's one of the things that concerns me is, and Dennis, of course, Dennis is like, if it's fun, I don't care about the other nonsense. And Tom's like, Dennis, my precious draft picks. What are you doing to me? So it's like one of my concerns would be like somebody yelling out, hey, anybody take Roquan Smith yet? At like number 12. And I'm like drafting 13, and I'm like, and the other guy's like, wow, he's still available. I'm like, God damn it, it's like that would be one of my concerns. But maybe we could tell guys not to do that.
That's no different than typing it in the box. I mean, yeah, you could do that for sure. But can't mention any player names until they're taken.
But I'm sure we've had it happen in like fantasy football drafts, and it just happens. You just deal with it.
I don't care about fantasy football, Dennis.
I'm just saying that's the only thing I can think of.
I cost myself Ronnie Stanley, and Nick Kwiatkowski.
Nick Kwiatkowski. I was going there. Man, you beat me too.
I cost myself Ronnie Stanley and Nick Kwiatkowski, Dennis. I can't have any more of that nonsense. But Dan, I diced Dennis horribly in the Battle Royale semifinal. You were watching some of it, right? He got horribly diced.
Oh God, I saw that. You got turnovers and yeah, I mean.
The only thing he was missing was a special teams fumble. So you can tell Dennis is muted us now, and he's doing something else on the computer because his eyes are looking elsewhere. Now he's here.
You can hear me, right? I'm just looking
knowing
at
Dennis. Knowing Dennis is
Mr. Koo.
Talking to us.
I'm looking at Twilight Struggle right here. I'm playing against Tom. This guy loves coups. He's like the instigator of coups all over the place. Drives me nuts.
Dennis, some of these countries need to have the proper form of government. And evidently, whoever's in charge there is doing a good job. The AC, I don't want the window closed. Okay, and what country am I in that game, by the way?
You're U.S. in this one.
Well, then freedom and democracy are the fundamental pillars of Western civilization, and we cannot have these horrible Asiatic foreign form of government. Dennis, have you heard about the purges, the Stalinist purges? Come on now.
I'm gonna come after you in Central America. So let's see what I can do here.
How am I doing in Central America over there?
You're doing pretty good. You got Nicaragua. You got Costa Rica.
What? I like cooing. What's wrong with coo?
You are coo-cooing everywhere. Okay,
did I take Cuba? Did I throw you out of Cuba?
That was the other game. I think this game I still have Cuba. Oh no, you did throw me out of Cuba in this one, but I went back and got it, I think.
Okay. So. You took Mexico and Cuba, and I threw you out of both of them, and then you took Cuba back, right?
Right. But Tom's a master at this game because he'll wait. Like when I get a scoring card, I want to use it right away when I have an advantage. He'll just keep sucking me out of there, knocking me down. And next thing you know, he got like 11 points in Africa. I was like, what the hell? So you could have played that. You could have played that scoring card a lot earlier, but you kept it until it was like the maximum benefit. So
it's 20 points. It's 20 points to win, Dan.
Yeah, I'm dead in this game.
He's conservative by nature. I know that about Tom.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But Dennis beat the crap out of me last game. But so we haven't figured out the game yet, so we don't even know. But I think you might be better as it's different the risk, but I would say
it's really, Dan, it's really good, especially somebody who,
It's really
who
layered.
works in politics like you. If you have any interest in the Cold War,
really
you
cool.
love this
God,
game.
man, that's like I have the CNN. I purchased the CNN series on the Cold War like 20
You got
years
to play this game. It's like, I don't know, what is it? Is it free on Steam or is it?
$10.
It's on Steam. It's like $10, something like that.
I play Steam. I play Friday the 13th and Dead by Daylight on Steam all the time. So that
Yeah, so look, at least put it on your list. Yeah, and you can play multiple games simultaneously. It's kind of like,
oh man, I'm all over it.
Yeah, playing like a board game online, and
yeah, it's interesting, Dan, because it's a board game. It's a board game that they put on the computer. Dennis introduced me to it last year. I never heard of it before, but so it's got a map of the world, it's a Cold War game. Starts right after the World War II, I guess, right, late 40s, whatever, early 50s, and you have a certain amount of influence in each country. It's like the game starts and the Americans are controlling Western Europe and the Russians are controlling Eastern Europe, and Asia's all over the place and the Middle East are all over the place. And there's a deck of cards, and it's like each country has a stability number, right? The higher the number, the more stability. The lower the number, least stability. Okay, and it's you get dealt a set of cards, and each card's got a number on it, 1 to 4, and you can use that card to increase your influence in a certain country, but you have to be bordering it or already have influence there, or the card has an event on it. There's a Fidel Castro card where all American influence in Cuba is wiped out, and the Russians automatically get maximum influence in Cuba. But if you play the card for the event, then the card is taken away from the game. So the Russians can only play the Fidel card one time, And then you can do coups. There's a space race, and at first it seems pretty straightforward. And what I've learned is the more you play it, the more complicated you realize it is.
Yeah,
it's really a lot going on. It was really brilliantly designed. I only played it maybe 12 times or whatever, which is more than Dennis. I know Dennis thinks I have an unfair advantage because I played it online a little bit, but a couple of times. But
no, I don't think that you have an unfair advantage. I think, like you said, we're both learning, but I think that
I played more than you.
You've figured a few things out ahead of me. But Tom, by using those things, I eventually learned how to use it. I never did coups hardly at all, and now I'm learning how powerful they are. But it's one 2005 Board Game of the Year or 2006 International Gamers Award. They play it at those board game conventions and stuff like that. So it's well thought of in the board game whatever theater. So, but yeah, give it a shot for sure.
Cool.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Dan, when I'm America, I have a tendency to lose control of Israel. So
that's because you're a Democrat.
There's this one card that's Arab-Israeli war. Democrat. And you have a 50% chance to win the war, but when you win, you replace all of the other players' influences with your influence. I surrounded Israel in this game with all, USSR controlled countries. So Tom didn't get any bonuses. And when I won it, it was when I attacked him, it was 6-4. When I won it, all of his 6 turned into Russians. So it was 10-0. I've never seen a country with that many armies on it, but there's nothing I can do with them. It's not like they can march around in Risk. They're just stuck there.
Yeah. There's
they're not armies that
march around.
Yeah, they're not armies.
They're influence points.
They're influence points. So you have a guy set up there as the prime minister of Israel that's, a communist through and through.
Diplomacy. I get it.
Kind of diplomacy, but it's a 2-player game.
Yeah.
But there's 3 rounds. There's early war, mid war, and late war, right? So early war is 40s. Early war is 40s and 50s. Mid war is 60s. Late war is 70s and 80s. Okay. And I learned, Dennis, from playing the mid war and the late war. I've got a lot of anti-American cards, especially late war in the Middle East.
Yeah,
there's that. There's that Muslim Revolution card that is a real bitch if you're the Americans, and so I was like, you know what? I don't want to invest too much influence in the Middle East here in the 1960s when they're gonna have all kinds of problems there in the 70s. So I was like, let me go for Africa and the Americas and I think I was doing well in Asia. But the game's not over. Like, you can be up by a lot. We had a game. Remember that we had a game. We played like 3 or 4 times.
And I blew
Dennis
it.
was
I was up 19-0 as the Russians. The Russians had the advantage in the early game.
In the beginning,
about
yeah.
a little part of the midway. And then after that, the Americans have more of an advantage, despite the Middle East problems. But I had him on the ropes, and I could have played a couple cards differently, and I would have won. But Tom came all the way back, kicked my butt.
It's 20 points to win, and you get these victory points. And Dennis had 19 points. So it's like he was on the verge. Yeah, well, it's always zero. It's always zero because it's like it goes up and it's always zero. So it's just you're either plus 0 to 20 or minus 0 to 20. So you had 19 points. It is 19-0. It was the cusp of victory, and I came all the way back to win. I think you forfeited. I think.
I did a coup, and when it was DEFCON 2 and it was a nuclear war, it resulted in nuclear war.
Yeah, you have to be careful. There's a DEFCON in the game too.
I was going. I wanted to go out on my
1.
terms. I didn't want to get bled out slowly. I was going to go out right away.
Yeah, but I was already winning. You saw I was winning.
Yeah.
Well,
he would have bled me.
It was like start a nuclear war.
Yeah, it went from like 19 my advantage to 14 his advantage.
Yeah, if it goes from DEFCON 2 to DEFCON 1, whoever made it go to DEFCON 1 loses the game.
And it's not just the position. It's not just the score that matters. It's the position on the board. And that game, Tom was up on the score, but his position was way better. I didn't have any influence anymore. Yeah.
So the key here, my key question is, can you blitzkrieg? So.
There are some blitz type moves you can do, but there's no German blitzkrieg. There's no.
If you have like the China card, plus one of those cards, Dennis. The China card is big. The China card goes back and forth between the Russians and the American. If you have the China card, and then that card that lets you reclaim the China card, you do that to me this game. I was like, oh my god, I was so terrified. If you have the China card and you play it, and the other guy gets it, and you have a card where you can take it back from him, it's like that is soul crushing. That's worse than the dreaded 5. That's like the
China card. I like it. I took a lot of Southeast Asian classes in my poli-sci degree, so yeah.
Yeah, one of the cards is Nixon plays the China card or something like that. Where so that's like it's
there's a Cultural Revolution card that hurts the Americans, and then there's a Nixon plays the China card that helps the Americans.
It's cool. It's all historical events practically.
So what do you think battle summer sprint guys are going to do when they drop into this part of the
they're all going to download Twilight Struggle, and then we'll start a league of that. I feel bad for who do we go? I feel bad for Aiden and Joe Golden because we're the only first picks we get yet. All right, so we're down to number 13. Yes, we've covered a lot of ground so far, and we talked a lot of things. So, but we're looking at number 13, Aiden Fulham, right, Dennis?
Correct. That's
I should not use. I should not use full names, I guess, unless I have the. Plus, I just realized I think he's a minor. But
I'm not sure about that, either way.
No, he graduated high school. He's good.
Yeah, I think he's
that's
like.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so Aiden Fulham, he got Walter Payton, number 13. Now, Dennis, we covered a lot of ground, so you're going to say things that we've already talked about, but we certainly want to hear your view. Now, as a guy drafting number 2 overall, 3 overall, and taking a DB unit of 22 points, how surprised were you to see Peyton Earl Campbell down there at number 13?
Yeah, it's. I think that a lot of people were scared at getting stuck with, certain units that, kind of depleted quickly. But I was very surprised. I would have taken them probably in the middle of the draft. Like I love running back cards. So yeah, it was an eye opener.
And I wanted to ask your opinion about this now that I have you on the air. I asked the other guys, and they didn't seem to mind it. Dan didn't like it at the time, but he liked the way it turned out. My Joe Theismann pick at number 9. I was saying that the card is not, because I want Dennis's opinion. I'm sorry, guys, for going with my own pick again. But to me, the card itself is not worth the number 9 overall card. But I didn't like where the quarterback position was going after Jim Zorn. But the card did not have the value, certainly, on its own, of a Peyton or an Earl Campbell or of that Houston defensive line. What did you think of the Joe Theismann pick number 9 overall? Be honest.
I haven't even looked at his card yet, so let me look at that card.
I'm really glad that we got you on here, Dennis. We can get the hard hitting commentary.
Oh, he was going Jim Zorn the whole time. He didn't even look at any other quarterback.
Yeah, why don't look at Theismann's card? Huh?
No, I mean, when I'm picking 3, you rank the top 3 things. I
No,
knew
I
that I
got
was
you.
going
I
to get one
got
of the
you.
22 secondaries.
I got you. No, yeah, I like I said
No,
earlier,
there's nothing wrong with the card. And I think the thing is that look what was available to you. There wasn't Zorn went early 2, right? Or early 3. Early 2, right?
late 2,
Early
early
3.
2, early 3.
Early 3.
Early 3.
So maybe I would have
but,
preferred, but you can't guarantee that.
But Zorn, I would have
better.
settled. Zorn, I would have settled for Theismann. To me, Theismann is a lot better.
A lot better, yeah, because you have the long gain on 8 straight, long gain on 4, long gain on 2. Yeah, no, I think it's worth it.
The short passing, I think, wrong is also kind of big in this set. But anyway, so you were or were not very surprised at Peyton and Campbell down there at 13 being available?
Yes, I was surprised that they lasted that long.
Like before we prepared for the draft, you would have said, "Come on, Earl Campbell, Walter Payton, top 10 picks, easy."
Well, yeah, but when is the last time we had so many quarterbacks going round 1? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that run on quarterback.
We've had quarterbacks go. 4 is not that many per first round. 4 quarterbacks at 15.
Especially
I don't know. Still have to bring up the 85 draft. I don't know, but yeah, but okay, but anyway, no matter how you slice it, what a steal for both Aiden and Dan. You're drafting 13 and 14, the 1979 draft. You get Walter Payton and Earl Campbell. I mean, to me, that is exciting.
Very, very exciting. That's a nice grab down there at the bottom.
Yeah, we've talked about Dan's team extensively, so, but great for Aiden too. So then Joe goes 15. Interesting spot here. He goes for the San Diego secondary and O.J. Anderson. We looked at that O.J. card. The fumble's a little high. There is depth at running back. You see that Ricky Bell ended up going in the 4th round. But the San Diego unit isn't great. There was no quarterback to obviously take here if you weren't taking a running back also. So I guess he takes a defense and says, I'll get good against the pass. He takes OJ and says, I'll have a focus from my offense. I'm fine with that, but I could see some people not being thrilled with the OJ card as a running back. Like I had Peyton and Campbell as the top 2. I don't know what order I would have taken them in, but I had them as the top 2. I did have OJ 3rd, but there was, I think, a demarcation between those guys. I like OJ's off tackle. But I don't know. What do you think, Dennis, looking at this card?
I think it's a strong card. I think that, again, it's all about the set, how you balance the set with what the other cards that you have available. Yes, there were some other cards. That Ricky Bell card drives me crazy with all the guest gains on it, 6-7 yards at a time. But yeah, no, I don't have any problem with it. Can you share your screen? Are you looking at the card right now?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I shared my screen. I didn't realize I had gone to the coaches only, members only. So yeah. Here's OJ. But yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I like. It's funny because a lot of times you see like a 6-stroke game right and wrong or a 7-stroke game right and wrong, and there's not a lot else there. But you see that here, and then like the 8 through 12 is very nice in the off tackle right. Yeah. I wish he had a little more in some short gains, like a plus 25 somewhere on the wrong, because the wrong outside the 6-stroke gain, you get big units at 2 and 12, but there's not much else going on. But I kind of like it, and I kind of think it'll work. And Joe knows what he's doing.
Yeah, the fumbles is the only thing that bothers me.
If you're going to go, yeah, and if you're going to, but the problem there is almost all the good backs here fumble to some degree.
Correct.
OJ's is 35-5. My fumble number is like half right, half wrong, and it's probably off by a number or 2. So don't hold me to it. Like Clark Gaines is a 4.5. That means that he's 3.0 and 6.0. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that he's actually 4.5 or whatever. But like a lot, I mean, Earl's 21.5, Peyton's 23.9, OJ's 35.5. And that is a big difference, 35.5 to low 20s to me. But I mean, Pruitt's 24.3. Chuck Muncy's really high, 42.8. I had to think about that. Ricky Bell, 24.8. Will Montgomery, 53.5. There's not a lot of guys out there with a lot of carries who don't put the ball on the ground to some extent. But it is an issue. So, Dan, would you have stayed away from OJ there at the end of the first round because of the fumble?
I had, like I was saying, I had Peyton, Campbell, I love Ricky Bell, and then I had Pruitt, so I didn't even have O.J. Anderson until like 5 because of the fumble.
Into your top 4, okay, and that's fair enough. Turnovers are huge, of course. So now, Dennis, I thought that you would use Ricky Bell in that mini league we played, the 1979 8-game season, and I thought you hated the card because you were like, "Oh, it's not good enough wrong, and no one gets his run against it." Am I wrong about that?
That's like 10 years ago. I don't remember that long ago.
That's
I
about
really don't.
It's about 135 leagues ago, Tom.
Yeah,
That's
maybe
right.
it's not the time. It's like the number of leagues. This is the DFL, the flats is wrong kind of league.
No, the flats is wrong
What
league
league
was
was
the flats is wrong league was the something like the FPR XFL, some kind of crazy name like that. DFL, the Die Hard Football League, Dennis, which I ran after Summer Sprint several years ago. I wanted more Strat, and I put together. We did 8 of us did an 8-game season. We drafting only out of like 12 to 14 1979 teams, and that's a league where Lawrence played all his games in one day.
Ooh, I have the DFL here. Let me
I think Butch won the championship.
2016 is when we did that.
So 4 years ago.
Yeah, that one's not bad.
I bet you have Ricky Bell. Look and see.
Okay, let me see.
I remember you complaining that no one would call run against his card because it was the same right and wrong except the 11 on the off tackle.
Man, I don't. I have the web page. I don't have the
Oh, you don't have the league file.
league file. But
All right, well that's not that important now. Don't worry about it. I have it.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. I'll look it up in the future. We've already gone far afield, but so Joe, so Joe, you have Otis. I don't mind the Otis pick. Plus, I have a soft spot for OJ. I played with the original 79 set. 77, 78, 79 were the first 3 new Strat games that we had in my house when I was a kid. So, and the 79 set was really exciting because Earl Campbell had a big year. OJ was rookie of the year, had a big card. They both, I think, had 6 short game right and wrong, which you did not see a lot of in 77 and 78. So I have a soft spot for OJ, I have to say as well. Then we get so I mean we've talked about a lot of things. Let's do a little quick team by team then, because we've gone through the first round and talked about some things. Let's do a little quick kind of team review, Dennis. How about that?
Sounds good. I thought you guys would have already been done with all that. I thought when I got here on the end, I was like, oh, they're good. They're just talking about whatever. They're finished everything. So yeah,
Dennis, we didn't start until 8:30.
Oh, okay. That's still 3 hours in.
Oh yeah, that's not even half a show sometimes, Dennis. Come on now.
All right.
I still got 3 hours before I go to bed here in the East Coast.
That's right. Much less at a Strat football tournament. So
Ooh, I found the league.
And plus there were no Kimoko Teres to talk about, so we'll be a little shorter because I like talking about those 6th, 7th, 8th round picks in the rookie draft.
What about Bilal Nichols, man?
Oh, they go. Wow. Shaq Barrett worked out, that's for sure.
Jesus Christ, didn't he?
Yeah, he still traded. He still could have. My point, he could have gotten cheaper. That's all I'm saying. It definitely. I know. John Madden would have taken a 3. Don't trade those lottery 2s in the spring leagues for everyone who is tuning in for Summer Sprint Talk. So I guess we'll start at the.
Okay, I had the Miami halfbacks in 79 DFL. So
and fullback.
Fullback. I had Washington. Tampa Bay fullback was drafted by Dale.
Okay, maybe he was complaining that was close run. I could have sworn, or maybe you didn't want the card because you said no one was going to call run. I couldn't remember.
That's possible.
That could be
definitely possible.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now
I changed my mind after today's game. I changed my mind.
Okay. All right. Play that field position, Dennis. Take your field goals when you're winning in the fourth quarter because you got the defense, baby.
I'm not worried about it. I'll see you guys in the playoffs. You know me.
Now, Dennis, you've only won 43 more. You only won 43 more titles than me, so you should definitely take my advice.
I don't think I've missed the playoffs in one of these leagues yet, so we'll see. I think I can make it.
I don't think any of us are. I I don't think any of us believe that your postseason life is in jeopardy.
But I did
That's the
have
difference. Dennis counts how many times he missed the playoffs. I count how many times I make them.
I did have Zorn in this 79 league too, so I'm
Nice.
addicted to Jimmy Z.
I think
I want
Bush
to do
might have beat.
78 next year, by the way.
You want to? Sure, let's do it.
I want Delvin Williams. That's the first championship I ever won as a kid, was the 78 Dolphins.
Nice.
I want to do a 60s season. 19. Why can't we do a 60s year, Dennis?
I'm not going to join if that's the case, man. Anything before
Why is
75
that?
and I'm out.
Oh, dude,
Why is that?
You got to try it, because I was not a big football fan. Obviously, I was just a baby in '67. I was when I was born. So, but when I start playing these things, you hear these names. Like all of a sudden, I'm playing the early '60s Colts, and I'm like, Jack Patera, that's the Seahawks' first coach, and he's like their middle linebacker. So yeah, you totally would enjoy playing the '60s. Believe it or not.
Dan,
Right, let's do
66
66 because the Chiefs made the first Super Bowl. So let's do that now.
Yeah,
Sounds
that Strat team's not that great. I think that 66 team. 66.
I don't care. We're
60,
drafting units, man.
Yeah,
65 is a really fun Strat year. It is really fun that year. And 67, I think, is pretty fun too. Those two, and you're close enough to the Super Bowl. The problem is if you go early, well, it's not a problem for us, but because Strat carded them like equally. So if you go in early 60s and the AFL teams are as good as the NFL teams, a lot of guys have a problem with that, even maybe by 65. But some guys don't have a problem with that. Anyway, I'm just saying, like the 67 Raiders are like one of the best all-time Strat teams, which is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? But anywho,
Okay, if I can get Gale Sayers, then I'm in. So that works.
Gale has a great card in 65.
Yeah.
But no, you can always settle on John David Crow. Jim Brown is in the mix.
Earl Morrill, Don Meredith. Absolutely. Let's do it.
John Brody's got a great card in 65. John Brody's got a great card. Gale Sayers, got Jim Brown. Sonny Jurgensen's got a great card. I think Johnny Hughes pretty good. The AFL doesn't have a lot of quarterbacking, but they got some big-time receivers. I'm not sure if Hoyle Granger gets going yet. I think he's 67, 68 on the Oilers. Anyway.
I'll take the Lions defensive line with my number one pick. They had 49 sacks that year.
That might be a low number. You would love the sacks in that era, Dan. There's 10s, 11s, and 12s all over the place.
Let's
Hey,
do it.
I just looked at I won the DFL. My goodness, I didn't realize.
Did you really?
Christ.
Yeah, 27-14 over Butch.
Dennis, congratulations.
It makes me feel a little better. I've been in a slump lately, so I'm cheered up now.
Wow.
You know what that is, Tom? Tom, that's Caddyshack, where he's like, "Hey, this is $1,000 check. Keep it."
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, if you get horribly diced, you're going to lose a lot of playoff games if that happens, Dennis. So I horribly diced you in both games this year. Dennis, I was going to email you. We should come up with rules for when we can say you got this or GG. So I was thinking, here's what happened. Should I tell the story? Maybe. Well, I'll tell the story.
Go for it.
I'll tell the story. So here's what happened was Dennis told me, I don't know if I told you this, Dennis. You're going to get mad at me, okay? He's getting mad at me. Dennis told me a couple months ago that he really doesn't like it when a guy, because I think I was watching one of your games, and Dennis was beating the guy by maybe 10 points, maybe like 6 minutes left, and the guy gets sacked or whatever, and he types in GG, okay? And then the guy keeps trying to coach, and he comes back and he wins the game, or forces overtime, and Dennis wins. And after the game's like, man, I really hate it when guys go GG, but they keep trying to win, okay?
Right.
So fast forward about 6 weeks, okay? We're playing Battle Royale this season. And Dennis might have gone up by 17 points, early in the fourth quarter, 10 minutes left or something. And kind of as a joke, Dennis, but I knew that would bother you. Kind of as a joke.
Playing mind games. Tom's playing mind games.
10 minutes left, kind of a joke, I typed in GG. And then, Dan, the wheels came off for the Seattle Shuriken. He's getting turnovers. I'm getting big plays. I come back and I win the game, and he texts me, "Don't ever say GG." When, in the middle of the game.
No, I didn't say it like that. I said, please don't say GG.
Oh,
okay,
there was one game where he made me pay too. I did a GG and still tried to score the last drive or something, and he friggin' like sacked me 3 times in a row or something. And I was like,
Yeah,
and Ori threw a pass when he was up and the game was in the bag. And I was like, what the hell? And he goes, I think he did type in, I hate it when people do GG.
It's my pet peeve. It's my pet peeve. So if you GG me,
I'm going to type it in
rub
after the first play next time I play him.
Yeah, so for me, I should have said it publicly. That people might say that, but so for me, probably not quite as bad, but a little bit of a peeve is that like Dennis. A lot of times I would text Dennis in the middle of a game or Slack him in the middle of a game, just like playing pool. I'm down 13-10 third quarter, whatever. Okay, and a lot of times, especially with a game where like I had a better team, maybe the other guy wasn't that great a coach. Like if I was losing, whatever, like my field goal, they're going. Dennis would always type in, "You got this," okay, and it would bother me. Okay, and it would bother me. I'm like,
but I was just saying, like, you can do it. You can do it.
I understand. I understand. It's a good. I'm like, I got this. I'm like, I'm fumbling punts. I can't stop freaking Cam Newton on short passing. And there's like a lot of football to play. And I could lose this game. Oh my God, I could easily lose. So the agreement became that I would not say GG, which I only did the one time, and he would not say you got this. But we could have rules. We could make exceptions. Then I decided that if I'm winning by 42 plus in the second half or in the final 30 seconds of the first half, you may say you got this. So under what circumstances, Dennis, may I say GG if you're playing me?
When you're not trying to win anymore, I'm fine with people saying GG as long as they stop coaching to win.
So if you're up by 21 points with 1 minute left, and I'm throwing bombs and calling timeouts, I can't say GG.
No, absolutely not.
How many win? How many is 1 minute left?
Let me tell you this.
GG means the game's over. That's my thing.
You want to talk long memory, and Dennis won't remember this because he plays in 6,000 leagues. There was a game, I think in Snarl, I was playing against him, and he fucking threw a short pass with Russell Wilson for a touchdown to like win by like 3 or 4 touchdowns with, I don't know, like a few minutes left. And I went, what the hell, man? This was earlier in my career, so to speak. And he goes, hey, man, sorry. He goes, I've never thrown for 7 touchdowns with Russell Wilson before. I was so friggin' pissed.
I deserve it.
You know what he does? You know what he does to me? You know what he likes to do to me, Dan?
What?
You've seen like my god awful, like Tom's totally rebuilding teams.
Yeah.
When I go through what Nathan has wonderfully termed the Hugh Jackson cycle, the 2 years of 1-31.
Yeah.
So Dennis is playing like one of my teams. It was probably in SSFA. I'm not sure. And it was either the 0-16 club or their 4-12 successor. Playing one of my, it might have been Autumn Wind because Autumn Wind was an Autumn Wind. Oh, I had some really awful teams. I'm like poor. He's like good and excellent. He's got like Russell Wilson. I had like Drew Stanton. I think I had Drew Stanton, and he did be in multiple leagues. And I'd be like losing by like 9 points, or like 2.5 minutes left, and he starts trying to drive for a score because he's not happy that his good team is only beating my completely horrible team by like under 10 points.
Yeah,
and
I would
one
never
time,
do that to anybody else. I
know that's because we're
thing.
friends. I know it's because we're friends, and you were like having fun with it. And in one of those games, I don't know if it was to me for SFA, he threw a short pass wrong Russell Wilson. I picked it off,
right?
And then I ended up
to win it.
And then I ended up scoring, and then I was down only by like 4 or 5 points or something.
3.
With like like the 2 minute warning. I was like, oh please, this would be so awesome. I was like, oh, but it didn't happen.
Karma.
Yeah, I'll win the game, but it was funny. I know you only do that to me, Dennis. But I'm just saying. So anyway,
one of my favorite games ever is Dennis broadcasted is SSFA last year in the playoffs, and Lawrence had beaten me like 50. I was a rebuilding team, just like you, Tom. And Somsva, I had like 2 wins, and Lawrence like just destroyed me like 55-10, and he was throwing bombs with like 4 minutes left.
Oh,
and I
boy.
was so friggin' mad, and I love Lawrence. He's a good friend, but I was so friggin' mad. And then last year in the playoffs, Dennis is doing it, and I'm up like 10 in the quarterfinals. And Dennis is like, I'd pretty much play conservative here if I was Dan. And I just kept free safety blitzing everybody. And Dennis had this line where even my daughter laughed because she overheard it, where he said, and Dan says, "Screw you, Lawrence. I'm just going to blitz the shit out of you for the rest of the game." Then I just sacked him about 3 times in a row. And I told Jay, I was like, at that point, I was like, here's the 55-10 game, and I just said, I'm just going to sack you and end this game. And I was so pissed, man. But those are the type of games you remember. Absolutely.
Yeah. Dennis doing that with me, with my abilities, it was kind of funny, because like you wouldn't do that normally against somebody, so it's kind of funny. And I knew what he was doing, and also he knew that I would get mad about it. So it's kind of like kind of trolling me a little bit, kind of tweaking me a little bit, But I do have a pet peeve about somebody running up the score, and I it's been a long time, but I've had words with guys about it. I accused Tim Bollier of running up the score. And then there was a second IFL league that I started, IFL 57, that folded after 1 year because I don't want to be commissioner anymore. And David Bowman stopped playing Strat. He was going to take over as commissioner. And I started out with like this horrible team with the idea, like, I'll be really, really horrible this year. There's no lottery. I'll get Jim Brown next year, because he was a rookie in 58. Okay. So, so I played to win, but it was one of those things where I just made my team so bad they couldn't possibly win, But anyway, I think it was in that league. But he was up by like 10 points. He was up by under 2 touchdowns with like 3.5 minutes left. And I realized later that I had made too much of it. But he threw like a short pass wrong on like 1st and 10. I'm like my offense cannot move. I was averaging like 110 yards a game of offense. I was like, come on, dude, just run out the clock here. I can't even move the ball. And he was right that was wrong. I apologized to him later on, but I do have a sensitive spot. Somewhere score. I do have a long memory, so if anyone ever ran the score against me, that would be.
This is what sucks about online games, though, with the type in the screen, because just like emails, they're void of inflection and facial expressions, and it's one of the reasons why I go to Brammer now. 1, it's a great tournament, but 2, it's just a friggin' blast to be across the table from guys and just kind of talk shit, and sometimes you get these quiet guys, and you take a little bit longer to play. They get annoyed, and it brings me back to the 70s and early 80s when you were with your friends at the table and you're just talking trash and, being friends with them. And that's why I even told Jay's not one to do this, but one of the things I want to do is jump on, when my daughter and I play Steam games, Dead by Daylight or Friday the 13th, we call each other on the phone and we talk to each other during the game. And we talk trash to each other. And I want to do that playing Strat. I mean, maybe, Dennis, Tom, whatever, one of these games we play. I'd love to be online with you guys while we're playing and just talk like I did when I was, it's 1979.
One of the leagues I played in several years ago, it was, I can't remember his name now. I've been trying to think of it. He was from New York. And we would get on Yahoo chat. Yeah, while we were playing the games, and we would do that and just, give each other hell, cuss our players, do whatever,
I like it.
Yeah, I thought about doing that, and I made that offer to some guys like about a year and a half ago. I was like, hey, if anyone wants to like play, like you'll be on Skype or you could be on this thing, or anything, or Zoom, whatever, and you could just play and Google Hangout, and you could just play it and be up on a webcam. I'm generally up for that type of thing. Harder for Dennis because he plays in so many leagues. It does slow the games down. I know Dennis enjoys doing that if it's during a Super Bowl, right, Dennis?
Well, we did that during the Thompsonville Super Bowl when
I
was undefeated, and you were like 18-1. I was 18-0.
Yeah.
So it was fun. Yeah. I mean, I despite the fact that I lost the game. I mean, again, another one of those games where I had bad luck.
A few weeks later. You told me a few weeks later that you felt like if we had not been live for the game that you would have won.
I do think that, but because I think I'm just not used to it. You know what I mean? Like I need to.
I got you.
Like when I'm playing, I do better when I'm,
focused,
able to concentrate. Yeah, but maybe not. It could have been totally much worse. Could have been more bad dice. So it doesn't always mean that, but I just think
That's
I
right.
don't think I played my best game, my virtually best game, if you can believe that. So,
But then you
I
got
just think
revenge many years later.
I think some of the things in the comment box, just come across in a way that people didn't intend. And I just think
Absolutely.
it'd be more
LOL.
fun if that happened. LOL. I mean,
Yeah,
my daughter's my middle school daughter jokes that, my tombstone's going to say because of Strat, my tombstone's going to say, you got to be fucking kidding me, because she hears me say that all the time.
Yeah, that is my go-to line, Dan. Also, that's my complaint line. It's like, I'm sure I just used it. Who did I play? I'm sure I just used it. The game that I won. Who did I just play?
One of your SSFA games?
No, it has to be Battle Royale. It wasn't against you. I'm only in those two leagues. I don't know. I can't remember.
You know why I think it'll be great? Because if you're doing that, I mean, I remember playing, talking out loud. Dennis does this every once in a while where he records a game that he's playing and he throws it on there. But sitting there and talking to somebody, I think you could really mess with somebody and be like, I played you a bunch of times before, and I know you normally go to your tight end in this situation, so I'm going to double your tight end. I mean, that's getting in your head, man. That's the type of stuff that I like.
Yeah, I'm not really much of a trash talker or much for the mind games, but I would be up for playing almost anybody talking on comms, as we used to say in EVE Online, this type of thing, So
Summer Sprint, let's do it.
Sure, but I remember. Yeah, sure.
Let's fire it up right now, Dan. You and me. Let's go. Fire it up.
Jesus, I've drank too much tonight. You're going to kick my ass as a repayment from last night.
I would do it. I would certainly play.
We will, but not tonight, man. No way.
No, I'm just saying online.
And you're probably right, Dennis. Dennis doesn't go back to dicing cards of your youth. You only played the game as computer, right, Dennis?
Played a handful of games. Actually, just played. I don't know. I had the '85 Seahawks in a.
You got to go to Brammer. Got to go to Brammer.
But I didn't. We played like an amalgamation of basic and the advanced rules, because we did have those little icons with the numbers on them, but we didn't play with all the advanced rules. But I played maybe 10 games before we.
So it would probably take you. I feel it would probably take you 4 or 5 games to kind of get used to playing live against somebody. Like I used to play. I mean, my brother and I used to play. We played hundreds of games. I mean, we used to stay up all night and play. So I'm used to it. So like in that Super Bowl, Dan, when I was playing against Dennis, it's like I don't really talk trash. But I kind of joke around, because at that time I was like. At that time, my philosophy has changed. But at that time, I was like, "Come on, the safety blitzing isn't going to work. You're going to run into a wall of 7s in the modern leagues. Anyway, it's blah blah blah." That was my line of thought back then. So he starts safety blitzing me early on, and I'm like, "Dennis, come on, what are you doing? Who do you think you're playing over here? Really, you're going to safety blitz all the time?" And I wasn't doing it to get inside his head. I was just like joking around and talking, because that's just like my nature, and sure enough, like 5 minutes later, I hit a sniper scope. So, but I didn't do that I wasn't doing it as a strategy. I just shooting the breeze. You know what I'm saying? That's like that type of thing. So, but I'm down for it. So it will dramatically slow down my game playing. That's for sure.
So hold on a second.
That's the thing I don't like about it. I like to play fast. I don't like to play like 3-hour games.
So hold on, is Keith still on? Keith, when did you start? Did you start computer or did you start dice and cards?
Dice and cards.
When did you start?
Probably about 20 years ago, couple years ago.
All right. So what's so you're talking about, late 1990s, 2000 area then, obviously, for my public school math.
Yeah, that's probably about 23 years ago. I'm trying to think how old my oldest son was when I was coaching baseball and other stuff too. So that's how I kind of remember the time, how long ago it was.
Did you take a break, or did you go right into computer from dice and cards?
Right into computer. Yeah, it was we had anywhere from 6 to I think 9 guys in this small town that I'm from that played face to face.
Nice.
Had our own little league, and we played probably 9 or 10 years, but it all came to a halt when one of the guys he constantly won, and I finally figured out the way he was holding his card up in front of him. He was taking the pinky finger on his coin.
Oh my God!
And sliding.
Oh,
I had caught his dad doing it.
Ay.
And then
like father, like son.
And then after I caught him doing it, it was like 2 years. All of a sudden, this guy wasn't winning like he was. So I guess
it's a lot easier to win when you
catch him. So then I finally caught him. I pulled my cap down, kind of down over my eyes, because he just kept hitting. I could never guess him right, and he just kept hitting and hitting and hitting. So I pulled my cap down over my eyes, but I was watching his hand, and I made my call on defense, and I saw him take that finger and move that coin. And I told him, I said, wait a minute. I said, are you through moving your chip? And I said, because I'm going to change my defense. And he just, I could tell on his face, he knew he'd been caught. So then after that, everybody just said, if you got to do that shit to win, you got to win that bad, but you got to cheat. And after that, it all just broke up.
I like it better that the story ends with Keith breaking his pinkies on both hands. And that was the end of the league.
Well, I didn't do it, but I want to win at anything I do. I'm sure everybody's like that, but I'm not going to cheat to do it.
Yeah, that takes all the fun out of it.
No. Yeah, that is one thing from the dicing card days. And in baseball, it happened. There were tournaments. There were tournaments where guys were cheating in tournaments that like no longer exist because of cheating, and stuff like that. I mean, baseball leagues. I mean, what Keith's talking about, and that's really bad. That's really bad. Guys use weighted dice. It's crazy. Like weighted dice still comes on like the 1 and 2 column more than on the 5 and 6 or whatever, absolutely. Absolutely. Weighted 20s.
He would always do whatever he could to get a running back that could run really well and also catch the ball. And on that little placard where you said coin, it's real easy to slip. Yeah, the play selector. It's real easy to slip
and
back.
Run
if I call a run, slide it up to pass, and he would throw to his running back, and of course, if you never guess him right, he's all 80% of the time he's going to get good yards.
Keith, if I recall, it was the end run and flat pass that were very close together, correct?
I think it was.
Yeah, those two are probably close enough together that if someone wanted to, they could probably move their finger back and forth. And probably the off tackle, I think, was at the top right corner. You could maybe try the off tackle. This guy had, I'll tell you what, this guy had great pinky control. I got to give him some credit.
He did. I'm telling you.
His name wasn't Brian Baldinger, was it?
He's got the finger for
it. His name wasn't Thumbs McGinty.
No, but Tom, you know Baldinger's pinky, right?
I do not know about his pinky. I know a lot of these football players.
Yeah, just Google Brian Baldinger's pinky if you want to see what it looks like. He'd be perfect for it.
I'll wait until I'm fully rested. So I might not be able to sleep tonight if I look at that. So, all right. So should we? All right. So Dennis, based upon your past, Let's do lightning round. Trying to look at these teams real quick and see how they're going to do. All right, in my computer, I've got standings there because I watched your game. So Georgia's first, okay? Georgia Storm, undefeated, Dennis. You tell me Dennis. You tell me what the guy is defensively.
Okay.
I say the team, and you say Georgia Storm 3-4. Good.
Well, Keith is first. Oh no, sorry, Georgia.
Yep. So they are good. 3-4.
Okay, so we got Terry Bradshaw quarterback, got Ricky Bell fullback, Gary Davis halfback, double O Ken Burridge catcher split end, Jimmy Giles tight end. Not a lot of pass blocking. You're going to hear a lot of that. Got some nice run blocking up the middle, which complements Ricky Bell. That 5.56. I noticed he wasn't running as much line book when I was watching the game. 5.65 defensive line with some strong pass rush. 4.645 linebackers. 6.650 free safety in the secondary. It's a pretty good team. Opponent punt return is not the best. He's got Tony Nathan's pretty good punt returner. There were no stud kick returners this year. Almost all these punters have like 7 is 41 yards. And the field goal kicking is another area replete with comic possibilities. Jim Turner looking like one of the worser ones. 2 to 8 and 11 and 12 from the 1 yard line. That's bad news. 2 to 6, 11 and 12 from the 2 to 6, 11 and 12. 2 to 6, 11 and 12 from the 13, Dennis.
Holy shit.
So Keith, Jason may be going for it a bit. At least he's got Ricky Bell in there. What do you think of this team?
Well, I played it today. It's kind of it's not going to do great on offense if you're forced to throw. If you're forcing to throw it, so I would say, if he can get away with running right, yeah, very good defensive team, good pass rush. I think this is like a playoff team, we're playing 14 games, so this is like an 8-6 team to me, at least.
Should we do predictions? I mean, for style or no?
Sure.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
We'll put everybody's in here. I got them.
All right, you gonna record them, Dennis?
Yep, I got them right here.
All right, I'm gonna go 6 and 8. Okay. I like the defense, but when you have this defensive team, the field goal kicking can hurt you. I think the offense is going to struggle at times. I'm just going to go 6 and 8. That's all I got to say with that. Dan, do you want to join the club?
Yeah, 8-6. I had that 79 team at Brammer. I won the consolation tournament, but I had Franco Harris running the shit out of it, which gave me good Terry Bradshaw. I guess wrong. Although Ricky Bell's a good card, I just think I think 8-6.
All righty. Yeah. How about Keith?
Keith, do you want to join the party or no?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to say 7 and 7.
Here you go. Split the middle.
Okay, there we go. It's so nice to have other people making predictions now, so I don't feel like I'll get beat up for my predictions.
I know they can get mad at us now, right, and kick our ass.
That's right. Yeah, and of course, Dennis and I in the last 2 years have become awful at terrible at predicting these things. So they're doing it in Osprey. This is Dr. Brian Dennis, who I think made the playoffs last year, and he's in the Super Bowl this year in Battle Royale. So his I haven't played against him much, but you got to start to say, well, I guess this guy's a pretty good coach now.
He is, and he's another team that's 3-4 good.
All righty, we'll start with the offense. You have Kramer versus Kramer at quarterback. Kramer wins. I will look at his card here. He was one of the lesser quarterbacks or mid-level quarterbacks that I thought it might not be bad to play with because he is very good flat pass wrong. I was thinking these guys on the interceptions maybe too heavily. I really don't like you're going. He has 7 units. Chad Pennington might be better than that. He's got 7 units of long pass wrong. He's got 6-7 long pass wrong. This is such a weird set for the long pass. They did not card this the way that they normally card stuff. If you have only 7 units wrong, you usually get like 3 units right. He's got 6-7. Theismann's another one, like 9-10. The short pass, 2-8, 12. 12-17. That's not going to do a lot for me. You said he's 3-4 good to go. The Ted McKnight pick, I like the Ted McKnight card. The fumble's a little high. The attempts aren't as high as. And, I thought he might have gone a little early. He got big play potential on the card, just as a long game right and wrong, but that's on a 2. You can't count on that every day of the week. And then the rest of his running backs don't look very inspiring. I see Tony Reed. I see Robert Newhouse. So this offense, I think they're going to have trouble running the ball. The offensive line has a center 6, got a left tackle 4, got a tight end 6. So he's looking to go flat pass. He's got Drew Pearson and Tony Hill receiver. So maybe some short pass action to them. But this offense, I think Newhouse is not really that great either. This offense looks like it's probably going to really struggle a lot to me. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think that you're going to, if you have to rely on the flat pass in this rule set, you're in trouble. Just the way it is. You're going to you're going to land on those 3 on the defensive cards, or guess right on your own quarterback card. Get double teamed, get 2 men in zone. It's tough to focus on one on the flat pass without the white die 6.
And you don't even get the 3 short game right and wrong in this set. It's on a 2 or a 12. That's even one more thing to ding you. And his running game, I think Knight didn't have that many carries, 153. So there's a problem there. Defensively, if you have more carries, maybe defensively 3 he goes to 3-4 goes. That's how many 3-4 teams are there? I can count this.
2, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8
3-4 teams. So at least half the time you're facing a 3-4, which makes it even harder if you're trying to be flat pass oriented. 5-4-6 the defensive line, 6-5-6-5 at linebacker. They're very stout Giants unit. It's amazing. Like these 79 Giants already had good linebackers, and then they drafted LT. They already had like Ram Van Pelt, and Harry Carson, and Brian Kelly. And then later on they added Carl Pepper Johnson and Carl Banks. I mean that was some run. Second, and then the secondary is good. See, it's good. But he's got the 4 nose tackle. Both of his corners are 4s. He's got some fine pass rush, but not overwhelming. So I respect Brian's coaching a lot. I always want to go coaching first. As the Glasgow on the returns, opponent returns aren't too bad because of a long get in the punt. His kicker is good after the 22. Getting down there could be a problem. Then he's 2 to 4, 11 and 12 right from just beyond. So I'm in a quandary here because on the personnel, I think this team will struggle, but I respect what Brian's done so far. We got a lot of good coaches in this league, so I'm gonna give him a 7-7, and in lesser hands, I definitely would have dinged you for more losses, Brian.
Yeah, I'll go 6-8. And I think that the offense is the biggest problem. Not an elite quarterback and not enough guessed wrong running.
All right, Keith. Dan's away from the camera.
Yeah, 6-8 is what I was thinking. I agree with you. I mean, he's a heck of a coach. His offensive line, without the strong running, he could be getting sacked quite a bit if he has to do anything other than flat pass.
Dan?
I got to go 7-7 also. I was thinking even before you said it, simply because of the 4 nose tackle. And what people don't realize, or maybe they do, is that good 3 men in the zone has 21 receiver hits with 4 cornerbacks. That's going to be a guess right, guess wrong defense. And
yeah, that's a great point. They changed those cards to make them less effective for the modern game. But we're playing with those cards. There's not like a retro generic D card set and a modern generic D card set.
Yeah, if your goal is guess right, guess wrong with 4 nose tackle and 4 cornerbacks with a good pass D, that's a flip of the coin unless you're a really good coach, which he is. But at the same time, I think that's too much to overcome with that offense with those 3-4s.
Sure. Now, Dennis, are you doing the spreadsheet style where you can tell us each our final records at the end, or no?
Yes. Everything's programmed in.
Right.
I can share my screen if you want, but you tell me when you want it.
And Dan mentioned the short pass 3 men, even on the good, and the receiver readings. How are those short pass receivers looking there in this set here, Dennis? Dan?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, there's a lot of 19 receivers, a lot of 22, but at the same time, we already talked about this. Guess run.
There's a lot of yardage out there.
You got to guess run in this set. And if you guess run, there's going to be a lot of short pass wrongs, and there's a ton of yardage on those.
Yeah,
and if you don't guess run, you're going to get killed up the middle. I'm probably going to get killed by him, but when I play him, Jesus Christ, I get a 6 center. I'm going to pound up the middle as much as I can, and even with the good, and he's going to have to anticipate Isaac Curtis and Childs and Galbraith wrong. I mean, like, again, he may win, and he may be upset to hear this, but it's just one of those things that with your package of defensive calls, it's just too much to cover over a whole game.
Okay. Yeah, I think well, I think the offense is that's the problem, is that it's a defensive team, and the defense isn't quite strong enough to overcome the offensive shortcomings, I would say. Need more carries on the ground. Now we get to Keith. Now, Keith, we didn't even get to talk about one aspect of your team yet. Keith, my friend. Now, I have to ask you a question. Now, we don't have drug testing in this league. Thank God. Okay. Okay. When we get to your 10th round, you would be in the commissioner's program there. You might have strike 1, 2, and 3 based on the 10th round pick. But since we got you on the air, let's talk about a couple things. I was very curious. You took the New Orleans receivers in the 5th round, okay, and you took them over. Dennis, I was talking about what a steal it was at Buffalo in the 6th round. You took them over Buffalo, and I had the New Orleans receivers a lot lower. And what was it that you liked? Now, I know Wes Chandler's got a great card, 16.4 average, but if he's actually 6, yeah. But if you're going to go for a team that had only one great receiver, the Jets would be the one, because Wesley Walker is sick. Okay. And then the number 2 receiver, Ike Harris, he's 1926, only short pass, 915 long. Did you notice the Buffalo unit? What led you to take New Orleans? What led you to take New Orleans there?
On my part.
Say it again?
I said that was a blunder on my part.
Okay. Well, there you have it.
I just messed up.
Everyone makes a mistake.
He has more hits. I mean, I can see the Wes Chandler thing, and like you said, Wesley Walker with the guy who's also max. But sometimes you start looking at these things, and you might cross somebody off that you don't mean to, or you might not really look that closely. You don't think of the Buffalo wide receivers as being like superstars. Their names don't stand out to you. Wes Chandler, that name stands out to you. Wesley Walker.
Sure.
Well,
yeah, he said he overlooked it, so that makes sense, and that can happen. And I do have New Orleans there. I had Denver right above them, but New Orleans was in the mix, so it's not like they were horrible. And the jet flanker is really bad, much worse than Ike Harris. So, but yeah, so he said he messed up, so no big deal. Now, all right, now I have to ask you
the
about
biggest
this.
thing was let me see. I think Ike Harris had like maybe 1 or 2 extra catches or something.
Yeah, he's probably better on flat pass. Yeah, he's probably better on flat pass. I guess I just think in this set, I would go for the down the field stuff. So he's not bad. I mean, New Orleans was there at I think, 9th ranked receiver unit. I want the big play capability in this set, and especially have Staubach. So, all right, and now I wanted to talk to you. Your defensive choice. Now we spoke briefly about this. Yeah, Dan, I don't know if you're aware, but Keith is poor against the run. Keith, don't tell Earl Campbell. Anyway, he's poor against the run. He's good against the pass. Keith, you could have been average against the run and played a 4-3, or average against the run and played a 3-4. You got stud pass rushers on the end there with the 12s and the 6s. But most of us feel like going poor against the run is just a bridge too far. Like it's almost, and especially in a run heavy era, that it's just really going to be really, really difficult. What's your view on that?
Actually, he's going to be a 0.
That's right. He'll be a 0. So 5-0-4 nose tackle. Okay.
My thinking was with my linebackers, my inside linebackers, I can move
Sure.
them. I can move them both up with my pass, and I can move my safety up. I'm just looking at being able to do a bunch of different things. That what was left by the time I chose my defensive line, there was really not that much pass rushing out there.
Sure.
So basically, I'd have been handicapped as far as putting any pressure on the quarterback.
I hear you.
This,
Now, you,
this
now you
way,
might have overlooked. Good.
I'm just thinking this way I will have some pass rush to maybe make people run more where I can guess run more and move people up to help
Stop them that way.
or at least slow them down.
Well, we'll find out soon.
out.
That's right. Now, I don't know if you looked at this. Some guys sometimes they take a 3-4 linebacker unit, and they maybe don't think for a minute of what the 4-3 possibilities. But I had noticed that you could have taken the Washington DL, which doesn't have great pass rush, but it does have a 12-7 asterisk at right end, and you would have played a 4-3 that was average against the run, good against the pass. Did you notice that at all? And was the pass rush just too inferior, and those stud defensive end pass rushers for New Orleans were too good for you to pass up?
I just like those stud defensive ends.
There you go.
That
Okay.
boy.
There you go. Now didn't Jason Owen, Dennis, make the semifinals of the Super Bowl with a poor pass defense?
That's correct. So you never know.
All right, so it can happen. Okay. The secondary certainly is strong. I worry a little bit about your running game there too, Keith. I like Archie Griffin's card as a complimentary back. You're getting plenty of wrong calls with Starr back there, or she can catch the ball too. But Archie's attempts are low, as he only had 140 in the NFL. Tim Wilson is more of like a complimentary backup kind of third back, good in the short
He's
yardage.
Thumper and blocker.
He's a thumper. Yep. So I worry that you're not going to have the. I know you got the sevens of the offensive line, but we opened the show talking about how hard it is to go run pass first in this era, even though I know you got those sevens. So are you concerned about your running game and your ability to sustain offense if people are sitting on pass all day?
No, not really.
Man, a few words. I like that. Keith's show will be 20 minutes long. Keep an eye on the opposites.
Well,
I go 8 hours. He goes 20 minutes.
Yeah, one of the things in Battle Royale and Summer Sprint is to get a unit that stands out above the rest. You can do that at certain key spots, and I think he has that pass blocking that in this set really gives him a chance to keep Staubach, from being on his back. Even those sevens, the difference between a 5 and a 7 is tremendous. It's not the same as between a 4 and a 5 and a 3 and a 4. It's much better. It's huge. Yeah. So I think that does give him a chance. I think you're right. The running game's going to make it easy for him. Easy for him to run the ball without getting run calls.
Well, yeah, I suppose so. He his kicker is 2-9 for the 22 and in, so that's not too bad given this set and given what we just saw from Jim Turner. But I do think the team is going to struggle. I'm loath to make a rough prediction, Keith, because you're there and
No, go ahead.
Let her rip.
And I want you to trade me some good players in SFA. I'm still upset you took Levante David, but I'm gonna go 4-10. I can't go 4-10. He's on the air. I'll go 5-9. I'll go 5. Much better.
Go over 14. That's what I said.
No, I'm not gonna go. I'll go 5-9. The Strat gods will surely not let me win if I pick 4-10. I'll go 5-9. I think the lack of running carries, trying to cover for that poor run defense. Guys can throw short wrong. Guys can do things if you're going to bring guys up and call pass. They can run draws. They even have some good blocking to run outside if they need to at one of the ends. So I think it's gonna be tough. But I know you're a gamer. I will go. I know you're a gamer. I I will go 4-10. I'll go 4-10. I'm sorry, Keith. I'll go 4-10.
No problem.
All right, I'm gonna say 6-8. I still think you got a fighter's chance, puncher's chance with those defensive ends. But this will be, if I need to steal a loss back after we balance it out, I might come back to you, Keith. But I think 6-8 right now.
All right, Dan,
5-9.
Keith.
I'm going to say 6-8.
There you go. Okay. I'll tell a Mike Kudik story. You remember Mike Kudik, Dennis?
Yes.
So Mike Kudik was meet for SSFA coach, was in those leagues for at least a good 5 years or so. I was certainly around the community. I think played in the Snarl and some of the stuff. And I think it was in SSFA. I'm pretty sure it was. One of the early SSFA seasons, he had Philip Rivers at quarterback, Dennis. And Mike Kudik was 15-0. He was 15-0. He had a really good team. He had gone hard for the year. And I was 8-7. I had to play in the last game of the season. I had to win to make the playoffs, Dennis, because if you lose an 8-8, you're out in the Ed's league, okay? But
Right.
no big deal. I had a future-oriented team. I was young and building. I was fine with it, okay? I had to play in the last game of the season, trying to go undefeated. And maybe 30 seconds left. I think I needed a touchdown. I believe I threw a long pass to Visante Shenko from about the 31-yard line. I hit it, Hail Mary, win the game, undefeated season over for Mike Kudik. He was not happy. And Dennis, I just noticed, because I did some of the SSFA year-by-year stuff for some of the guys who were in the league for a few years, but then left, okay? But John Madden was in it for a long time and left and came back, okay? But it looks like, I just want to make sure this is right before I say it. It looks like that in the very same year, after almost going undefeated, Mike Kudik went to the Super Bowl at 15-1 and was defeated by one Dennis Crowley, I believe. There it is. 27-21, 2009 season. Dennis's first SSFA title, 4th year of the league. And I remember Mike Kudik telling me after the game, or shortly after that, you ruined my perfect season, and I couldn't even win the Super Bowl. I didn't even get one or the other. He was very upset. And to tell a funny Mike Kudik story, I think he was also in Somifa. And I think he had gone 10-6 a couple of times. He might have made a semifinal, might have made a playoffs. And I was doing I think Tim and I were both doing predictions at the time. And Tim might have done a prediction. And one of us, I think it was me, predicted him to go 6-10. I was on the forum in the Somifa section. Mike Kudik writes, I made the semifinals last year. I made the playoffs the year before. How about a little respect? He was upset with the 6-10 prediction, and of course he went 5-11. So that's that was the gist of it. Was him going 5-11 after being upset with the 6-10. I like that story. Anyway, okay. The eerie silence. Silence is golden, Dennis. Are the silence golden?
What's that?
It was. That's what happens when you monologue. When I monologue too much, people stop paying attention. I said. The eerie silence. The joke is ruined. I said the eerie silence. I said the silence is golden, but the eerie silence's chance is golden, Dennis. For this year.
Dennis, that was classic.
Defense.
I tried to feed into it.
Defense.
It's 4-3.
That's right. Defense.
4-3. Good.
There we go. Now he's got Greg Landry.
Good
and
flat.
I talked with Brian a lot during the draft. Say what?
Good flat, Landry.
Yep. I was talking a lot during the draft, and we talked about this selection. 3rd round Oakland tight end fullback selection, which he took over both Cleveland and the Jets, and of course Tampa Bay was the next round. Now he had no lead running back, he had no quarterback, but he liked the flat passing on Van Egan, Casper, and Raymond Chester, and the blocking at defensive ends. But I felt like that Oakland TEFB unit is a very strong unit, but only if you already have something else. They're like a complementary unit. Like if you've got a real good quarterback, or you've got a real good halfback, then that's a very solid complementary unit. But it's kind of like getting the gravy before the meat and the potatoes, in my view. And I was feeling that he should have gone for a running back unit, and already knowing he's not going to have a real strong quarterback, a running back unit over that one. Dan and Dennis, what do you think about that in terms of it's a great unit in itself, the Oakland unit, but if you don't have a running back or quarterback yet, it's a third round. A little early for that unit?
Well, I would have gone Zorn, which I did go Zorn. But yeah, I think that, again, believe it or not, I did a lot of this draft on the fly. So when I already had somebody focused in, I didn't like when I started to look at tight end and blocking back units was after I had gotten the first 4 rounds in. Then I was like, okay, I need to look at this now. So for me to judge that group, I can't really say I know it. I do know that Van Egen's one of those kind of solid guest right runners.
Yeah.
It's a max tight end card, but not very good deep. So yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. You can nitpick everybody's draft, saying that they should have gone here or there, especially when you're really prepared and you already have other units in mind. But I don't mind a 6'7" blocking back in this set's going to come in handy.
Well, I just saw this in the file. You don't see that Dave Casper is a 6'7". They just show his tight end rating as a 4. I knew he was a 6 tight end blocking. This is the first time I've seen that he was a 7. So that's very helpful. He got Paul Hofer later, but the same issue with the carries. Van Egen's like a solid fullback, sort of in the Tony Galbraith, Stan Van Cunningham mode. He's good short yardage and he's not a bad run blocker. He can catch. I mean, Van Galbraith's much better than those guys, of course. I'm just saying, but he does. And Hofer's got a good card, but low attempts for Hofer. So I kind of feel like, if you could have got Greg Pruitt or Clark Gaines, tough to take the Oakland unit over those when you don't have a running back yet. And I worry. I like Paul Hofer's card a lot as a complimentary halfback, but only 123 carries. What is that? That's like maybe 15 on fatigue, Dennis, at most? Something like that?
Yeah,
so,
14, 15.
Yeah, he's got a nice rushing card, a really good receiving card. O.J. Simpson, this card is like not that great. I mean, you can run with it a little bit if you have a good line, and he does have a pretty good line at the middle. Forte's not at the middle on this card. It does have the tight end 6, so he's got good block in there. Greg Landry. The problem with me, like going like as a flat pass first offense, right? Now, Dan, you're in a different category because you got Earl Campbell. Going like to me, you have Earl Campbell. You're not a flat pass first offense. You're Earl Campbell first offense. You know what I'm saying? That throws the flat pass. This is a flat pass first offense with Paul Hofer and Mark Van Egen in the backfield. Okay, and he's got Casper and Chester and Carmichael, but I just feel like you got Greg Landry's great flat. You got 3-7 long pass. You got 9. He's got 9-13. He's got 9-14. He's got 14 units of short pass wrong. So I mean, guys are going to be, and your guys are going to be living in the flats with their safety on you, and I think it's going to be hard to move the ball down the field for the most part. And if you decide I'm going to challenge him down the field, it's not it's not like you got the great pass block in the world. You got left guard 0, right outside of Casper's pass blocking. So I worry about this offense. I don't think you can pass on the Mike Pruitts and the Clark Gaineses to take that Oakland T fullback group, even though it's a great group. Now, what do you think, Dan?
I don't know. I got a feeling about this team. I'd go. I don't know.
What do you do, Jeff? But what do you think of that philosophy there with the way he approaches his offense and that third round pick, taking that unit over Cleveland or the Jets fullback?
I mean, taking that unit is questionable, but at the same time, I like that Van Egen card. I like those tight ends. I like Hofer is one of the really good cards in the set. I mean, he's going to have to focus on flats. I mean, look at his receivers again. Let me see his receivers. Who are they?
Was he got Howard Carmichael, who you know well because you talked about getting him.
Yeah. I mean, that's
and Charlie Smith.
I got a 9.
Everybody.
I got a 9 and 5 on this.
Wow. Okay. Everybody on the field can catch the flat real well. I mean, Charlie Smith, not so much, but the other four guys, Hoper, Van Egan, Casper, and Chester. Well, it depends on the way he plays. Carmichael's a split end only. So if he goes blocking back with Casper back there, then Van Egan's not on the field. So he could go blocking back. He could alternate blocking back halfback and blocking back fullback. I worry about the carries and the lack of short pass, long pass threat from Landry makes it easy to flood the flats on this guy. And half the teams already play a 4-3, 3-4 rather. A 4-3 defense is good, which is good and good. Goes 6-4, 6-4, 4-5-5 at linebacker, 6 is at the corner, 6 at free safety, 4 at strong safety. It's got some decent pass rush from the down 4. Like in this era, those 7, 8s, and 9s just feel like they're so much more helpful than like in the modern era. It's like everyone's because they're going to run into 2s and 3s and 4s regularly, So that's pretty nice. Defense looks all right, but Dan, you were talking about running cards earlier. Like that 4-3 good defense, they're kind of susceptible to the line buck. There's a lot of quality. There's a lot of quality rolls on the defense's card in a 4-3 for the line buck. Even playing with a 4-6. Because that 4, or a pair of 5s. So the off tackle, I think that card is stronger, but he's got a 4 there. The defense will play real well. They're good. The secondary is great. The linebackers are fine. He's got pass rush. I worry a lot about the offense. Dan predicted 9 and 5. He's got the beautiful Seattle kick unit with this tremendous opponent punting +1, -2, +4, which is nice. +10, 11, 12. They're one of the 5 better units. The kickers 2 to 10 out to the 12, 2 to 8, 11, and 12 to the 22, 2 to 7, 11, 12. That's actually, he's got Mark Mosley, the Washington. Sorry, that's actually not bad for this year. Okay, punt returner gives a little bit. Kick return is not too bad. So special teams are pretty good. I really don't like that offense. I'll go 6 and 8 for now, but a possible downgrade. What do you got, Dennis?
I'm going to go 5 and 9. But I do think the coaching could easily bring that up to 7 and 7, and who knows, he could get a break and get in the playoffs. But
Keith, what do you got?
Keith?
We have lost him.
Keith, you there? You left us. We lost him. Okay, let's put an asterisk. Put an asterisk next to my 6 and 8, Dennis. I'm going to downgrade if I need to.
Okay.
I think Keith is away from the keyboard or completely away. We'll find out.
What Dan?
The Independents.
What was Dan's prediction?
Okay, you'll get Dan to 9 and 5.
Got it. 9 and 5. Got it.
Independence Blue Devils. Now we have had teams in Independence before. Didn't Dave Gabbard play in Independence as the Powder Cakes?
Yes. Correct.
And who is this? This must be Greg, because I know all the other cities. Is this Greg's team?
No.
Mike. Nemo.
This used to be a Cleveland Snow Sharks back in the day when he played with us. Now he's Independent Blue Devils.
The Snow Sharks have relocated. I had no idea. Is this Independence Kentucky, Independence Missouri? Is there an Independence in Maine?
No.
Probably, but I don't know.
Dan lives up there, so I was asking. I know Dan likes this team. You like this team, right, Dan?
Yeah, I do, actually.
4-3 good. Maybe 4-3 good. We should start with the defense on some of these teams that are good. Goes 4-4-6-5 on the line. Not as much pass rush as you like, but something coming from the right side. It goes 6-5-5 at linebacker. You like when you got the weak left side of the line to have a 6 left linebacker. Dennis has got that on his team. He's got all 6s at strong safety and right corner. Hall of Famers Donnie Shell and Mel Blunt, with Mike Wagner, the free safety 5, and Ron Johnson, Sr., the left corner 4. I just learned that JT Thomas is a former first-round pick. Didn't work out that great for the Steelers. Offensively, you got Brian Sipe, quarterback. Dan doesn't mind the call. We spoke about this team briefly. The flats aren't that great, but there's a lot of guys out that great at the flat. He's definitely in that group of quarterbacks after the top 5 or 6, where a lot of them are pretty similar, to be honest. The picks are a little high for me. They did the long pass so weird in this set. He is 7-10 on the long pass. Okay. With the pick there. I think the short pass looks nicer than the numbers 4, 7, 12. 13, 19. It's not too bad. But that pick is even 2 to 5, 11 to 12 on wrong. So I'm not thrilled with the side card. Wilbur Montgomery's not bad, but he's got a high fumble. He's got consistent yardage and wrong. If you had a low fumble, this would be a really nice card. The high fumble is a little bit of an issue, says the Chuck Muncie owner. Nice receiving yardage, and the flat pass can go deep. Jim Jensen's like a decent, blotting fullback, some solid yardage, can block. Can't catch as well as he could in 1980. I think I had him. The receiver, Riley Odoms, is really good. He's got a couple of 7s in the offensive line. 3 5s blocking with the run, but a 4 center is 0 right tackle. Odoms is the 6. Reggie Rucker, that Cleveland receiving group, is not the strongest. 1926, but only 9-15 deep. He's got some nice yardage. Dave Logan is the number 1. He's maxed out short, 9-15 deep. So I wish I had a little bit more of a deep threat there with 12-18. Like if Reggie Rucker was at least 12-18. This team is missing something from me on offense. I don't know. And I'm getting slacked around. Keith says he's still in the room. Not sure why you can't hear me. Let me make sure I didn't remove you, Keith. Hold on. I did not remove you. So you can slack me. Give us a
type the predictions in.
Yeah, you can type in the predictions. Did you have one? Did you have one for Erie, Keith? Did you have a prediction? Typed it in and to Slack me with it because that's where I see it. And we'll do independent videos. All right. So Dan likes the team. What do you think? Oh, did you do special teams?
Does any have open returners or no?
He's got a touchdown and 2 in the kick returner, but the punt returner is not good at all. Pretty terrible, actually. The punter is pretty good. The kicker outside the 12 is 2 to 7, 11 to 12, 13 22, and the 2 to 5, 11 and 12. Yep, there's a lot of this. This thing, a lot of bad kickers. A lot of bad kickers. What do you think, Dan?
Except for Efren Herrera.
That's right.
Well, I think the team's got enough holes. Go ahead, Dan. I'm ready for my prediction.
8-6.
8-6. He gives them. Dennis.
I'm going the other way. I'm gonna say that's a 5-9 team.
I'm going to join you. I'm going to go 5. Well, I'll go 5-9 because 4-10 is too harsh.
It's the quarterback. The turnovers is gonna drive him nuts.
There's just something missing to me with this team, and then the kicker will also hurt a little more than a little, I think. I'll go 5-9, and Keith will type in a prediction. Ricky feature. I wonder if he's the feature back. No, he's not. That was bad. The Jersey Rebels. Now, I got to say, I think we're all big fans of Joe Golden, and Keith, type in an Independence prediction when you can. Joe's a great coach. Joe puts together good, strong, all-around teams. But this year, I'm not in love with this pick and Stabler in the 3rd round. I think with the turnovers, he's not better enough than the other quarterbacks to make him worth your while there. That Green Bay fullback tight end group doesn't bring much to the table, I would say. Coffin's terrible on the short pass, but he's not bad with the flat pass. But I think there was other groups. Was Denver still on the board? Like the Philly group. Dennis got the Philly group 2 rounds later. You get Keith Krepfle and Leroy Harris. I definitely had that group over the Green Bay group, absolutely. And even the Denver group, I think, with Riley Odoms and Jim Jensen might have been superior for a team that already has a running back. The Green Bay fullbacks they're not really that great either. And I think one of them fumbles a lot, and they're the guy with the best card. So I thought that Joe's draft ended up with the St. Louis receivers. Joe never cares about receivers. I thought his draft was not as good as usual, although he did some nice work here with the Houston kicker punter and the Cleveland DL in the 9th round is a nice one to get if you need a DL late. We got 8-6 for the Independents from Keith. And Dennis and I know that you guys may not know is that when you start making these predictions, pretty soon you allow at the end. Pretty soon at the end you find that you generally have way more wins than losses. That could be part of why Dennis and I being a little stingier right up front. Then you got to start dinging people. We'll find out what happens. So the Jersey Rebels. Dennis, what's the defense over here?
They're average good, 3-4 average good.
See, 3 for average. See, like if this team, like with Stabler, if they were at least good, I feel better about it. So
Can
3
you
for
hear me
average
now?
are good. I like the run block. Yeah, we got you,
Yeah.
Keith. There we go.
Thank you.
3-4 averaging good. You like the 6s at offensive tackle. I like Otis Anderson running there. Tight end's only a 4. I really don't understand that. I mean, the Denver unit, the Philly unit, they give the tight end a 6 also. Coppin got some deep playability, I think, but it's only 9-15. And his flat pass is not look. His flat pass, you got Stabler. His flat pass compared to Riley Odom's, I don't think is as good. And Keith Krefley's got nice yardage. I know Keith Krefley can go deep in the both 6s, so I really think I don't like that pick there. I mean, we talked about OJ is good with some mixed feelings. This guy Atkins, 5.7, kind of okay, wrong. Not much of a receiver in the flat. I think he's got a very high fumble number. He might be the guy.
Yeah, there he is.
No, he doesn't. I'm off my rocker. None of them do. 14.9. It's okay. He's better than I thought. My bad, Joe. Let's look at Snake. 61%. 36, 4.4 interception percentage. He must have a high fumble number. He's good flat.
He does have a high fumble number.
You know, I mean, 16, 21, not bad short. But that 10 interception is really hurts to me. I mean, even flat pass wrong, even it's 2 to 4 and 12 on a 10. We've seen guys hit that. We've been playing long enough. The long pass is 5'9". You know, that's not Russell Wilson's height. That's the Ken Slay pass column, Dennis. You know,
I like that short pass card, though. I mean, for this set, you're going to be able to pick up those 3rd and 10s, so that's helpful.
It's not bad for this set, but I don't think you need to take it in the 3rd round. You
well,
know,
he's picking at the bottom of the 3rd round, so it's like a high 4.
The 7-roll double team, though, Tom. You got to have that 7.
That's why Joe will win the championship, and I will not because he has it and I don't have it. But yeah, I'm not a big fan. Too much interceptions there. What's the snap fumble on this guy?
It's high. That's why I took Archie Manning over him.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier. He's got a 7.2 snap fumble, so could be worse, but that's high enough to be noticeable. That's for sure. Archie's got 1.0 and 0. That's nice. So I don't know. I mean, Joe's a great coach. But O.J. Anderson's not a great receiver. Coppin's tight end coach not great. I mean, he doesn't have really the great flat pass receivers. Pat Tilley's really good at it. Yeah, that's fine. You know, he's maxed out short. Better average. I thought he's only 5'10" deep, but Joe's not going to be throwing deep either. You know, I just think it's hard when you can't challenge deep as well. Mel Grave is only 12-18 this year. Look how terrible he is short pass. And even flat, he gets the long games with 10 units. I mean, I trust Joe, but I think even Joe is going to run into more interceptions and snap fumbles. And then O.J. Anderson fumbles also a little bit. So you're going to run into more interceptions and snap fumbles than you'd like. And then on defense, he's only average against the run. So, again, like some of these teams, like, all right, if the offense has questions, but they're good, it's like, okay, well, you know, and Joe's a great coach. So, you know, he can make anything work. Let's look at this defense. He's going 5-5-0 on the defensive line. I guess that's why he's average. And it goes 5-4 with the 0. It goes 5-4-5-5 at linebacker with that beautiful inside linebacker 12. Dan knows well. You love to have that. You don't cover anybody. Got 6s at corners, 4s at safety. So we've got in special teams. The opponent punt return is very bad. 17-11 long gain. And Dennis, there's going to be a lot of punting in this set. Punt returner is pretty good. Kick returner, they're all kind of mediocre. These kick returners kind of average. And he's got a pretty good kicker. Yeah, 2 to 10 out to the 12. I'm excited because he's 2 to 10 out to the 12, Dennis. All right, out to the 12. Then 2 to 9 out to the 22. 2 to 8 out to the 32 is like, wow, that's awesome. You know, so the guys are going to miss those left and right. So I got to say, you know, they're not terrible at all. And they got some things going for them. I'm just so used to Joe having such a solid all-around team that I think I would expect a little more. You know what I'm saying? Expect a little more.
I'll go 7-7 for my prediction.
That's what I was thinking.
Wow,
I want to go
me
8.
too.
I want to go 8-6 because it's Joe. I'm gonna go 8-6 with an asterisk because I trust Joe so much, but I really want to say 7-7. So we'll look for that as a downgrade. I should say 7-7, but I'm gonna go 8-6. Keith, what do you got for Jersey Joe?
Well, I agree with you on a coaching standpoint. He's always tough, but I just think the turnovers are going to be killer. I'm going to say 5-9 because he is a good coach. If it wouldn't be for that, I'd probably say
Fair enough.
3 or 4 wins.
There you go. Okay.
I'd say 5-9 just because of the turnover issue.
And Dan?
Potential.
Dan,
Yeah, I think 7-7 because you can handle one. It's the turnovers, man. You can handle one side of that, but Stabler and OJ combined, I mean, they're just going to happen at bad times, key situations. And that's dice roll. That has nothing to do with coaching. So that's why I'm saying 7-7.
Yeah, there's that random element to if your quarterback snap fumbles, if your running back's got a higher fumble number than you like, if your quarterback throws some picks, I mean, what are you supposed to call? No matter what you do, you're going to run into some turnovers.
Yep.
So
That's
we'll see what happens. So, and I've got to say, Joe is one of the most consistent guys out there in all these leagues. Keeper league, one single season league. He's always got like a solid team, always there. He's been going deep in the playoffs, so he could prove us all wrong. But I would say this is probably the first time I've seen a battle royale Summers for a team of Joes, and I said, "Boy, I don't know, Joe. I don't know. I don't know." And we got some good coaches here, so we always have good coaches. But so we'll see. And now, courtesy of Nicolas Cage, the Las Vegas Flying Elvises, with Jay Villan deep asleep as he gets ready to work in the morning. Jay was with us for probably the first hour, the defending champion, and changed his name, Dennis.
Yeah, Chico Bell Bosman's pulled their sponsorship, so he had to go out to Vegas.
He had to go where the money was, Dennis.
There you go.
But
I actually blamed him before you got on, Dennis. We blamed him for you getting an excellent pass defense, and we said,
that's right.
If you win the league, it's Jay's fault.
That's my team's got some flaws, so we'll see.
That's right.
Okay,
Jay said that he was. Oh, that was a good one. Jay said, Dennis, that he was looking only at one side of the linebacker equation, either 3-4 or 4-3, I forget which one. And he thought that all the units were gone that would have allowed you to get to excellent. And talking now in hindsight, if he had scrolled down more and realized that there was one unit to get you to excellent, he would have taken it.
Makes sense.
So,
of course.
Brian Lewis says, "Yeah, but what about me? I was the next guy. What happened there?" So, all right. So, yeah, I suspect I'm just going on a limb here. I think there is some connection between the management of Chico's bail bondsman and the new Las Vegas ownership. I sense possibly some criminal element there, Dennis. I don't want to cast aspersions, but there might be something going on there with the casinos, the bail bondsman. There's a theme there. All right. So he's got Kenny. We talked about Kenny earlier and whether he was better than Fouts or whatever. Jay said a little bit of a homer pick, but after looking over the cards more closely, Jesus. I have no problem with it because of the turnovers.
Freaking must run. Holy
Kenny
shit.
has a tremendous must run.
Jesus Christ.
Dennis, don't get mad because I know Russell Wilson doesn't get one like this. But 2 to 10 is 11 yards or more. 7 is plus 16. He's only got 4 units of it, but basically that's a completion. Basically that must run is a completion. So that gives him now. Really, it's 4 units of completion. I did the math, Dennis. It's 0.83 times 5, so it's 4.15. So it's really 4 units of completion. But that would be 4, 9. That'll be 16. But I can't give it to him. I'm wrong as well. So my math is now messed up. That'll be 16. I think 16, 19. The flat pass, of course, is excellent. Kenny's calling card. And he goes 6-10 on the bomb. The turnovers are really low. I would have gone Fouts because of the bigger long pass wrong threat and the better short pass right, despite all the turnovers. That was my initial inclination at the time. Now I'm not so sure. I don't know, Dennis, did you look at Fouts and Kenny at all, or you were locked into that 22 and didn't bother looking?
I think, haven't looked at his card yet, but I think that we've all learned from from Rick Byron's that you just go for the big hits. It doesn't matter if the turnovers are there. That's the Ferragamo paradigm. You just gotta just throw it up there and see what happens. So
the Ferragamo paradigm. We have a new phrase in the lexicon. Thank you for that, Dennis. And I like to call it Byron's ball, which the Ferragamo paradigm leads to Byron's ball. But Jay says I won the championship last year. Rick says I won the championship 2 times. But Jay says I'm 1 for 1. Byron's ball, or will it be Kenny Anderson? So we'll see. We all know Jay knows what he's doing. So whoever he picks, I think he would be successful anyway.
I almost took Kenny Anderson instead of Roger Dodger.
Yeah, you had the Starbuck. You would have gone for Anderson right away. I like that.
I definitely think Roger was the pick there. Keith, in my view, nothing against Kenny Anderson.
I think it's because I hate the Cowboys.
well, there's nothing I can do about that. That makes perfect sense. So I understand that. I'll use anybody in Strat.
Well, not only that, Anderson, I think, his snap fumbles is lower than Rodgers.
Kenny is at a 1 snap fumble with a 1 team fumble. Rodgers at 4.0 and 2. So, yep, you're right about that. I still have Roger. Now, I don't go slavishly by my rating, but it's impressive to me in my quarterback rating system. Rodgers 10 points ahead of the next guy, which is a big spread in my system. I usually don't see a spread that big from like 1 to 2. In my system, it's the same spread between Kenny Anderson and Jim Zorn. So that shows you something. So, but I don't go slavishly by that thing. Like, for example, Ron Jaworski was like 8th, was like 7th. I was like, I really don't want Ron Jaworski. So that's why I wanted to get one of the top guys, or else I was like going to wait till the end.
Yeah, it's a big drop-off.
Yeah, now you got Mike Pruitt at fullback. We like the Pruitt card. We talked about this a lot earlier, Dennis, when you weren't here, and Jay was on. Solid yards up and down on right. 10 short gain is a little something. It's interesting. Bruising fullback right and wrong. Linebacker off tackle. But the end run wrong is so nice. You see the end run fullbacks in this era, which you didn't sometimes, which is not always the case. And then Dan was quick to point out some of these nice big numbers on the snake eyes on wrong. Pruitt fumbles a little high. Not as bad as my guys, Chuck Bunsey. I thought long and hard before taking him, believe me. Dennis also talked about how you and I, you mentioned that we had opposite teams. 24.3, not too bad for this year. Cleo Miller, the fullback, really, I think, makes that pick even more appealing. Very solid card on the linebacker. Emron wrong is pretty good. Well, tackle run doesn't look that good, but don't fall asleep in that 4 plus 39. But I think you'll see more linebacker and Emron from Jay. Very fine receiving card for him also. Dennis is coaching. You are coaching a game, aren't you?
No, I think that's one of those cards you call the manipulator, because you can manipulate people's calls with that threat.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard an F-bomb over there from you, so I thought you were coaching. Okay,
that wasn't me. No.
So who had the F-bomb? That's Dan, I guess. Okay. Greg, is that a bourbon, Dennis? That's why I cursed. Greg Pruitt's got a better card than I thought off tackle wrong.
Look at the receiving.
He's always known for that. Great receiving flat pass with good yardage, very good short pass, can also go deep. He had a couple of great seasons. His original 77 card was great. I don't remember what his redone card looked like, but he was always a fun guy with the tearaway jersey. Calvin Hill as a backup has got also a very good receiving card. He turned into a receiving back later in his career, like a receiving only back. It's take a great proof for Calvin Hill. Let's count the units. Got the Miami receivers, who I like a lot. One of the better units. Ozzie Newsome is solid. Now he took his offensive line late, so the pass blocking is not there. But he's got Kenny, so he can throw flat passes. He's got Pruitt and Miller to run the ball with. He's got 5.65 interior blocking, and he's got good fullbacks who can run up the middles and the good flat passing. So this is a better combination. They had to sacrifice a little on the defensive end to really average against the pass. 4.3 is good at average. I like that DL. 5.654 with some pass rush. 4.55 at linebacker. Oh my! He's got a 0 left corner and a 0 free safety. I wager that Ken Stone and Carl Allen are going to become very close this season, Dennis. As you have the strong safety 5 and the right corner 6. It is going to be past double team the flanker. Get ready for a lot of that when you play Jay Villing. Does it even matter what the personnel looks like? Because it's summer sprint, it's single season, his team can't be bad. He's a great coach. Love the opponent punt returns. Now, Dave Preston, I did have the Denver returners up there despite the fumble. I do my own math on the fumbles. And I was willing to live with the 4 fumble for Denver and Philly, and I do have Philly. Bumped his kick returning up a little bit with a touchdown for Roy Green. Uwe von Schaman. 7, 11, and 12 out to the 22. 2 to 6, 11, 12. I guess not that bad comparatively. I'm not in love with the defense. I like Kenny in the offense. It's Jay Villing. I would pick a lot less for other coaches. Because it's Jay, I'm going to take 10 and 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because that's my first double-digit win team right here. Maybe he loses one just from the fumbles on the punt, but that car's going to win him more than it's going to lose him.
So we need to hear from Captain Bourbon and the Shenandoah Kid.
I'd say 8 and 6.
Okay. Jay clipping that out to put on the old locker room.
11 and 3.
Dan goes north of us. That offense is really nicely put together. And, of course, Jay's such a masterful coach. And now we're going to kill somebody with the Maine Murder Hornets. Very topical. Very, 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 very topical name, Dennis. Very topical name, Dan. Much preferable to the Quebec quarantine, which could be another option if you want to be topical.
Nice call.
Okay. I just came up with it. Every now and then I get it.
And I'm a French Canadian, so that would have been perfect.
Oh, there you go. The Maine Murder Hornets. Well, we know Earl Campbell. Now, Dennis, once upon a time, back in the DFL, Dennis, I think I had Earl Campbell over there. I had Earl Campbell there. I had Campbell and Manning in 1980. Dennis doesn't remember this because he couldn't remember being in the league, much less winning it. Once upon a time, Dennis, you were concerned that this card was a little chunkier than you would like. Looking at it now, how do you feel about this Earl Campbell card?
I think the guest right stuff is like really what's going to separate, this set in particular. You can run guest right with Earl up the middle, +8 guest right. You get the, +6 on a off tackle. Those kind of things just makes it set you up in such good situations on the 3rd and shorts and 2nd and shorts.
I thought he had 6 short game right and wrong, but it's on 4, which is okay. But yeah, the yardage here is crazy. The off tackle wrong, 5 to 9 doesn't thrill me. The end run wrong is nice. And the consistent yardage of the middle. One ding against Earl always is that he cannot catch. He'll be open, Dan. I don't expect a lot of double teams coming Earl's way.
46-yard gain there. Come on now.
That's right. There it is. So that 5 past 6 -1 on a running back. Guess right. It's not good. I think Earl was focusing so much on catching it, he couldn't really worry about what to do once he had it. So now Archie Manning, interesting, Dan. You talked about wanting him. I actually had, believe it or not, you're gonna think I'm crazy. I had Jim Zorn slightly ahead of Archie. Archie has a far better card for completions, but he also has more turnovers. And I wanted to go low turnover. That was mathematical. So I saw the picks, the 2 to 10 on short pass, 2 to 7 to 12 on flat pass, 2 to 5 on 12 flat pass wrong. This one's on a 10. And I was like, that's why I dinged him some. But I can see that the completions are very nice. And he's got a little more of a normal long pass card. 8-12. I think I've heard that before at least. As opposed to 9-10 or 6-7. And stuff like that. The short pass is good, the flat pass is good. The must run, he was always a good runner, just like his kids. All right, maybe not. Archie was always a good scrambler. 2 to 6 plus 10. You do the ye old end run. If you'd like, then it's a specialty. Although not with Troy Aikman, apparently. So yeah, I like it. It's a pretty good card. I would have waited on a quarterback, I think, personally. Not that I know I have the book and all this stuff. I would have waited for a quarterback, I think, a little bit and gone someplace else. I don't know where I would have gone. But I could see that you said, you know what, I got Earl. I like the teaming of this together. I love the way it all came together, and that's what matters at the end. You know, we've talked about this quite a bit. The Pittsburgh offensive line with that run blocking, with the New Orleans tight end fullback with Tony Galbraith's run blocking and receiving, Henry Childs receiving, Earl Campbell. You know, it's good. It's very good. And you get Rob Carpenter in there as well. Galbraith can do some guess right. Earl's going to have to carry the water on the ground. Believe it or not, some guys might concede a little bit to Earl if they look at the card, because the guess wrong is not as scary, linebacker off tackle, as it could be. Now, Dan will win a lot of games if people do that because he'll run up the middle with his blocking, and he can run around end with his blocking as well. So I'm just saying you might see more pass calls than you think, which I think you'd be fine with. Defensively, I think I liked overall what happened with this offense, though. 3-4. You go 5-6-4 with 1983 NFL Defensive Player of the Year, Bob Baumhauer. 4-4-4-5 at linebacker. Dan's like, I knew you were going to take St. Louis. I'm glad I still ended up with the right DL. As I said, there's no way taking Cleveland over this group. You got that inside linebacker that can blitz with a 12 with a 3. That's a beautiful thing. You got a 55-10 an outside linebacker. You can send him some if you want, or put him in pass coverage. So there's good options there. Even the 6 on the left side is not bad when Dan's doing his free safety blitzing. You got a 6 at corner. You got 4s elsewhere. You got double team capacity for the inside linebackers. So it's interesting. The unit is only average, but it's got a lot of flexibility to cover some of the weaknesses. I think he can do some things with it. And if I think he goes ground and pound, the offense will work. Childs and Curtis give you some threats down the field. Childs and Galbraith flat pass are really, really good. Special teams, really nice opponent kick coverage. I saw that you picked up that, which is nice. Not a lot in the return game. Like I said, almost all the kick returners are so similar this year. McAnally's pretty good, 44 on the average. He snuck that one in there because I think that Cincinnati kicker stinks. And then Efrain Herrera, 2-10, 2-9, and 12, 2-9. 2-9. Look at that, Dennis. No Nick Mickemeyer. What you got? So that was one of the top kicking units. I think I had Philly number 1, and then I had Seattle number 2. I had Philly, Seattle, Houston, and Washington, and San Francisco was like the last one that I wanted. It's like I did not want to go below that line. That's why Ray Wershing's in light yellow. So, and I think it was the first one to take a unit like that. So I like the team. Dan's a good coach.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna go 9. I'm gonna go 9-5. I like that ball control. Archie Manning's pretty good. He's got a real formula with his blocking. He can do enough with the defense. We know how he uses the pass rush. He's got the 1 corner 6 at least. And there'll be a lot of close games. And when you can kick field goals and the other guy can't, that definitely helps. Plus, down in the goal line, he can punch it in with the blocking.
I'll go 8-6. I like it. Definitely looks like a playoff team to me.
All right, I went 9-5. Keith, what's your prediction?
I have him at 8-6.
All right, Dan, your prediction for the main Hornets?
I'll go 9-5. I mean, somebody else, God honest truth, somebody else with this team would probably win 11 games. But I lose a lot of games on the margins because of aggressiveness. So I'll go 9-5.
Progressiveness, okay. Is that the brand name of your bourbon? Just checking.
That's Woodford Reserve.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. And I always sing the same song. We talk about the Orange County Ramblers. Do. The Rolling Stones. Okay, Orange County Ramblers. Rick Byron's. Rick either goes like misses the playoffs or wins the championship, I think. Or goes 8-6. I just give you 3 options, but I knew he was going to end up with Steve Grogan. He was like, no. Dennis, I have a horrible blind spot in every time I prepare for running backs for the year. I always overlook the guys who are good at 2 columns and can't do the 3rd column. And this year's contestant is Joe Washington, who is very fine, and Gary Davis, who are very fine off tackle and run and very bad on linebacker. Now, Joe does fumble quite a bit, I believe. There was much to do about that during the draft chatter.
So does Franco.
Yes. I'm stuck on the receiving part here. Because this is Dennis. I've almost done all my spreadsheet templates already, Dennis. By the way, I'm actually ready for everyone. Well, I got to put their offense in before I play them. But Joe's at 47.4, a hair north of Chuck Muncie, which I'll become familiar with. But this team went defense first, so let's do that. Excellent and good. That's always impressive. 4-3 goes 5-5-6-6. Let's take a look at those cards. They're most devastating with a guy in the zone, but you will run into these like -2s. Line book 4. I just ran a line book wrong and I lost 2 yards. What the hell, with no one in the zone. So you run into things like that when you play the end run wrong with Chuck Muncie, defensive end -4 or +6. I just lost 2nd and 14. I had end run wrong. What happened? So these cards can hurt you, but they're not invincible. You look here, line book wrong, and you have some good blocking. 5 through 9, you can make good things happen, right? Off tackle, this looks a little tougher. But I'm finding Dennis Zeb knew what he was doing the whole time. I was so slow to come around to it. Only took me 6 or 7 years. Line book against these 4-3s is a nice way to go. Then he's good against the pass. Geez, he goes 6-6-4 at linebacker. And then he's got a 6 free safety. He's got a 4 left corner, a 0 strong safety, and a 5 right corner. He's got some nice pass rush on the defensive line with a 12 and a 10 sitting there. Even a 7 is not bad. This defense will play real well because I know Rick. He'll probably leave that guy, that free safety there, and he'll probably blitz a lot with these 6s and jack up some numbers and try to get you running into Jack Cam and Jack Lambert or whatever. But he won't do it all the time because he's a good coach. So I think his defense will play real well in his very able hands. Offensively, normally you start with the quarterback. Do we have to do that here? Steve Grogan. When I was first set I played in first news, I was 77. He had a great Emerald Wrong card, and I abused it very poorly. My older brother Arthur is 6 years older. I was about 7. He was 13. It was a mismatch in the coaching. But the must run going 2, 7, 10 yards or more. Flat pass is not that good. A little Vinny Testaverde-esque, that card I had last year. 149 goes 10-16 short. If your guy goes 10-16 short, Dennis, you know what Rick's going to say? Why not throw it deep? Throw it deep when the guy is 8-12 with 4 units of must run that are pretty good. So you'll see some long passing to Swan and Stallworth, wherever I heard that before. Jerome Barcrome, as we used to call him back in the neighborhood, is a pretty good tight end with also blocking 5. He's got a strong right side. We were talking earlier. It's nice to have one strong side where you go 6-5-5. I forgot he got Clark Gaines. Will be the focus for the offense. We all like this card. We wish there were more carries on it. Joe Washington fumbles, but when he's not fumbling, he's running not badly. Off tackle and run, even gets right, he's pretty good. And his forte is the old receiving. You need that receiver with that flat pass Steve Grogan card. It doesn't have a lot of pass blocking, which is interesting for a team that plans on throwing bombs. But he's got Kevin Long also. He's going to run the heck out of the ball. He's going to run, and throw a bomb. Byron's ball at its finest. The Ferragamo paradigm in effect. He'll make it work as he always does, or usually does. Special teams. Jimmy Edwards has a plus 83 on 2. Okay. Oh, no. So maybe
Yeah, dude, the Chief.
Once upon a time, Jan Stenerud was an excellent kicker. That time was before this.
This card is in the Hall of Fame.
He's in the Hall of Fame, but this card is not in the Hall of Fame. He's almost as good as Jim Turner from the 1, Dennis. 2-8-12. 2-8-12 from the 1 yard line. Probably going to go for it, I would guess, on 4th and 1. 2-7, 12, 22. Well, he's terrible 1-12, but from the 13 to the 32, 2-11 and 12, 2-6, 11 and 12 is kind of average or respectable in this group. So there'll be a lot of going for it with a lot of teams this year. That's where some of that run blocking comes in handy. I know what Rick's going to do with this team. I'm going to give him 10-4.
Wow. You're pointing out all his weaknesses and then give him a big number like that. I like it. I do think it's also a playoff team. I'll go 9-5. Well, I'll go 8-6. I'm going to be a little conservative. I don't want to steal too much at the end. There'll be a lot of close games. A lot of teams that are going to finish in that 8-6, 7-7, 6-8 range.
We usually have it that way.
I think 11-3.
11-3 says Keith. Okay. What do you like, Keith? What do you like? What makes you say 11-3?
That running back for one thing, and
Clark Gaines.
I think people will be focusing on him. He'll be able to cut loose, like you were saying.
Yeah. Okay. That's the way he likes to play it. Dan.
I was going to go 9-5, but then, in the interest of balancing out at the end, I'll go 8-6 simply because of Grogan. Even though I'm from New England and I love Steve, and he's from K-State, so I got to go 8-6.
You also might be influenced by the last card reviewed, which was John Stenerud's.
Yeah, the thing is that you're going to have a lot of those close games that he's not going to be able to pull out. He's going to get down to the 20, down by 2. Here comes Jan. Oops, I guess I lose still.
Well, and like we said, I mean, his running backs have high fumbles, man. So Franco does anyway.
No, Franco's not on his team. He's got Clark Gaines. I would bring up the next team.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. So
Clark's minimum fumble 4.5.
I mean, I'll still stay with Grogan. Grogan's a tough ride. So
Grogan and Stenerud. Those are things. I'm going to ride the Ferragamo paradigm, though. So I'll keep my prediction, but we'll see. Because I mean, it's a thing until the end. Now, Ron Martin. Ron's another one, Dennis. Excellent coach. Been doing great the last year, 18 months. I want to talk to him. I didn't even email him. Hopefully his health is doing well. But another guy where normally, does real well. Normally I look at his teams. I'm like, okay, I see what he's doing, but I don't like the way this team kind of ended up a little bit, Wasn't really a fan of Jaworski in the 4th round. I would have waited for a quarterback. Wesley Walker's got a sick card. He was my favorite player growing up. But the flank on that jet unit isn't good. I would have rather had Buffalo Dennis got them the next round. I don't like that Pittsburgh DL pick at number 7, although I know Ron is probably a big Steelers fan. That's what he uses in Samifa. So he's like, I'll take the steel curtain over the Oilers. Oilers could get you to excellent. I'm glad someone took Sherman Smith. I love Sherman Smith as a complimentary back. And Ron, if I think Ron, he might be his number 1 back. Or he get someone later. Got the New Orleans kicker on time. Who's his fullback group? Oh, Pittsburgh, Franco. Yeah, that Pittsburgh pick in the 3rd round, I mean, it's theoretically a good pick. But Franco fumbles a lot. Like, and Franco's card, this is just not the great. This is not the good card. It's chunky. The M run is the strength of it. And when you got the fumble, he could have taken Ricky Bell, Dan. He could have taken Ricky Bell or Chuck Muncie. I mean, Chuck Muncie fumbles. Franco fumbles too. But he could have taken Ricky Bell. He could have taken Chuck Muncie. Ricky Bell especially, because he doesn't have, I get a good defense. I feel like Ricky Bell's, a good fit for that, just like the Buccaneers did. Yeah, Franco's number is really high, right, Dan?
Yeah, it is really high.
Yeah, 52.7, even higher than Chuck Muncie and Joe Washington. So that's a really high number.
And Rocky Blair has a good receivers card, and he has some good gains, wrong guesses, but there again, his fumble numbers are really high too.
Yeah, I forgot about Rocky. Keith, thanks for pointing that out. Rocky has a very nice card, but the fumble number is even worse than Franco's, 56.4. So, he's also a good receiver. He does get the 2 backs, but that fumble number is too high for me to take that pick in the 3rd round. And Jaworski's card, that's how bad the quarterback sets are. But my formula is he was like the 7th best quarterback out there. I would not have taken him 7th. But you bring up this card, and my first reaction is, this doesn't really do anything for me. Well, what do you guys think of this Jaworski card? Dan, he's 8'9" long. 8/9 on the long pass. It's crazy.
Yeah.
8 guess right is good, but I mean Dennis would probably do okay with an 8 guess right. But the rest of the card is, that 6 is going to come up a lot on flats, and I mean, you're going to be depending on short pass gets wrong. I mean, I don't like the card at all.
Yeah, this is a card where like he's fairly low turnover. That's probably why he came out in my rankings. But if in my formulas, but if I was starting to do them subjectively, this card would drop, and you would see even like Stabler, maybe Tommy Kramer, maybe Joe Ferguson. You'd see other cards go way ahead of it on my rankings. Probably not a fan of it. Not a fan of it. I'll bring up Wesley Walker's card because he was my favorite player growing up. Number 85, 24.7 average that year, Dennis. I think he was injured, missed some time. So like 23 catches. But he was known for his big play capability, and you can see that. Look at that. Oh, wow, 24.7 average. So he's got 18 units of long gain or better on long pass wrong.
I told Jay a million times I was looking for him to be my final piece in my offense, and I just waited too long.
If there was a decent flanker in the special teams game, it would have been great to take Wesley. But boy, that's pretty exciting. Unfortunately, now he did it up with JT Smith as his flanker, but it's quite a drop off there between from Mr. Walker on the other side. I think, and Benny Cunningham's a decent tight end. Sherman Smith's an excellent receiver. But you're talking more flat and short for these other players. Wesley's going to get a lot of attention. I like Sherman Smith. You know, he can. His running card's not bad. He's got some short gains, gets wrong. I know his gets right's not the greatest. The receiving is really, really nice. He's one of those backs that Rick likes to use, but that nobody, because people don't call enough run against him. He does well with them. This offensive line is not good. He goes 5.55 on the right side for run blocking. Pass blocking is real bad. This is Chicago. And the running backs aren't great. And they fumble. So I think this offense is in trouble. What do you think of this offense, gentlemen?
That combined with the average pass is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I think the quarterback more than the running backs. You can run enough with Franco and Rocky if you can avoid the fumbles to get people to call run and then hit Walker deep. But it's going to be hit and miss. The team on the whole, I'm going to go go 5-9, and I think Ron's just got unlucky in a couple of his draft spots to wind up that way.
Well, I made some choices, I think, also, but then they're good against the run. They're average against the pass. Goes 6'6", 4'5", 5'6", 5 at linebacker. Goes 0-4 at corner. 5 at strong safety. 6 at free safety. Keith, you going to say something?
What was Jaworski's snap fumble?
I think he's good at those things, actually. It's probably the only reasons he came up higher in my rating, but I'm not certain. I'll check right now. He's awful. 10.6 snap fumble.
Yeah, I was thinking he was pretty bad between that and the running back fumbles, and it's going to be tough.
Yeah, he's got a good punt returner, and the corners aren't great. I didn't look at the kicker. Should I? Oh, Garo Yepremian. He can throw a pass for you in a pinch. 2-10 after the 12. To 8 and 12 to 6, 11, 12. Not that bad.
Not bad.
Boy.
I'd say 4-10.
4-10. I'm gonna go 6-8 because I think Ron is such a good coach, and I wouldn't be surprised at 7-7. But 6-8. I'll tell you one thing: if he gets down, if he's like 3-5, whatever, this thing could go downhill in a hurry. Dan, what's your prediction?
5-9.
All righty. Guys, put asterisks next to mine. That could be a team that I ding. I mean, there are problems there. I wish that I pronounced this, so I'm just going to say the Presque Isle Squonks. Is anyone here familiar with Presque Isle?
There's a Presque Isle in Maine, but he means Pennsylvania.
I didn't know they had islands in Pennsylvania. Okay.
Presque Isle is one of the northernmost towns in Maine, right on the Canadian border. So,
okay.
You nailed the squonks part, so that's all that counts.
I was not going to say schoolonks, or whatever that is. This has got to be then. Don't tell me. This is Greg.
Correct, but you told me not to tell you.
Oh, put him up. 3-4 defense, excellent against the run, good against the pass. 5-6-6 defensive line with that very sexy, awesome 4-12-10 coming off the bench, probably starting a lot. Dennis let you do that. 5-5-5-6 at linebacker. I'll tell you, you're excellent against the run. You're 5-6-6, 5-5-5-6. This is where the double counting really helps. And run no linebackers, 8 +4. All right, I hit the 8 +4. Oh, I thought I was going to get a first down. Didn't happen. You still need to get a guy in linebacker and off tackle. Otherwise, this blocking does the job. You got to nerf it down some, and also then get some minuses and stuff like that. But they're for real. The pass rush is for real. The secondary, we talked about this team earlier. Very strange. 6 is at safety, 4 left corner, 0 right corner. And Greg is a bit of an inexperienced coach, I understand. Offense, they got Steve DeBerg at quarterback. Mr. Flat Pass makes Chad Pennington look like a bomber. He's got 3-4. He's got 5'8 deep. Also not Russell Wilson's height. He's almost maxed out. Flat pass to the interception wrong is incomplete. Goes 12-18 short. He's low pick though. Well, fairly. Not been able to have a good running game. We talked to the team. I was worried about this team after the first couple of rounds, but they kind of came together nicely. We were looking at them before. John, he's got 2 6s run block on the right side, and the tight end 5 who can't catch, unfortunately. John Riggins has got plenty of carries, and he's not bad. Still surprised no one ended up. I like watching over Atlanta. Still surprised that William Andrews isn't in our league. I thought he might end up as someone who's lead back. He's not great, but at the bottom of the league, I thought someone might end up with him as a lead back. I kind of like this Riggins card. I think it'll do well. I don't know what his fumble is. Wendell Tyler is more of the boom or bust type of guy with some boom on the wrong and some bust in the way of fumbling a lot and not being great on right. He does have 2 long game right and wrong and 4 and 12 short game. Yeah, I thought for sure he was going to end up on Rick's team. The long passing and the big play running. He's got 5 pass receivers. Ahmad Rashad. Let's look at how none of those running backs can catch though. Don Warren is okay, but is always known for his blocking.
Can't go deep. That's the problem.
Yeah, he can't, just like the rest of the team. Wendell Tyler is not awful, but he's not good. John Riggins was a good receiver with the Jets. Washington didn't use him that way. Okay, but again, only okay. He's got Clarence Holman who can catch, but you can bench somebody for him. So I don't know. His offense is kind of weird. I think it can work. If he had better flat pass receivers, I'd feel better about it. But not the tight end and the running backs, they're just not that good on the flat pass. Warren's okay, I guess, but I mean, I'm trying. He's at 27 flat pass wrong. That's like a 7 and 10. Usually you get to 30 for a tight end. Defense is real good though. But even then, he got some issues with the corners. He's got a pretty good punt returner, touchdown, and 21. The kick returning is The one back's got the touchdown, but otherwise bad yardage. The kicking is not good. Matt Barr, 2-7, 13-22, 2-6, 11-12, 23-32. I'm not a huge fan because the offense just seems kind of hodgepodge. He needs to run the ball as much as he can, I think, and get the flat pass wrongs going. It could work if he does it, but they say he's inexperienced. That's going to hurt him. I'll go 6 and 8 though, because there's quite a few things I kind of like about this team.
Yeah, I was impressed with the way he came in as a rookie coach. Was always on time with his picks, very confident in what he was doing and when he was trying to build his team. So I'm going to go 7 and 7. I think he might surprise us. He doesn't seem like your typical rookie coach / GM. He didn't have a lot of, the questions he asked were intelligent questions as opposed to being totally lost with his questions. So I'll go 7 and 7.
That's some inside information there from talking with Greg. Go ahead, Dan.
6 and 8.
Keith?
7-7.
All righty. So we all got him in that neighborhood, 6-8, 7-7. If he really pounds the ball on the ground, he's got a chance, I think. So we'll see if he does that. Okay. The St. Pete Sea Cows, not even St. Petersburg. We're informal. The St. Pete Sea Cows. That's Aiden's team. Did we do my team?
No, not yet. Did you skip yourself?
Oh, how did I do that? I did skip myself. All right. Well, I'll go back to myself. Okay. I gave myself the Randy Leeper treatment. Okay. The St. Pete Sea Cows. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, well.
They got Walter Payton. You know, one thing with Payton and Campbell, it's like, and O.J. Anderson, you know, they're the best runners of the set. I like Payton's all tackle. I'm wrong. They're good, but like I don't know. Well, no, I like the Payton card. Never mind. I was gonna say something about Payton, but I'm not gonna. My brother would kill me. So, but boy, Payton's so good, huh?
Jesus.
Just, you know, the positive yardage all over the place, the short games.
One more pick, man. One more pick.
He can do some blocking for you. He can catch it. He can play quarterback on Monday Night Football if your other guys are hurt. Boy, what a player. Number 34. And Mike Ditka can't even give him the ball in the Super Bowl. Give it a refrigerator. Yay.
Yeah.
And don't fall asleep on the backup. Willie McClendon was another reason to like this unit. Because, Dennis, you'd be happy to use that card as your backup halfback, yes?
Not too shabby.
And you can go blocking back half. If you need to save some carries on Walter, you can go blocking back halfback and keep Walter in the game as a blocking back and receiver.
Nice.
Larry Zonka's a little past his prime here.
That Zonka card is definitely okay.
That is not bad at all. You can see we all know what type of player he was in his prime, but he still gets the job done with the short yardage. And if you want to run key, might pop a short gain on you. I think his fumble is high, but I've been way off with my memory on the fumbles. I remember the DFL, Dennis, but I can't remember the running back fumbles from this particular set. 19 is very good. There you go. That's for this set particularly. For this set, it's good. It's funny because like the modern season, like anyone over 10, we're like, oh man, he fumbles. Back then, it's like just be under 30. You know.
We need to be more forgiving for our modern fumblers, I guess.
No, I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. Zeb benched who's the Baltimore guy with the good card that Dan has, Dan?
Oh, Kenneth Dixon.
The running.
Or Dixon,
yeah. He fumbled for Zeb early in the season. He benched him the rest of the season. Didn't use him.
Killing it for me in SSFA.
Yeah, he's a good card. So Zeb said, sorry, you can't play for me, kid. To get Freddie Solomon, Steve Largent, we know Dennis would love to squeeze in the lineup somehow. I didn't like that San Francisco returner pick was way too high for me. Third round. Oh, this is Aiden. I'm sorry, Aiden. Forgive me. I should be nicer because he's new and younger.
But you get a lot of stuff in that, right? He got well, I guess he's not that good, I guess. I was thinking Solomon was better than that. Not Max.
No. Yeah, you got a bunch of things, but well, I'll give you an example. We got the free safety 4, and I don't know if he needed that to get good or something.
No, he did not need it. He wanted with average, but he replaced a 0 free safety with a 4.
Still ended up average, though. So that didn't take the Giants secondary much later. Still ended up average, but yeah. I mean, just to give you an example, he took that pick over like the New England receivers. You know, I mean, he had Walter Payton, the Denver linebackers. You know, you got Walter Payton. Dan, he could have taken the New Orleans tight end fullback. Goes very well with Walter Payton. He could have taken an offensive line. He could have taken one of the best receiver groups. So that San Fran, to get Solomon and free safety 4, that just doesn't do it for me, you know, with that selection. Nothing against you, Aiden. I like he ended up with the Dallas offensive line, 6'6" on the left side. Zonka's a 5. You can go block him back on halfback if you want. Be strong on that side. And 5 center and right guard, too, and the tight end's a 5. So he's got some good run blocking there. Not much pass blocking, but I'll actually take the run blocking in this set if I had to choose. Joe Ferguson wasn't too bad. Well, Jaworski-esque. I think the interceptions are pretty low. He is 412 on the bomb. So the short passes hurts, 10, 16 hurts. You got Largent who can go deep pretty well. I think he's only actually 12, 18. Short pass is much nicer for Largent. I don't think these Miami tight ends are not very good receivers before.
Nope.
Joe Rose is okay. Hardy's not that good. So I don't know. Ferguson's not going to generate a lot of pass calls by the defense. And even when you guess wrong, you got to try and beat him with the bomb, I guess. So the offense, even though they got Walter, the offense could struggle a little bit. We'll see. I played against him recently. He didn't coach badly at all. So I don't think that's really an issue. For one of the later 3-4 lines, I like that New England group. He's good in average. He goes 4.55, but he got some pass rush, nose tackle right end, and a backup left end 0.11. He goes 6.5, 6.5 at linebacker, a 5 at left corner, 4s in the rest of the secondary. So it's going to hurt him some. Let's see what we got. The special teams. Because also that San Fran unit isn't even like good returners. Well, Dwight Hicks is pretty decent. James Owens is good, so they're better than I thought. Punter's not good, but we all have bad punters. He got Ray Wershing, who's a pretty good kicker. 29-12, 13-22, 2-8. Good and average. Joe Ferguson, Walter Payton. I'll go 6 and 8. I'll go 6 and 8. Is anyone still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Dennis?
Okay.
I had him at 4 and 10.
All right. The same Pete. I went 6 and 8. Keith went 4 and 10. Dennis?
I'll go 5 and 9. It's just the quarterback card that's going to kill him.
All righty. And Dan?
And for the math, 4 and 10.
Yep. That's what happens at the end. So we'll go back to my team, which I inexplicably skipped, Dennis. Okay?
4 and 10.
Okay. Oh, bulletin board. Okay. Let's see. Dennis, we
I
got.
gotta go get a beer. I'll be back in about an hour. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll still be going on. We got week 11. We go to Maine, Dennis. It might be cold weather that time of year, so Sam Bam Cunningham will have to ground it out for us. So this team is actually offense first, which is against my normal thing. Joe Theismann, quarterback. Not a great card, but better than a lot of other guys. Pretty good with the turnovers. 1 snap fumble, 0 quarterback fumble. Picks run 11, and they're not super low, but they're lower than by comparison. A lot of guys. Pretty decent flat. Can challenge you deep with that weird 8-9. Kind of better on right than wrong. Moss run is really not that great. 2 to 7, 5 yards or more. The short pass is pretty good, and I've got good receivers, so decent quarterback card, better than some. Offensive line is very weird. A 7 left guard, a 5 center. Otherwise, 4s and a 3 at right guard, so sacks can be a problem. We do go 6-5 with the blocking on the left side. No other blocking anywhere else. Probably play a lot of blocking back with Sam Cunningham as the blocking back and Chuck Muncie or Mike Strachan as the running backs. Muncie's card is a high fumble, 42.8, but it's a pretty good card. The M wrong looks like the strength of this card. I was inspired by Dennis's typical running back assessments. I said Dennis would like this column if the fumbles were low. All that like +5, +9, +8, +7 down here. Muncie's not great. Off tackle is probably his best. Possibly gets right. That's hard to say. Emma wrong is his best, certainly. Can't really catch someone as a high fumble. I had mixed feelings about him. I took him over Ricky Bell, though. Mike Strachan, the backup running back, gives you 12 pretty quality carries, Dennis. It's a pretty nice backup halfback card. Can't catch it all. Even worse than Muncie, but at least he's a little fumble. Sam Cunningham is not much of a runner. Short yardage guy. Pretty good at the short yardage. Decent receiver, 5'2". Took the unit more for the tight end. The receivers are great. Stanley Morgan is lethal. He's got 9 long gain units and short pass wrong. He's got 1 fewer than Wesley Walker. 17 long gain plus on long pass wrong. Almost 6-7 long gain.
Jeez.
Then Harold Jackson. Harold Jackson is 1926 short, but it's all big yardage. And he's got 2, 6, 9 short pass wrong long gain units. He's also maxed on the bomb, 15-21. He's also got 17 units of long gain or better. Stanley's got 6 and 7 long gain right. Harold's got 7 and 8 long gain right. So people have to respect my receivers, that's for sure. Russ Francis, the blocking 6, which will help. He's got a really nice flat pass guard, is really nice. And he's 19-26 short and tosses in a 9-15 long for the heck of it. So I like the offense. I like the offense because the receivers scare you. Francis can catch underneath. Cunningham can catch underneath. Muncie's pretty good against wrong. Strachan's not bad. Blocking back set gives me a pretty good running on the left side. I could also run to the right side from that set a little bit because of Russ Francis is 6. But there's some issues. I mean, Theismann's not great. Muncie fumbles. And the pass blocking isn't good, and there's no run blocking outside of the left side. Defensively, the team is a 4-3 that goes averaging good. I don't like them as much as I did before. 5'4" defensive line, but with some pretty solid pass rush there. 5'11", 10'8", which those 3 guys will help in this set where there's no pass blocking. 5'4" linebackers, kind of pedestrian. I got stuck with the 4 at right outside linebacker from Clay Matthews' father, from Clay Matthews Jr.'s father. I think his father was also Clay Matthews. I think Clay Matthews Jr. might be the 3rd. I'm not sure. But anyway, this is the middle Matthews, Bruce's brother, but there was a father played further back. Chip Matthews, maybe? So there's a lot of headbacks I can catch. So that's an issue. And I have all these 4s there. At 4 right end is a problem if you can't bring the 4 right linebacker up. I got a 6 at left corner, 6 at strong safety. I'd rather have a free safety 4, right corner 4. They'll get well acquainted probably, like I said earlier. So I'm hoping to score some points, kind of get up on people, and maybe the pass rush will help with some late game sacks. 4-3 defense, I already said. Special teams, good opponent punt returns, good opponent kick returns. John Sciarra is going to lose some games with that fumble 4. He's going to help a lot with that 5 plus 30. So a little bit of a boom and bust in the punt return. He's got other good returns too. And my formula said it was worth it, so I said, what the hell? Wally Henry is like the same kick return as everyone else, 6 plus 24. Punter isn't that great, got a block 7 plus 42, but they're all kind of the same. Kicker is one of the better ones, believe it or not. 2 to 10 to the 12, 2 to 9 and 12, 13 and 22. The 2 to 8 is where he shines, Dennis. And actually, 2 to 6, 33 to 37, if I ever get stuck out there before the half. Fumbles for Muncie will be a problem. Tom's not used to being an offensive coach in this era. I do have a strategy in place that I think will work well. Defense can be a problem at times. The punt return can be a problem at times. I'm going to give myself 8 and 6. Although I think I can definitely do better, but I'll give myself 8 and 6. Dennis?
Sorry, I think that are we going for predictions now? I already looked at your team. Your team's really good, and you always seem to, make sure that you're prepared. You got those details down pat, and I think that's going to make a difference in a lot of those games that could go one way or the other. Those inside defensive tackles are going to give guards fits in this set. Again, this is another double-digit team for me. I'm going 10 and 4.
All right, Dan, are you still there, Dan, or no?
Yeah, I'll go 10 and 4 also. That 4 fumble thing on the punt return. I mean, you globally, not you, but you got to think about it in relation to the 3 rather than the 4.
Exactly, that's what I do.
And if you look at it in relation to the 3, it's like 2% greater increase of a fumble than a 3 roll. So,
well, yeah, well, you'll get more fumbles over the course of the year, but it's not. It's 1.5 to 1 since you recover half of them. It's 1.5 to 1. So you're going to lose 1.5 out of every 36 punts. You return maybe like 48 punts a year. So you might get like you should only get like 2 or 3 fumbles, 2 or 3 lost fumbles compared to 1 or 2 lost fumbles. So it's maybe 1 or 2 lost fumbles a year, which is a lot. It might only be 1. But I mean, that 5 plus 30 is pretty sweet. So,
yep. Completely agree.
And Keith, what do you got for me?
Well, I was going to go 10 and 4, but the coach is a prick, so I'm going to go 9 and 5.
There you go. That's how you do it.
Now, yeah, I think 9 and 5.
Attaboy, Keith.
I just need to make sure I'm using my pinky correctly on the play selector when we play this year, Keith. That's all.
Hey, you'll beat me, so that's all that matters.
No, Keith, it's not an end run. I said a flat pass. What are you talking about?
What was your prediction for yourself? Have you gotten to that yet?
I did. I said 8-6.
Yeah,
14-0.
that's way modest, but okay.
I'm worried about the Chuck Muncie fumbles, the punt return fumbles. The defense got 4s all over the place. So that's all I'm saying. And Tom's not accustomed to coaching an offensive oriented team in these leagues. Right, Dennis?
You'll adjust.
He's afraid of Earl Campbell.
I'm afraid of Earl Campbell. Who wouldn't be? Wisconsin Badgers, Butch's team.
Butch.
Another team that made. I love Butch, but I love Butch. I'm sorry, Butch. I don't always like some of his picks. He made
Tom,
some.
what do you think about his San Diego receiver pick?
Yeah, we spoke about that earlier, and I would say that I was strongly opposed to that pick. Well, as the competition, I'm in favor of the pick, but in the best interest of the Wisconsin Badgers, I don't think that pick was. I mean, the pick is. You can argue that it is at best marginally better than Buffalo, which went 4 rounds later. And we just looked at the New England receiver cards. There's just no way. There's no way that anyone's going to tell me that San Diego receiver group, because Charlie Joyner's max short pass, and because Kellen Winslow has a decent number 2 tight end card, that makes up for what you get with New England. There's no one's going to convince me of that, ever. Of course, I've said things like this before, and then the guy wins the championship. So, shades of George Rogers, Super Bowl MVP for Paul, and Vince Ferragamo with the Ferragamo paradigm for Rick Barnes a couple years ago. But I don't know. It was Danny White last year. This year it's the San Diego receivers and this Detroit tight end fullback in the 4th round. Dennis, are you there or no? No, he comes back. He disappears. Then
I'm watching Community with my kids. I'm half listening.
And then when I stop talking, he chimes in his prediction. So, but it didn't have a number 1 running back.
The difference is usually it's hard to get a word in edgewise. I'm just letting you take the floor. Filibuster, my friend.
Well, I think this is one of my specialties is going through the teams here. So, I don't know. I say what I need to. What need to be said. We got Dan Fouts at quarterback. He's in the Hall of Fame, unlike Dave Krieg. No championships. That's the only similarity. Really nice flat pass guard. 15 complete short. Guess right. And then 18, 23 short pass wrong. Boy, that'd be great. All we need is a running game to get some short pass wrong calls. Someone should have told Butch about that one. 4, 7, 8 long pass right, and then 14 long pass wrong. A lot of picks, but 14 long pass wrong in this set when hardly anyone else is getting there. Stallback, I think, is there, and I'm not sure anyone else is over 12. If guys down around 10 that are considered good quarterback cards. Let me get some long pass receivers, maybe, Dan, like Charlie Joyner, 9-15. Or like David Hill, 5'10", with no long gains on the card. Butch wants to beat you with the short pass. This is not the rule set for it. You'll win some games that way, but you're not going to just short pass your way down the field and beat people. And also, the New England guys are still great on short pass yardage. So you need to take some pressure off of Fouts in the passing game by getting yourself some good running back cards. Took Detroit's fullback in the 4th round. John Riggins was still available. I know the tight end over there sucks. So I guess I can see that, but you didn't have to take that unit in the 4th round. The Philadelphia unit, it still gives you at least Leroy Harris. Keith Krepfle is not bad. I like the David Hill card, but Keith Krepfle is not terrible. He's pretty good, actually. Wouldn't you take Philly tight end fullback over Detroit there, Dan? If you had no running backs on your team?
The Philly tight end is outstanding. And Dennis
he's
stole
good.
Him late, yeah.
Yeah, he blocks. He's a good receiver. He's got nice yardage. And Leroy Harris can run the ball, you know? And instead you get Bo Robinson, who had a 3.5 average. You're trying to get run calls for Dan Fouts. This guy has to roll a 2 or 12 to get a short gain. And his receiving is only okay. I think he might also fumble, but I'm doing horrible with the fumble memory tonight. 44.1, so he's not even sure-handed. This is not the Bo that knows football, from what I can see. Horace King, it's I guess a little after his prime. He was pretty good in 78 with the receiving. He can catch the flat pass. I mean, he's got the 4 plus 20 plus 23, but no one's calling running because of those guys. Yeah, then later on, you got the good run blocking on the right side. You got the 3.7s, but there's no dump off. Later on, you get Tony Dorsett, whose card was uninspiring to me. And this is, I would say, ugly. It's just not a good card. Lima wrong, I guess, is kind of okay. I guess. And does Tony fumble, Dan?
Yes.
44.3 is in Chuck Muncie territory. Once he's got a better card,
Go
you can catch the flat pass, but this rushing attack is not good. It's not good. And Ron Stinks can really catch. I mean, Dorsett will do fine some games. Some of these guys do fine to give him big carries, but over the course of the season, I don't think he gave fouts to the horses. I really don't. I mean, like this is a team. Butch. The San Diego receiver pick was not a good pick. I guess he's probably going to go 2 tight end. The Detroit tight end fullback pick was too early for that. It doesn't have a running game. I wouldn't have minded Wilbur Montgomery. He was gone before that pick, but he could have taken the Philadelphia tight end fullback, right? And then he could have, maybe got himself Sherman Smith or maybe Wendell Tyler with Dan Fouts. It's like, okay, I got high fumbles, but that Wendell Tyler gets wrong card is dangerous. People got to respect it. He was complaining about he missed out on Joe Washington, but they were like, he took a DB 18 unit. There were 6 of them. He was the only one to take.
How do you not take? I mean, look at this. I mean, how do you not take Ricky Bell in the 3rd round?
Yeah, that's the guy I was looking at. The fullback group there.
Jesus Christ!
Hey, no, it's around 4, right?
Round 3, Ricky Bell in his 5th pick.
Right. You're right.
He could have taken the Jets. It was on the way down. He could have taken the Jets. He could have taken the Jets with Clark Gaines and Kevin Long and Jerome Barkham could still catch. He wanted the pass blocking, so he took the Tampa Bay OL. So I guess that's the way he went. But even if you said I want the pass blocking, which I can live with.
It's not a bad idea.
Which I can live with because of Fouts. At least the 4th round was going the way down. So Ricky Bell was gone in the 4th round. Like you said, we took him in the 3rd. Like I can see the pass blocking, but you got to do better for your running game.
Well,
take the Philly group.
Okay, Hofer and Durking right there at 3 and 2. I mean, Jesus, those are some really, really good cards.
But again, that's going down. It's an even round.
No. Oh wait.
Oh no, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Scott and Paul Hofer can also catch. You could have taken. So you could have taken Durking. You could have taken Durking to give you legitimate running back. I like that Durking card. Or you could have taken Hofer and said, you know what? Maybe I'll grab Riggins or even William Andrews who can catch also. The Philly group was still on the board. Then you have a running game. I mean, and instead this Detroit tight end group, you could have waited on that. He could have ended up with Denver or something later on, So I just think he spent, and see, Butch I can talk openly with, so it is mine. But he spent his first 4 picks on offense, and he doesn't have a running game or good receivers. Or I should say, or he doesn't have a running game or the receivers as good as he could have had.
Yeah, his good receivers just doesn't have a running.
Yeah, his good receivers. Yeah, but not as good as they could have been. I
mean, think about this. Think about going Fouts, New England receivers, and Ricky Bell. First 3 picks, and then take an O-line round 4. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, or if he really wanted, he wanted the 7s. If he wanted to. If he really wanted the 7s, he could have taken the San Francisco offensive line in the 2nd round. And he could have taken Jets or Ricky Bell or New England receivers in the third round. And the fourth round, if he still didn't have a running back, could have taken Dierking.
I think he thought he was going to get San Francisco coming back to him in the third round. He didn't think he would go.
Yeah,
when I took him in the second round.
That's a good call.
Yeah, I can understand that. Still shouldn't have taken the San Diego receivers though, and still you can't take this Detroit group over Scott Dierking. You can't do that. Or even Paul Holford if you went to receiving, and you could maybe get John Riggins or whatever. So that Tampa Bay, you can't take that. There was 618 units there. Anyway, Butch won't listen. It's too late in the show. I'm sorry. I don't mean to beat you up, but I guess when I get tired, I get even more. But yeah, I just, and then what happened after that didn't really matter because you already put yourself in a tough spot there. But too early for the Detroit group. At least the San Diego guys are good. But this round 4 and 5 is where he could have got himself a running game, taken the pressure, and instead he went tight end and secondary 18 unit. That's where, no matter what he did the first 3 rounds, that's where he could have got Dierking and Riggins, Dierking and the Philly tight end fullback, Hofer and Riggins, whatever he wanted there, But anyway, that's what he did. All right, so I'm sorry, Butch, forgive me. Which doesn't mind when I'm open with him. This is Mick. 3-4, and he's 3-4 average because he spent his first 4 picks on offense. That's not gonna be good.
All right, so let's cut to the chase. What do you guys got for him?
All right, 6-4-5. That is me cutting to the chase. 15 minutes. He's got Don Parrish. I think is a legitimate nose tackle. At least, yeah. Okay. 6-4-5, and 6-4-4-5. 4 is at corner. 5 is the secondary. Only guy in the league that doesn't have a lot of pass rush either. I shudder to think what his kicker looks like. Punt returns aren't that good when a lot of guys have good returns. There's going to be a lot of punting. Nothing in the return game. He's got Ray Guy. Okay. Field goal kicker, Jim Breach. 2-9-12, 2-9-12, 2-8-2-6. I'll go 5-9. Because Butch is a pretty good coach, and you do have Fouts. But I would not be surprised at worse. And I think it's something of a calamity.
All right. So what was that again? I missed it.
It was 5-9. 5-9.
Okay. I'm going to be a little bit more optimistic. I'll say 6. I'll say 6-10. I mean 6-8. Sorry.
Yeah, 6-8. Okay. Dan?
7-7, just so he doesn't kick my ass in Tecmo in this last quarter.
All righty. And Keith?
I had him at 4-10. I'm not going to bash these picks because it was three rounds I kicked myself.
Okay. Dennis, Keith may be the only guy who's less optimistic than I am with the predicting. He's going to have to league at 4-10, I think. I finally found a soulmate, Dennis.
Keith's a hard ass, man.
Keith and I will have the whole league under 500. Okay.
Just to let you know, I'm gonna share my screen here. Going into this last team, Tom, you're 4 games under 500. I'm 4 games under 500. Dan's 8 games. 12 games over 500.
Fuck.
And Keith is 8 games under.
Can you say that slowly, Dennis? Slowly, and blow up your screen a lot.
12 games. Jesus.
Yeah.
I told you, Dan, it's hard. Dennis,
all right, 0-14. Whoever's next.
Why don't you just click the Zoom Plus in the bottom? You always do that, Dennis. What's up with that?
Wait a minute. Dennis is last, right?
I'm 4 games under. Dennis is 4 games under. Dan is 12 games over. He's 8 games under.
This is what you want me to click?
And we're about to do Dennis, Keith. So Dan, so you're about to go even more over. Okay.
All right, 1-13.
Okay, that bounces it up. All right, we have the Seattle. Sure, I can. Okay.
I'm not sure I can this year.
Okay, well, you're up to, well.
Dan, what
do you do when, you know what a great coach Dennis is? You know what a great coach he is? wins more championships than anybody. He's always there. You know he overachieves. And you're watching him play first game of the season, and you see him do a couple things. Like, Dennis, what are you doing in your head? And it doesn't work out. What do you do in that? How do you feel in that moment? I didn't know what to do. Do I say after the game, Dennis, what are you thinking? Or just say, you know what, Dennis knows what he's doing. So what? He just made a couple moves that time that didn't work out.
I think this is perfect because I can pick 1 and 13. He'll laugh at it. No, it won't happen, and I won't piss off the other 13 owners. So this is great.
There you go. Okay.
So Dennis, are you gonna be all right with me if I pick 1 and 13?
Yeah, perfect.
Dennis,
all right, good.
We know, but if you do, we know who the one will be against.
Yeah, exactly. I already beat him. Actually, you know what's funny is last night I beat him, and that's my one victory in the last 14 games against him. So it's perfect.
You know, Dennis, I've been meaning to check, and I know that my 2 Battle Royale games against you this year were luck fest in my favor. I believe that I have a winning streak against Dennis in Battle Royale. No, 4 or 5, I think, in Battle Royale Summer Sprint. And he has a similar, if not longer, winning streak against me in SOMIFA SSFA. I was thinking of looking that up, Dennis, but that might be the truth. I don't know. I can't. You beat me in SSFA. You beat me in SSFA regular season this year, playoffs the last 2 years, and maybe the regular season in SSFA then also. And you beat me in SOMIFA this year, and I think either last year or 2 years ago. You had like a 6-game winning streak against me in SOMIFA SSFA, something like that. And I beat you 2 times in Battle Royale this year. I think I beat you last year. I'm not certain. I think I shut you out last year. And I think I might have beat you the year before. I'm not certain. So it might be like, I'm not certain about those, though. But anyway.
Well, we know what leagues are most important. So that's on Dennis's side.
Yeah, the DFL. He won the championship.
No, I think the ones that you can get a prize at the end is more important. So well done, Tom.
Money, 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 money.
So there's no physical trophy in the SRFFFFL?
I don't have physical trophy in any of my leagues.
What's that league? What are the letters of that league again?
My stock league is SFFRL. My retro league is SSFL.
No, the relegation league, the one where you win all the championships.
SFFDL? Yeah, that's
the one. What does that stand for?
What is Dan holding up? I want to share your screen, Dan.
This is the physical trophy that you get from one of our leagues.
Oh, that's from the USFFL?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my flat pass 2 men in zone interception that Dennis called.
Nice.
I
love it.
Very nice.
My only championship ever, so I got to lean on that, you know.
Well, you'll get another one, I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
Either that or Joe Golden will get his first one against you in triple overtime.
Yeah, no shit, huh?
So, all right, the Seattle, sure I can. Okay. Jim Zorn, a quarterback. Again, this is interesting. I think a lot of the guys wanted the quarterback.
You got to share your screen again.
Okay, I thought it was, but I am.
This is actually a really good draft. I mean, I got to tell you. I mean, that's waiting people out right there.
Yeah. Let me look at. Dennis got some steals here. I like Jim Zorn in the 3rd round. I told him that at the time. The Deer King pick was solid. The Detroit DL, he wanted the pass rush. He knows how to use it, so I'm fine with that. Baker's going to be a nightmare. The Buffalo receivers was a steal there in round 6, in my opinion. They're a very solid group with plenty of yardage. Philly tight end fullback is a very strong group in the 7th round. Even Detroit KRPR, I love that Leonard Thompson punt return card. Dan, I was telling Dennis, I've told Dennis this a lot over the last year or two. I really love it, like especially in these leagues where there's no dump off, no white die 6, so sustained drives are harder. I really like if you have a good defense if you have a good defense to have a real good punt returner. I just really like that because guys do end up punting a lot, you know, and especially in this set where the punts are all like 41 yards. You got a card, this guy's got like 18, 19, 21 yards on it. It's like, you know, not literally half the time, but a lot of the time you're getting like the 20-yard net punts on like normal punts, not even on like a 10 or 11, you know. Then you got the Buffalo kick. Well, Dennis is not going to take a kicker too well. Well, I can't say that because you've done a great job focusing on kickers, but this year was not one of them. But there wasn't much to take. I think once you got in the 8th round, none of these kickers that went after you were really that good. Actually, wait a minute here. Oh yeah, because I'm going. Yeah, okay. The bottom half that I have is in the reverse order, just to make it more complicated. So yeah, so you would have had to pass on Philly tight end fullback in the 7th, which I don't think you could do. That group was too good. And then the Houston and Seattle, San Francisco kickers left. You might have missed out on Philly and Denver. Maybe you left up with something like Houston, which is not too bad. But if I was you, I probably would have gone for the kicker because I am. I just realized he's not listening. He's probably
No, I'm here. I agree with that. I should have jumped on the kicker a little earlier. Instead, I was going back and forth in that round. Should I go? There was only 2 tight end fullback groups that I wanted: the Denver one and the Philly one.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure they'd both be back there, but I really underestimated how bad the kickers were.
Oh, you had not looked them over too much before that.
That's correct.
Efren, baby.
Wait until we play 1965 or whatever year we play. The Giants have a kicker around there who I think is 2 to 5 and 12 from like from inside the 12-yard line. Bob Timberlake, I think his name is. He's 2 to 5 and 12 from like the 3 to 12. So
related to Justin?
That's what I was thinking.
I don't know,
Justin's dad, granddad.
Justin denies that association, I think, based upon the card. But I think a lot of guys are going for more of the completions in ranking their cards, and I was more with the turnovers. So I actually had Zorn as my number 5 quarterback, solidly ahead of Archie Manning, and maybe I'm wrong to do it. I don't know. But I liked him for the low turnover. And you're going to play defense. You're going to try and run the ball, and your quarterback's not going to turn it over. He can hit some deep shots if you're going to run the ball a lot. His flat pass isn't too bad. I know he's not great with the completions, but I kind of like Zorn for some reason. Okay, I don't like the rest of the quarterbacks more than I like Zorn. That's the issue. The same thing with taking Theismann 4th, 9th overall. I don't like the rest of the quarterbacks, so I like Zorn by comparison. But I know Dan liked Manning better, certainly. I don't know how Keith felt. So what do you non-Dennis guys feel about Jim Zorn?
This is no joke. I mean, I think Dennis likes this. Not only it's a homer pick, but in all seriousness, Dennis runs the ball probably more, sticks to the run game more than most people, if not more than almost all of them. And that 6 receiver and that 7 long gain wrong on long pass is just death with a coach like Dennis. I mean, I didn't think about this when I looked at the cards earlier, but in the right hands, I mean, seriously, man, I'm not even making a joke about the forum thing about a 7 roll, but I mean, let's be serious. That 6 and 7 guessed wrong long pass is insane. And he grabbed some good, running backs there too. I mean, he's got. The running backs he picked were well played.
Harris.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, yeah.
It all sounds good on paper, but when I played it today, this team is just not that good. I just don't feel good about it yet. I don't know. I'm not happy with how things are melding together.
But you're like New England. I mean, I live up here. I mean, they feel things out the first 3, 4, 5 weeks, and then they figure shit out and they roll into the playoffs.
We'll see what happens.
I do have to say one thing. Dennis's one problem. I can't even call it a problem because I do think this team is good. I think it's going to work. I definitely think it's going to work because it's not even call it a problem. But I mean, Zorn's not too bad flat. The long pass wrong is good. The running back, I like Derek King's card for this type of team. It's pretty solid. He's got enough carries. Leroy House is pretty good. I wish he had one more back who didn't fumble. Bruce Harper's got the good card, but he fumbles. I wish he had closer to 40 pretty solid carries. He can run the ball power right with that tight end 6, right tackle 5, right guard 6. And Zorn's not even bad flat. I think one issue with you, Dennis, maybe, okay, is you do not like playing the super conservative style of football. I don't think you really trust your defense. You like blitzing a lot. You like throwing the bombs. You don't like punting it. You like it like I said today. I know you said you're in the mindset of of the modern games. He didn't punt it, but like it's like that like you got to coach boring with a team like this on to some extent where like 10-7 fourth quarter, you got to think, all right, I'm in pretty good shape. It's a bad set field goal kicking. I have a dominating defense. I can run the ball pretty well, So like for you, it's like punting at the 40-yard line in a close game, or preferably a game you're winning at the other guy's 40, it should be viewed as a good thing. I'm punting. He's inside his 10. He's got to face my defense. There's no dump off. There's no white die 6. You're excellent against the pass, for Christ's sake, with 6s at corners and 5s at safeties. Your linebackers are 6'5". We don't even play the white die 6 anyway. Your only weakness is these 2-4 defensive tackles, and you got a left linebacker that can come up in there who's a 6. You got a safety that can come up if you want to call pass. I think this defense is just. I think the defense can do a lot for you, and late in the game, he's got to play a little boring. I know you had a feeling you're going to miss the kick, so I'm not going to blame you for that. But it was 2-8, 11, and 12, so don't think that the guy is a total scrub or that's like a horrible play. You know what I'm saying?
Bring up that Zorn card again, real quick.
And I do think your team is like not very well equipped to convert third down and 6 or 7 and fourth and 5. It could bring that run automatically. Or 4th and 5 right away.
Here's the deal, Dennis. You thrive. I mean, I mentioned the 6 and the 7, but people, when I play somebody like you, I'm afraid of you going deep. I mean, you watch that game tonight. I was doubling Baldwin like all night long with Ed because Ed's kind of like you. They run, go deep, and then kill you. That guess right column with Zorn is not your card. That's not to say you're not going to win 10 games, but if that was a 5 long game, I'd feel a lot better. But you're the go big or go home guy, and that guess right long pass is not conducive to conservative play, like Tom's saying. So he's kind of talking me into this.
Yeah, I'm going to change my motto to go medium or go home this year.
I think this defense can really dominate.
Of course, that has me going 10 and 4, but hey.
I think this defense can really dominate. If your expectation of Dennis is a great coach, we're talking like he doesn't know what he's doing. We're talking to Dennis like he's Michael Reeves. No offense, Michael. Dennis knows how to play the game.
Jesus, Tom, buddy.
He's not in the league. I'm teasing Michael. No. Michael's fine. Michael's pretty good in the older seasons. But he's newer to the game, is what I'm saying. But
Michael will agree he's not Dennis Crowley, so I don't think you're worried. You should be worried.
He has far more hair.
Yeah.
So, but I think like this defense can dominate if your expectation of dominating is just forcing a lot of punts and not giving up a lot of points.
Yeah.
I think if you're looking for the splashy plays and the big sacks and getting all the guys in the zone, it doesn't need to do that really in this rule set. I think you gotta. I don't know. That's my view. I mean, this defense is. I look. We all know how Dennis played. Your defense is going to play great, so I think it's got to trust it. So and not worry too much about the offense not doing as much and punting and winning a close game and being uncomfortable with 10-7 or 13-10 or whatever. I don't know. That's my view of it. I mean, he's got Frank Lewis and Jerry Butler. And he's gonna hit this offense. Dennis is such a this offense is gonna do it more than enough in Dennis's hands. You got a lot of yards in that game today, didn't you?
I don't think so. I
thought it was the box score.
He's gonna give up. He's gonna give up like 210 points all year, and he's gonna win 10 games.
Yeah, I would go under on that on the points allowed in that game. For that season.
Yep.
Probably. He'll be under 200. I believe.
Okay, let's cut to the chase. What do you guys got?
10-4. And Dennis.
Yeah,
Dennis, I'll adjust this later, but do 10-4 and minus 1 win from everybody on my thing just to get me around 6 over.
All right.
Dennis, you had 360 yards in today's game. Georgia had 235.
Yeah, I blew it.
But you can't waste that by giving up the field position opportunities and the field goal opportunities. It's not
risk
fun.
it,
It's
no
not,
biscuit, man.
it's not fun. It's funny. Dennis, I remember a few years ago, you were
Wait
playing.
a minute. Bring that back up again.
Okay.
I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. Georgia was 7 of 14 on third downs. I mean, come on.
Let me bring it up.
That's credit for him for winning the game.
Ricky Bell killed me, man.
Christ, man. In this card set year, 7 of 14 on third downs. Are you
Yeah,
kidding me?
maybe they were third and shorts, most of them. I don't know, but I hear you. This is funny because
Ricky Bell 4.6.
I mean, not only and I did 360 yards of offense. You only had the ball 27 minutes. So you were moving the ball pretty well there. 36 runs, 25 passes.
Well, Dennis is playing conservative. He only went for it on fourth down 4 times. So.
That's right. 1 for 4. So Dennis knows what he's doing. So he's gonna beat us both 50-0 after this talk.
Hey, I'm gonna kick I have Efrain Herrera. I'm gonna kick a field goal. Let's be serious.
I'll go 9-5, Dennis. For a little fire in the belly.
I had Dennis at 11-4, but since I found out that he lost that game today, I have him at. I had him at 11-3. I now have him at 10-4.
I'll take it. I guess
Okay.
I hope you guys are right.
I think you ought to kick Keith's ass, Dennis, on that, man. He
This
down
defense is so good.
Okay, so Dan,
He will.
taking away one win from every team made you 104 and 106. You can give a win back to somebody.
Okay, give one win back to Jay.
Okay. All right. So what do we got?
Good.
Do we do
Dennis,
Maine?
what's your?
And Keith, you're off by 1 too. You need to take.
Wait a minute.
Give
I
somebody
took a win away from me, didn't I? No.
Yeah, you need to give.
All right, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Dennis, what's your
I need one
prediction
more
for
win
your
from you, Keith.
What did I give Maine?
There we go.
Hey, you gave Dan 8 and 6.
There we go.
7 and 7. Oh
He
no, you
says
got to
he
give him
needs
more.
one more
9
win.
and 5. You have one more win, so 9 and 5.
That's my boy, Keith.
Okay, and
Hey,
Tom,
scratch it. Knock it out.
Tom, you said 10 and 4 for me.
He was
9
too
and 5?
happy.
I said 9-5 for you, but also
You're
Dennis.
perfect.
Yeah, there you go. Look at the experienced prognosticator, Dennis. Dennis also perfect. Dennis, what do you pick for yourself?
I'm also saying 9 and 5.
And Dennis, Keith is not happy with giving Dan the win. Dan was too excited. He said he wants to take it away.
That
Okay,
worked.
so who do you want to give it to then?
When I dropped
give
Seattle
yourself
back
another
from
win.
11-3 to 10-4,
Keith,
that's what messed up my.
Keith, give yourself a 7 and 7, buddy. Come on.
Nah,
It's a good drink.
Yeah, it's a good drink right there. All right, I'm putting 7-7 on Keith. Now we're all good.
There we go.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Am I making the playoffs here or what? With everybody? No?
I think
I
so.
got you in. Yep.
All right, I'm good. All right, this is a great show. It only took 6 hours.
All right, guys, I gotta go. Okay, I gotta get the kids to bed.
Jesus, it's 2:30 here. I gotta go too.
yeah, I have to get me to
All right,
bed. Like I
guys.
say, it's 2:37.
All right.
See
Thanks
you-
a lot, Tom. Thanks a lot,
see you-
Dennis.
I'll see if the
Thanks,
wife
guys.
is awake enough to give me the sleep apnea mask. We'll see. Could be a problem.
Good luck,
So-
guys.
Hey,
All right,
Tom,
good
it'll
job,
only
guys.
take me about 5.5 hours to get there, man.
There you go. I might still be up.
All right,
I'll be doing a
later.
coup. I'll be planning my next coup on Dennis in Twilight Struggle. So, all right,
Hey,
guys.
see y'all
Later.
later, man.
Great show. Good to be on. All right, later, guys.
Hey.
Bye bye.
Later.
Later, Keith. Good night.
Good night.